America, success in both fame and fortune. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 476 Cheating Competition. Inside the Los Angeles City Hall, the LAPD and FBI held a joint press conference regarding the Santa Monica Pier attack. There's clear evidence that this wasn't a simple assault, but a terrorist attack targeting democracy and freedom by spies from a certain country, Brad said, reading from his pre-written notes. The intent was to sow chaos and disrupt the American election. The hundreds of reporters in attendance were stunned. Could this even involve espionage? No wonder the LAPD and FBI knew nothing about the attack. It turned out to be the bear's doing. Many older reporters, recalling the events of over 20 years ago, were trembling with fear. Navis, representing the FBI, took over and announced, in addition to the 9 individuals involved in the dock attack, there were 6 others providing support and other assistance. The FBI, in conjunction with the LAPD, has apprehended them, he emphasized. We hereby express our sincere gratitude to Mr. Martin Davis. He thwarted a devastating attack on Los Angeles by international espionage and terrorists, defending American democracy and freedom. Speaking of Martin, even the reporters who disliked him were filled with admiration. He had survived such a sudden and devastating attack and ultimately collaborated with his manager to eliminate the attackers. Navis defined him as follows: Martin Davis displayed extraordinary wisdom, courage, and fighting ability. Martin is a hero, Brad added. Martin is worthy of being an honorary citizen of Los Angeles. After praising Martin, the LAPD and FBI went on to boast about themselves, citing the attackers' rigorous training and cunning, as well as the difficulty of capturing the supporting elements. In short, the LAPD and FBI were not at fault in this incident. The fault lay with the enemy's cunning. Inside the medical center's ward, Martin watched the live broadcast on TV, circling the spacious suite a dozen times. He said, "The LAPD and FBI press conference has begun. We've officially received the news. Now it's time to announce the situation." Bruce gestured toward the hospital entrance. "Every day, scores of your supporters come by with flowers and light candles to pray for you at night." Elizabeth opened the door and entered, setting down her lunch. "A dozen beautiful girls in wedding dresses have arrived, bringing you flowers," Bruce said. "Them again?" Elizabeth was curious. "Them," Martin said, "a group of crazy fans, rummaging through our trash. I think they were looking for condoms or something." Hearing Martin's words, Elizabeth was stunned. She knew she must never let Martin's stuff get out, or she'd be in trouble. Bruce glanced at the TV and reminded her, "The press conference is over. Go lie down. It's time for the photos." Martin's arm was no longer seriously injured, and he could move it freely in the morning, but for the sake of the film, it was slinged around his neck. He sat back in the hospital bed, the bandage on his thigh visible. With his acting skills, acting out the injury shouldn't be easy. Bruce took a camera, connected it to his computer, and sent it to Thomas. 10 minutes later, all major media outlets and newspapers received photos of Martin in his hospital bed. Our latest news: Martin Davis is in stable condition. His injuries are not life-threatening, but he will require hospitalization for some time. Meanwhile, Martin's personal blog and the official website of the Church of John Wick also updated Martin's status. In addition to the photos, there was also a short video of his agent, Thomas, being interviewed. "Thank you for the public's support and concern. Martin's condition has stabilized, but he will need to be hospitalized for recuperation." The Church of John Wick's official website instantly received over 10,000 comments. "Martin is fine, so good. I was having lunch when I saw the news about Martin and burst into tears. God bless, Martin. For us supporters, you must take care of yourself. When you're released, we'll be there to greet you." That afternoon, Warner Brothers released the first trailer for John Wick. The 40-plus second trailer consisted almost entirely of Martin's action-packed gunfights, set in a realistic style. Under these circumstances, the response a trailer like this would generate can be imagined. The day the trailer was released on YouTube, it set a single-day streaming record, reaching nearly 4 million views, instantly catapulting the film to popularity. The film's director, Chad also gave an interview to Warner Brothers Television. "I'm not surprised Martin was so formidable against armed terrorists," he said, and it was true, because Martin underwent months of intensive gunfight and combat training before filming John Wick. This immediately heightened fans' anticipation. Along with the trailer, Martin's character poster was released. Jonathan, dressed in a suit, his face stained with blood, and clutching a pistol, looked remarkably like Martin, seen on a killing spree on the Santa Monica Pier. The image of the suited thug spread like wildfire. In just a few days, John Wick surpassed films like Transformers 2, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, and Ice Age 3 to become the most anticipated film of 2009. Martin and the Pier incident ignited the buzz and the attention-grabbing. The entire internet was abuzz with discussion about the film. After watching other trailers, I just thought it was a movie, but after watching the trailer for John Wick, I know Martin can actually do it. Martin already sacrificed his life at the Santa Monica Pier. Why wouldn't you buy a ticket? I can skip any other movie next year, but I absolutely must see John Wick. Other movie stars can only act impressively in the movies, but Martin is awe-inspiring both in the movies and in real life. In the final month of 2008, no star was more popular than Martin. With the help of advanced information, videos about Martin's story spread beyond North America and around the world, attracting a wave of new fans. Martin's popularity was so high that Guan Hai volunteered to join him. Guan Hai made a special trip to Los Angeles to contact Martin through Ali's brother, Rahm Emanuel, the head of Guan Hai's think tank, and to visit Martin in the hospital to see this hero fighting for freedom and democracy. Martin was very cooperative, dragging his badly injured body to pose for a photo with the Guan Hai team. He also, through Ali's introduction, specifically gave Rahm Emanuel his personal contact information. If Guan Hai wins the election, Rahm will definitely become White House Chief of Staff. Martin spent Christmas and New Year's in the hospital, his luxurious ward fully equipped with every amenity, all covered by Cartier, and he was quite comfortable. On December 30th, the ballots for this year's Oscar nominations were mailed out. On New Year's Day 2009, Coca-Cola held a press conference, officially announcing that Martin would become its lifetime spokesperson and would collaborate with the Martin team to release commemorative packaging for Martin's Coca-Cola. He truly lived up to his name. A few days later, Cartier released a special edition commercial featuring clips of Martin's battle scenes from the dock incident, set to brand new background music, creating a thrilling experience. Martin can be seen wearing a Cartier men's watch in most of the commercials. So, at the end of the film, the single caption appears, "Cartier men's watches, the choice of a true man." These two companies' advertising, with minimal investment, has a greater impact than those that have cost tens of millions of dollars. In particular, Coca-Cola's recently released Martin-themed commemorative packaging has become so popular that supermarkets and convenience stores are selling out. Scalpers are even reselling the product. Cadillac was very dissatisfied and specifically sought out Thomas to voice their opinion. "Why didn't Martin use a Cadillac during the dock incident?" the representative complained. "They had paid the endorsement fee, after all. Why didn't Martin drive a Cadillac and take down everyone?" What could Thomas say? In the situation, it was impossible to call a timeout and wait for Martin to find a Cadillac before calling for a start. He said, the situation was too urgent. Martin could have lost his life at any moment. It was all a natural reaction. Fortunately, Cadillac only expressed its dissatisfaction, stating that Martin must drive a Cadillac when he was discharged from the hospital. Thomas sent the Cadillac people away and immediately rushed to the next business meeting. After providing the photo of the Nokia phone, the Nokia people realized the business opportunity and their attitude changed drastically. Not only did they agree to Martin's $12 million annual endorsement fee, they also said they could sign a one-year contract. However, the phone with a bullet stuck in it had to be handed over to Nokia and cooperate with publicity. Sure enough, after the phone was posted online and Martin's personal testimony was added, Nokia immediately caused a sensation. Public relations and publicity for the Oscars were also carried out simultaneously. Martha and Rita had never had such an easy time with the Oscars as this one. In terms of publicity, Martin brought his own topics in traffic, and the judges had more than a deep memory of him. In terms of lobbying, those Academy members living in Los Angeles recognized his contributions to the city, and voting for him was just a small matter. "This is unfair." In an office, Josh Brolin was quite annoyed. "Who the hell can still compete for the Best Supporting Actor?" the agent persuaded. "In the current situation, Even if we throw out millions of dollars, we can't grab the Best Supporting Actor. I think it's enough to guarantee a nomination. Anything else is just a waste of money." Josh Brolin was about to cry. Martin Davis cheated. "We spent money honestly, did publicity, lobbied the judges, and followed the Academy's routine. What about him? He got a national hero hat and put it on himself. How can anyone compete with him?" he scolded. "This is too shameless," the agent said. "There's nothing we can do." He was at the dock at the time. Josh Brolin was silent for a long time before he said, "Fortunately, I wasn't there." The agent patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. "This is an advantage that others have fought for their lives. It's normal that we can't compare with it. Forget it, forget it." Josh Brolin was tired. Faced with this cheating-like competition, he could only say, "I guarantee that I will get a nomination." "We can talk about the award later," the agent nodded. "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Chapter 477 Recovery and Discharge. Riding the wave of publicity generated by the dock incident, Martin swept the Best Supporting Actor awards at every level this awards season. From the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Awards to the People's Choice Awards and the Screen Actors Guild Awards, every Best Supporting Actor trophy went to Martin. Although Martin was absent from the Golden Globe Awards in mid-January, Thomas, who accepted the award on his behalf, still took home the Best Supporting Actor trophy. Martin recorded a video thanking his fans, performing arm and leg rehabilitation exercises. He thanked his fans and reassured them that he would be released from the hospital soon. The Dark Knight was Martin's most likely Oscar winner, Best Supporting Actor. Thanks to the hype generated by Martin, DVD sales of The Dark Knight continued to soar, exceeding $300 million in North America alone. Furthermore, the film continued to release overseas, grossing over $550 million. The Dark Knight has amassed a global box office of $1.162 billion, surpassing the $1.147 billion achieved by The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and moving it into second place on the all-time global box office charts, behind only Titanic. Good news, Thomas arrived to deliver Martin the Golden Globe trophy, announcing, "Martin, good news." Martin, who was riding his exercise bike, dismounted, took the towel Bruce tossed him, and asked, "Did Warner Brothers pay me a cut of the North American box office for The Dark Knight?" Thomas replied, "We'll have to wait a few months." He placed the Golden Globe on the table and said, "The Nokia and Coca-Cola endorsement fees have all been deposited into the company's account and will be transferred to you in the next few days." Martin's Coca-Cola endorsement fee was only $10 million a year, but he did receive a commission on the sales of the commemorative Coke featuring his image. Based on the normal sales of the commemorative Coke, his annual commission would be no less than the endorsement fee. Martin picked up the Golden Globe trophy, looked at it carefully, and said, "This is my first major award?" Bruce asked, "Don't you have a Saturn Award?" Martin said, "The Saturn Award is still not as important as the Golden Globe Award." Thomas interrupted, "Indeed, although the Golden Globe Award is a series of its own and not a real indicator of the Oscars like the Guild Award, its influence in the media is still far greater than that of the Saturn Award." Martin put down the trophy and said, "It seems that I need to build a special honor room. It is very necessary." Thomas said, "The golden key of honorary citizen of Los Angeles." In the future, Los Angeles will most likely establish Martin Davis Day. The Presidential Medal of Freedom, the Saturn Award, the Golden Globe Award, and the Oscar. Martin interrupted him, "The nomination list has not been announced yet. We are determined not to do the halftime champagne thing." Thomas touched his bald forehead. "I spoke out of turn." He asked Martin, "When will you be discharged from the hospital?" Martin already had a plan. "After the Oscar nomination luncheon is over, we will try to create another wave of popularity." The next day, Brad visited him again with good news. With strong support from the LAPD, the Los Angeles City Council passed a resolution establishing Martin Day, planning to hold a joint press conference after Martin's release from the hospital. Martin and Thomas discussed the matter and decided on a date in late January, the crucial period for Oscar voting. That weekend, the Oscar nominees luncheon was held at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, announcing the nominations for this year's Oscars. Unsurprisingly, Martin's name was on the shortlist for Best Supporting Actor. His competitors included Philip Hoffman, Josh Brolin, and Robert Downey Jr. Faced with declining Oscar ratings, the Academy made significant changes this year, appointing Hugh Jackman as host. 3 days after the Oscar nominations were announced, Martin was ready to be discharged. Three brand new Cadillacs parked in front of the hospital building. Bruce and Thomas had already packed their luggage. Martin and Elizabeth, carrying a bag, left the room and shook hands with his attending physician. "Thank you," Martin said sincerely. The doctor smiled and said, "It's my job." Martin reached out, took the 2 boxes Elizabeth handed him, and handed them to the doctor, a little gift. The doctor noticed they were hand-carved versions of the Coca-Cola cult clown, incredibly expensive and hard to come by. He quickly said, "It's so expensive." Martin gestured to Lily across the street and said, "She hand-carved them." It only took a little time. The doctor accepted them. Martin went to the nurse's station, thanked the nurses who had served him, and presented each of them with the same gift before heading downstairs. He's such a nice guy. He never puts on the airs of a big star. Even when we make mistakes, he never says anything. He's much better than other Hollywood stars. Downstairs, Martin got on the car and asked Bruce to drive out. As the 3 Cadillacs left the hospital gates, they were blocked by a swarm of reporters and fans. Martin also spotted several live cameras set up across the street. The flashbulbs from the reporters' cameras made it hard for Bruce to keep his eyes open as he drove. Many fans, clutching flowers, shouted, "Martin! Martin!" He hadn't been seen in public for so long, and they were eager to learn about his condition. Young people in red t-shirts completely blocked the road to the medical center's main entrance. Martin knew that not showing up wouldn't work, but getting out of the car might cause even bigger problems. Fortunately, he was prepared. Martin patted the front seat, and Bruce opened the Escalade's sunroof. The fan's shouts suddenly filled the air, deafening. Martin climbed out the sunroof and waved in all directions. He then pulled out an electronic megaphone and shouted, "Hello everyone, I'm Martin. I'm fully recovered." He even flexed his arms to show off his muscles. "There's nothing wrong with my arms and legs. Thank you all for your concern. I'll be back to work soon." The fans chanted even more frantically, "Martin! Martin!" Another group shouted at the top of their lungs, "Martin, the eternal Coke God, thank you. Thank you all for your kindness." Martin raised the megaphone again and said, "I haven't been home in a long time. Can you please let me go home first? I'm worried about my family members living on the streets. If anyone does, I'll let you know. You must come to my aid." Laughter erupted at the hospital entrance. Led by some fans, the crowd began to split, gradually making way for the vehicles. Hospital security briefly dispersed the reporters stuck in traffic. One reporter shouted, "Martin, when can you be interviewed?" Martin shouted, "There's going to be a press conference soon." The LAPD arrived just in time to maintain order. Bruce drove the Cadillac at a snail's pace through the crowd. As he reached the outer edge, a dozen girls in white wedding dresses suddenly jumped out, holding up signs that read "I love Martin." Led by Tony and Elsa, the girls blocked the car's path again, swaying their hips and dancing as they shouted, "I love Martin. I love Martin." Martin had no choice but to climb through the sunroof again. "I love you, too." "Yeah." Tony and the others blew Martin kisses and then made way. Martin got back in the car and asked Bruce to close the sunroof. Elizabeth, who was standing beside him, said, "I'm realizing how tiring being a celebrity is." "Not so bad," Martin said with a smile. "Compared to my old job, this is so easy." No matter how tiring it was nothing compared to the hard, exhausting, and low-paying days of working at the bottom. The 3 Cadillacs drove further and further away. "Martin loves me." Tony felt her heart was about to be drunk, and asked, "But why didn't he call me? Last time in New York, I waited for him for a while." Aisha said, "He didn't call me either." Tony asked the others, "Did you get a call from Martin?" "We agreed that we would never betray our sisters." "No, me neither." The other girls said that they had not received any calls from Martin. Waiting passively isn't a solution. We have to take the initiative. Tony looked at Elsa and asked, "Martin has moved to the north section of Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills. I remember your uncle works in the community over there. Can we be let in?" Elsa glanced at the group of sisters and quickly shook her head. "There's no way. There are too many of us." After the other sisters gradually walked away, Elsa lowered her voice and said to Tony, "With so many people, we'll be a big target and it'll be easy to attract attention." Tony understood. "What if it's just the 2 of us? It's still going to be difficult." Elsa asked her uncle about the situation. "The community is full of stars, celebrities, and wealthy people. The management is very strict. If a stranger enters, they will be discovered quickly." Tony scratched her blonde hair anxiously. "What should we do?" Elsa spread her hands. "I haven't thought of it yet. Toni was smart enough to become the leader of this gang. She quickly thought of an idea and said, "What if the two of us become employees working in that community?" Elsa was stunned for a moment, then said, "That's a good idea. I'll ask my uncle if they were hiring over there. He'll be in charge of some of the personnel work." Toni said, "Go back and ask immediately, and don't tell anyone else." Elsa nodded repeatedly. "I know." The eldest and second in command of the sisterhood were the first to betray their sisters. That day, the news of Martin's release from the hospital and return home once again dominated the entertainment sections of major media outlets, becoming a hot topic. It even reached the top of Google's trending search list that day. TMZ's live broadcast truck even followed Martin to the north entrance of Sunset Boulevard. The next morning, major media outlets received news that Los Angeles City Hall would be co-hosting a press conference with Martin to make a major announcement. Robert Downey Jr. and Philip Hoffman, also nominated for Best Supporting Actor, both cursed in their homes. It's not uncommon to see PR campaigns, after all. Harvey Weinstein had brought Oscar PR down to earth, but never to see such high-end cheating. Chapter 478 Stallone's Three Daughters. On the day of the press conference, countless red t-shirts filled Los Angeles City Hall, painting the entire building ablaze. The packed venue resembled the premiere of a Martin Davis movie. Some of the seats reserved for reporters were already occupied. Warner Television had reached an agreement with City Hall to broadcast the event nationwide, and TMZ had acquired the rights to stream it online. The press conference was electric from the start. Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Davis took the stage first, offering a few formal remarks and the significance of the event. The focus finally shifted to Martin Davis. He delivered a passionate speech. Martin Davis brought a fighting spirit to the city of Los Angeles. He taught us time and again that no matter how difficult the situation, as long as you stand up, respond positively, and fight hard, you will ultimately be the winner. The audience erupted in applause, 10 times more enthusiastic than during Antonio's campaign speeches. Antonio waited for the applause to subside before saying, "Martin means so much to the city of Los Angeles. His strong fighting spirit and achievements in culture and the arts are all testaments to his loyal service to the city. To commemorate Martin's contributions to Los Angeles, we have decided to establish Martin Davis Day." Applause rang out again. Martin supporters cheered loudly. Antonio said, "Now, please welcome Martin Davis." Martin took the stage from the back and waved toward the audience. The rapturous applause was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, shaking the entire city hall. TMZ reporter Jody felt something land on her forehead and touched it, discovering it was dust. She looked up and saw dust drifting from the roof due to the applause. Martin took the stage, and Mayor Antonio gave him a hug, exclaiming, "You're a hero, a city hero of Los Angeles. Politicians are the best actors." He grabbed Martin's hand, facing the audience, and raised it together. Martin responded with a smile and a wave. Antonio then presented Martin with a gold copper certificate. Martin clutched the massive certificate in both hands, parading it before the cameras. At that moment, as a star, his social accolades undoubtedly reached a remarkable height. Martin stepped to the microphone and briefly said, "Los Angeles is a city with a great spiritual heritage. I'm proud to work and live here." In New York, Natalie Portman, watching the live broadcast, remembered she hadn't filled out her Oscar ballot. She immediately dug it out. Although she'd never seen a Batman movie and knew nothing about The Dark Knight, she thought Martin's work was impressive and entered his name in the first choice slot for Best Supporting Actor. In Los Angeles, Sylvester Stallone watched the live broadcast with his three daughters. Sophia, the eldest daughter, was 13 years old and quite knowledgeable. She said, "Dad, you can only be a hero in the movies. Martin can be a hero not only in the movies, but also in real life, defeating villains." Sistine, the second daughter, said, "That's why I prefer Martin to Dad." Scarlett, the youngest daughter, was still very young. She hugged her father's arm and said, "Dad, I will always love you. In my heart, you will always be better than that Martin." Stallone pinched her daughter's face affectionately. Sophia pulled Scarlett away and asked, "Dad, why is Martin so good at fighting and you can't?" Stallone was not embarrassed by his precious daughter's rebuke. He said, "All the training Dad does is for the movies. What that young man Martin does is not just for the looks, but for actual combat." He frowned in confusion. "Is shooting action movies so exciting these days? You can't even speak without some real-life combat skills." "Dad, why does Los Angeles have Martin Davis Day?" The youngest daughter also betrayed him. "Why doesn't Los Angeles have Stallone Day?" Stallone was at a loss for words. He thought for a moment, then steeled himself and said, "Sometimes." Sophia curled her lips. Stallone was incredibly exhausted. His 3 daughters were also finicky. Whoever wanted to take them away now. Thinking of this, he felt a little envious of his old neighbor Tyson. Tyson's daughters were so peaceful, sitting there all day without moving. Stallone stopped watching TV and looked down at the Oscar ballot. He hadn't seen most of the films on the nominations. Based on impressions from newspapers and television, and some persuasion, Best Actor went to Sean Penn, and Best Supporting Actor went to Martin Davis. Since they hadn't seen the movies anyway, Stallone picked the one he was most familiar with. That afternoon, Stallone mailed his ballot to PricewaterhouseCoopers. His eldest daughter, Sophia, and his second daughter, Sistine, were a source of worry, insisting that Stallone find an opportunity to take them to Martin Davis for a photo and autograph. Stallone asked, "You've met countless Hollywood stars, but I've never seen you ask for an autograph, because Martin is one of a kind," Sophia argued confidently. "When we were little, we always idolized you, Dad, in the movies. As we grew up, we realized that movie characters and reality are 2 different things," Sistine responded. "Martin is your movie character come to life. We idolized your movie characters when we were little, and now we admire Martin. Isn't that normal?" Stallone realized he couldn't convince his daughters, so he simply said, "Okay, when we have a chance, I'll take you to him for a photo and an autograph." Over the next few days, reports about Martin were everywhere in the media. Martin's public relations team and the Dark Knight crew continued to work hard to build momentum for his Best Supporting Actor bid. In Beverly Hills, at Martin's neighbor's house, Charlize Theron sat in the living room, the Oscar ballot and the list of nominees before her. She held a pen to the list, closed her eyes, and let go. She chose the award for the closest name to the pen's location. Charlize didn't have much time for movies, so she used the voting method recognized by Oscar voters as the fairest and most impartial. Stuart Townsend came downstairs carrying 2 bags of trash and looked over to see Charlize filling out her Oscar ballot. He recalled the newspaper he'd just read about his neighbor, Martin Davis, making a splash lately. He didn't know why he had a bad impression of Martin Davis the last time he'd thrown a party, and he felt it was a bad thing to have such a prominent neighbor. Stuart warned, "Don't vote for Martin for Best Supporting Actor." Charlize was about to throw her pen away when she opened her eyes and asked, surprised, "Why?" Stuart replied bluntly, "Because I don't like him." Charlize was baffled. "He's a nice guy. He's in the hospital, and he even had Lily Carter send us gifts for the holidays." "What? He sent us gifts?" Stuart's anger ignited. "Why didn't I know?" Charlize replied, "You weren't home at the time, thinking of Martin's publicity over the past month and all his heroic deeds." Charlize picked up her pen and wrote Martin Davis first on the ballot for Best Supporting Actor. Stuart raged. "Didn't you hear me?" Charlize remained calm. "This is my vote. I have the freedom to choose whoever I choose." "You?" Stuart glared at her. Charlize simply looked up at him. Stuart finally took a step back, turned around, and left the villa. He picked up 2 large bags of trash and went out the side door to the alleyway between the mansion and Martin Davis's. There were 2 rows of trash cans in the alleyway, and the one on the other side was the Martin Davis family's special trash can. Stuart came out and spotted 2 girls in community work uniforms standing by the trash can, looking through its contents. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? What are you doing?" Tony, who had only been on the job for a few days, turned around, a broad smile on her face. She picked up her spray bottle and said, "We've been hearing from many people's domestic workers lately about cockroach infestations in their trash cans, so we're here to put out some insecticide." Seeing the 2 girls in their community work uniforms, their work badges pinned to their chests, Stuart didn't think much of it and said nothing more. Tony and Aisha packed up their belongings, closed the trash can, removed their work gloves, smiled at Stuart, and left. As they left, Aisha rubbed her chest repeatedly. "I was so scared." Tony was much braver. "What's there to be afraid of? We're official community employees now." Aisha, still uneasy, pulled Tony away quickly. "Let's go back quickly, before anyone finds us again." Tony put her bag back on and said with a hint of regret, "What a shame, she hadn't found what she was looking for." In the alley, Stuart tossed 2 large bags of trash into the bin but didn't immediately return. He wasn't a man of great heart, and thinking about Charlize Theron's attitude just now, his anger only grew stronger. His entire body was on fire. But since last year, Stewart hadn't dared to vent his anger on Charlie's. If they broke up, his house, his luxury car, even his credit cards could all be gone. Glancing at the bin in front of him, Stewart couldn't help himself and kicked it repeatedly, using such force that the metal bin was slightly warped. Having vented his anger, he felt better. He opened the side door, returned home, picked up 2 more bags of trash, and continued to throw them out. Afterward, Stewart, as if treating the bin like Charlie's, kicked it a few more times to vent his anger. The warp area had widened slightly. Back home, Stewart found Charlie's had sealed her Oscar ballot and was about to mail it. He asked, "Do you need my help?" Charlie's shook her head. "No, I'm just going out for a while." As Oscar ballots were mailed from Academy members to PricewaterhouseCoopers, the 81st Academy Awards ceremony was about to begin. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Best Supporting Actor. In Atlanta, Robert rushed back to his office and turned on the TV to ABC. The Oscars red carpet broadcast had already begun. Jerome pushed open the door, carrying a box of beer cans. Robert took one and said, "The red carpet has begun." Jerome asked, "What are Martin's chances of winning?" Robert looked at the newly placed 2003 Coke on the old wooden table and said, "Martin never called me for the ceremony during the previous 2 Oscars, but he called specifically this time." Knowing Robert was the high priest of the cult of Coke, Jerome nodded immediately. "It seems Martin is confident of victory." Suddenly, cheers echoed from the TV, followed by a unified, deafening roar. "Forever cult of Coke! Forever god of Coke! Forever leader Martin!" The two watched on the live broadcast as Martin raised a commemorative can of Coke and drank with numerous cult members. Jerome said, "I've never seen a spokesperson achieve the level of success Martin has." In 2 life-or-death situations, Martin used Coca-Cola to achieve victory. "The publicity value is unmatched by any other advertising." Robert nodded. "Martin deserves to be a lifetime spokesperson for Coca-Cola." In front of the Kodak Theater, Martin took Elizabeth's hand and entered the media area together. After a few routine words, they quickly left. He'd been high-profile enough lately, there was no need to put on another show here. As he entered the lobby, Martin ran into Robert Downey Jr. and Susan Downey. Downey opened his arms and hugged Martin, saying, "Congratulations, man." Martin shook Susan's hand before responding, "The results haven't been announced yet, so anything is possible." Susan thought back to 4 years ago and said, "Martin, you've grown so fast. In the blink of an eye, you've become a superstar." Martin smiled and said, "Just lucky." Downey clenched his fist and bumped it with Martin again. "How can anyone compete with you, kid?" "It's not fair," Martin said helplessly. "It's just bad luck." Downey thought about it and realized that it was true. If Martin had been even slightly weaker, there would probably be memorials or commemorations nationwide. He had seen the peaks and the valleys, and was on his way back to the top. He had a positive attitude and nodded, saying, "You deserve this." Susan Downey spoke very little, and it was obvious that in front of outsiders, Downey was everything. The 4 of them entered the hall together, and the 2 crews quickly separated. Martin led Elizabeth to the second row, where the Dark Knight crew was sitting. Nolan stood up and offered a handshake. Fully recovered, the last time he'd visited Martin in the hospital, he was still injured. Martin smiled and nodded. "The Martin you knew is truly back." With his hospitalization, Martin had publicly overcome his mental illness and was now fully recovered, both physically and mentally. The crew members nominated for Best Editing and Best Sound Effects also came over to give Martin a fist bump. They all knew Martin was the favorite to win tonight. Nicholson and DiCaprio arrived one after another, taking their seats next to Martin. Seeing Martin's renewed energy, DiCaprio deliberately said, "You bastard. You almost made Jack and I spend a fortune on custom costumes." Martin was surprised. "What does that have to do with me?" Nicholson replied, "At your funeral, you bastard." Elizabeth looked at the 3 men in confusion, bewildered by their male friendship. Especially the 3 idiots beside them, who were cracking all sorts of ridiculous jokes. "I can't help it. I rolled around at the gates of hell, but Satan won't let me in," Martin said solemnly. "He says hell accepts everything, except 3 things." Leonardo complied. "What 3? Martin pointed at the 2 of them, and himself. and said, Nicholson, Leonardo, and Martin Davis. Because Satan's afraid we will mess with him, the two old buddies laughed heartily. Three bastards, fighting a life-or-death battle together, true besties. Nicholson then added, the three bastards teamed up to take out a dozen armed agents and terrorists, and their fame spread throughout Hollywood. Leonardo held his head high, proud. Without his 11-second 100-meter dash, Nicholson wouldn't have been able to command them, and Martin wouldn't have been able to take out those criminals. Martin laughed too. With the three of us, even Satan wouldn't dare take us down, let alone anyone else. Leonardo DiCaprio replied, Nicholson and I will be presenting awards today. Martin said, originally, I was going to present the Best Picture award, but I've had enough exposure lately, so I'll let someone else. Nicholson added, we'll have a surprise later. As they were talking, Kate Winslet approached, and Martin stood up to hug her. Kate glanced at Elizabeth, seeing her sweet smile, her depression from marital troubles instantly brightened. She said, your smile is brighter than the Los Angeles sun. Elizabeth smiled and said, thank you, Kate. You're my biggest actress. I was hopelessly infatuated with Ruth when I was little. Kate nodded slightly and said to Martin, good luck tonight. Not far away, Harvey Weinstein cast a concerned glance at Martin, inwardly sighing at his luck. He hadn't been killed, but had a blessing in disguise. Beside him, Georgina Chapman was also watching Martin, her eyes sparkling. Compared to the fat, shabby old man beside him, Martin seemed like a real man. Invite Martin to a party some other day? Harvey turned back, but didn't notice his wife's unusual behavior, his mind preoccupied with Martin. Tarantino's blockbuster World War II film had been rejected by Martin, and Harvey briefly considered Ben Affleck, but Ben was caught up in the drama. Martin had been known for his discerning choices in recent years, but after news of his rejection spread, several A-list actors were offered the part, but they all gave vague responses, hindering the project's progress. Harvey and Quentin even had Matt Damon audition, but Damon lacked the necessary brute force for the lead role. Thinking of his own predicament, and looking at Martin, Harvey felt even more uneasy. If nothing unexpected happened, Martin would win an Oscar tonight. The music then began, and with Hugh Jackman's entrance, the awards ceremony officially began. No mistakes, no. This talented singer and dancer gave a spectacular opening song and dance performance, concluding with the lyrics to I Am Wolverine. Beside Martin, Nicholson and DiCaprio stood up to go backstage. DiCaprio specifically said, a surprise is coming. Martin suspected something. Rumors had already spread that the Academy, in an effort to boost declining ratings, had made several innovations at this year's ceremony, such as the presentation of the awards. As in previous years, the Best Supporting Actress award was presented first, with 5 presenters appearing together. The number of presenters for subsequent awards varied, breaking with the traditionally rigid format. After Hugh Jackman joked about the Santa Monica Pier shooting, it was time for the Best Supporting Actor award. Martin sat upright, feeling a little nervous, but also filled with anticipation. Elizabeth gripped the edge of her seat, even more nervous than Martin. She licked her lips briefly and murmured, God bless you. Back at home in Beverly Hills, Lily, who was watching the live broadcast, had stood up, then sank back down on the sofa, laughing cheerfully. She'd noticed that, unlike the 5 presenters for Best Supporting Actress, there were only 2, Nicholson and DiCaprio. The leader and runner-up of the Jerk Trio jointly presented the Best Supporting Actor award. Either of these two, individually, would have been more than capable of presenting the Best Picture award, yet they were presenting the Best Supporting Actor award together. The answer was obvious. Nicholson spoke first. Leo, between the two of us, we have 3 Oscars. How do you feel about winning an Oscar? Leonardo, with his signature glare and frown, roared, don't talk about us together. You clearly have 3, and I don't. Nicholson pointed to the large screen behind him and said, a new Oscar winner for acting will soon be announced. As film clips played on the screen, Leonardo read out, the nominees for Best Supporting Actor are Josh Brolin, Philip Hoffman, Martin Davis, Robert Downey Jr. Nicholson opened the envelope, took out the card, and placed it in front of the 2 men. Leonardo leaned over and said, the winner is Martin Davis. Martin put his hands on his face, surprised and excited, feeling extremely relieved. This feeling was incredible. Elizabeth opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Martin kissed her, then stood up and hugged Nolan and the rest of the crew one by one. The audience erupted in applause. Angelina Jolie, seated on the other side, stood up and applauded, extending her hand to signal everyone around her to stand. Aniston, seated in the middle, did the same. Many guests in the front row stood and applauded. Martin strode toward the stage, the applause all in his ears. More and more people stood up, like a wave, even those in the back rows. By the time Martin reached the edge of the stage, the entire Kodak Theater had risen and applauded. Martin walked onto the stage and accepted the heavy Oscar statuette from Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo embraced him and patted his back so hard it hurt. Nicholson, on the other hand, smiled happily, watching the show unfold. In Atlanta, upon seeing Martin receive the Oscar, Robert and Jerome opened champagne, poured themselves a glass, and clinked their glasses in celebration. Back at their home in Beverly Hills, Lily leaped to her feet, yelling, and opened a bottle of wine to drink. At that moment, Coca-Cola's nationwide distribution of Martin's commemorative edition Coke was completely sold out. Chapter 480 Turbulent Oscar Night. Thank you to all the judges. This was an essential part of the speech. Martin looked around and said, "Thank you to Bruce, thank you to Jack, and Leo. Without them, I might have collapsed on the beach in Santa Monica." The audience erupted in applause. Nicholson and Leonardo laughed and applauded. Martin added, "Thank you to my agent, thank you to my entire team, thank you to my girlfriend, thank you to my sponsors, thank you to everyone in my life, thank you to director Nolan and everyone on The Dark Knight." He had only 45 seconds to deliver his speech. The countdown behind him turned red. Martin held up his Oscar statuette and spoke faster. "I don't know how it all happened, but I was lucky." Martin, a young man, naturally wanted to show his youthful side. He concluded with a loud voice, to borrow a line from The Dark Knight, "What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger." Amidst thunderous applause, Martin, Nicholson, and Leonardo went backstage. The live camera captured a close-up of the three of them walking side by side from behind. Applause broke out again. Cheers, the crisp clink of glasses echoed, and the bar erupted in joy, as if they had collectively won the lottery. Young people in red t-shirts packed the bar, watching the Oscars live. The atmosphere reached its peak the moment Martin lifted the trophy. A large blonde boy jumped onto a table and shouted, to celebrate Martin's win, "All expenses paid tonight. Thank you Oscar, thank you Martin, thank you Chloe." Someone raised a can of Martin's commemorative Coca-Cola. Chloe took the can and raised it high. "Cheers to Martin." Hundreds of people toasted in celebration. It was a night of explosive consumption across America. Millions celebrated Martin's Oscar win, directly driving hundreds of millions of dollars in spending. At a convenience store not far from here, the owner opened the cash register at gunpoint by a clown. Another clown emptied the cash register. Before leaving, one of the clowns shouted into the store's security cameras, "Don't look for us. We're just celebrating Martin's award in this special way." Another clown roared, "Hail Martin, hail the Jokers." The two rushed out of the convenience store and heard police sirens. Instead of fleeing in panic, they raised their pistols and fired into the air. The sound of gunfire rang out like a salute. The crowd on the street erupted in chaos, blocking the police cars' advance. One clown shouted, "Martin won the award. Martin won the award. Hail Martin." Suddenly, someone in the chaotic street responded, "Hail Martin." Gradually, more people shouted, "Hail Martin." It was a wild night. Robberies and shootings involving disguised clowns reached a new high across the United States. Even those fringe Martin admirers celebrated Martin's Oscar in their own special way. In a dimly lit apartment in Burbank, Ben Affleck stared blankly at the TV. On the screen, that jerk was holding the Oscar high. He picked up the remote and turned off the TV, leaving the apartment in complete darkness. In the darkness, Ben picked up the bottle and guzzled it. "Martin Davis," he muttered, "it could only be you, Martin Davis." Ben and Cassie's cases were all settled, a costly one that didn't bankrupt them, but it was a significant loss. Now that it was over and his emotions had finally settled, Ben could reflect on the entire situation. It was clear that an invisible hand was behind all his troubles. Who was that hand? TMZ? It certainly seemed to be behind it, from exposing the case to digging up more explosive material, constantly attacking him. Ben had carefully reviewed his experiences over the past 6 months and had only ever had a serious conflict with one person, Martin Davis. Martin had stolen the copyright to a novel he had been eyeing, and he and Cassie had wanted to teach him a lesson. Ben's theory was just his own, with no proof. But he wasn't the LAPD, so he didn't need it. Besides, Didn't the LAPD sometimes just fabricate their own evidence? Ben turned on the lights in his room and found the documents for the last house. He decided to sell it to raise cash to deal with Martin Davis. Harvey was behind him, and he had long been unhappy with Martin. If he could find the opportunity, Harvey would definitely take action. Ben finished the rest of the bottle and left in the night. Opportunities must be sought, not waited for. On Sunset Boulevard North, Lily screamed out of the villa and lit a box of fireworks on the fountain square. A whistling sound echoed, and a dazzling display of fireworks exploded in the night sky. Unsure when Martin would return, Lily decided to celebrate alone. She set off more than a dozen boxes of fireworks and took photos. The explosion of fireworks attracted considerable attention. Martin had informed the neighborhood council in advance, and the council had also informed the residents. Since it was not too late, few people objected. However, someone next door was unhappy. Charlize Theron was away filming, and Stuart Townsend, who was left home drinking alone, heard noises outside and went to the window to look. The fireworks in the sky annoyed him because they were being set off next door. As a moderately famous actor, Stuart also followed the Oscars. He had just seen his neighbor, Martin Davis, win an award. Seeing him hold the Oscar, he felt more distressed than if he had lost 10 consecutive roles paying millions. As a man with a beautiful girlfriend, knowing his male neighbor was so much better than him in looks, status, and wealth was a deeply painful experience. This was the root of Stuart's dislike for Martin. Martin's Oscar win only deepened Stuart's pain. How could he ease the pain? Stuart had a solution. He pulled out his phone and called. "It's me, coming over tonight. Is Charlize Theron not here?" A woman with a gruff voice spoke. Stuart asked, "Are you coming?" The other party said, "Of course, wait for me. I have a party here and will be there after it's over." Stuart glanced at the photo of him and Charlize Theron and felt that being with this South African woman was becoming increasingly boring. He said, "Hurry up." The other party replied, "I'll be there as soon as possible." Stuart checked the time and called the community office. "This is Stuart Townsend. A woman will be visiting me later. Her license plate number is." "When she arrives, please let her in directly." At the community office, Tony, who is on the night shift tonight, said, "Okay, Mr. Townsend, I've made a note of that." The other party hung up the phone, and Tony forwarded the message to the community entrance management office. Seeing that there was no one in the office, Elsa ran over and asked, "Why do you want to change shifts suddenly?" Tony pointed at her and said, "You are so stupid." She switched the computer webpage and found the online text broadcast. "Did you see it? Martin just won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. He notified the community yesterday that there might be fireworks tonight and they will definitely celebrate." Elsa said listlessly, "Even if they celebrate, we can't get in. We like Martin, but Martin can't invite us to his house. If he really wanted to us, he would have called us when he was in New York." Tony was almost defeated by her and could only say frankly, "Martin came home to celebrate wildly. With his emotions high, he must have done that, right?" Elsa nodded mechanically. Tony continued, "I've observed carefully. Martin's servants always take out the trash at 7:30 a.m., which is right after we get off work. We'll cross the main street and exit from the other side, passing Martin's house on the way. If we go and search his trash can, we'll have a good chance of finding something." "Wow, Tony, you're a genius." Elsa's eyes widened. "I can finally have a child for Martin." She danced with joy. "No, I'm so happy." Tony stood up, covered her mouth with her hand, and said, "Shut up. Are you going to tell the whole world?" Elsa quickly shut her mouth, thought for a moment, and asked, "If we find it, will we tell the other sisters?" Tony countered, "Why tell them? Even if we find it, how much can we have? Will it be enough for so many people to share?" Elsa nodded, "I understand." Tony looked out at the night sky, wishing the night would pass quickly and the day would arrive. Martin was her favorite star, and she wanted to express her love for him in a special way. But this was only one aspect of what motivated Tony to do this. On the other hand, Tony had seen a case where having a child with Martin would establish an unbreakable bond and guarantee a prosperous life for decades to come. With enough luck, given her looks, she might even become Mrs. Davis. The night shift was slow, and Tony had nothing to do, dreaming of a bright future. The Oscars were drawing to a close, and the night's biggest winner was Danny Boyle, the British director of Slumdog Millionaire, who had collaborated with Martin on Limitless, taking home both Best Director and Best Picture. As expected, Best Actor went to Academy favorite Sean Penn. LGBTQ+ themes were gaining popularity at the Oscars, and awards season was shifting increasingly leftward. After the ceremony, Martin, after the customary photo op, boarded Nicholson's stretched Lincoln to attend the Oscars after-party. Elizabeth Olsen had returned home early to prepare for the party. Nicholson was very energetic and posed the math problem with a very philosophical connotation. There are 3 famous Hollywood actors in the car, who have won 4 Oscars in total. Excuse me, which one of them doesn't have an Oscar? Leonardo's cheeks puffed up and he glared at Nicholson angrily. Martin was very loyal and handed the Oscar to Leonardo. I promised, I will give it to you when I get it. Nicholson took advantage of the situation. Leo, am I right? Martin will get the Oscar before you. Leonardo declined Martin's kindness and said, I will get my Oscar soon. Martin patted his old friend on the shoulder. Be prepared to continue to be a runner-up. You can't change your 3-hit combo at glaring, frowning and roaring. You won't get it in the short term. Nicholson pondered for a while. You will be a runner-up for at least another 10 years. Martin comforted. It doesn't matter. Jack and I will cheer for you. He deliberately raised the Oscar and shouted, Leo, come on. Runner-up, come on. Leonardo pointed to the car door and said to the 2 idiots, if you don't shut up, believe it or not, I will jump out of the car now. Do you have the nerve to watch me jump out of the car? Martin and Nicholson were very loyal. They closed their eyes at the same time and shouted together, runner-up, come on. Leonardo leaned back in his seat, looking up at the roof. When would the Oscars come? The 3 of them met at the Oscars night party and soon went to Martin's house to celebrate with other friends. Chapter 481 Success. Ready, fire. At Nicholson's command, Martin, Lily, Mean, Chad, Thomas, Leonardo, and the others lit the various fireworks displayed in the fountain square and crouched as they ran back. Thomas ran a little slower, and Leonardo, who ran 11 seconds for the 100 meters, grabbed his arm and dragged him out of the fireworks display. The fireworks soared into the night sky with a whistling sound, exploding in a dazzling display. Nicholson picked up a homemade RPG and shouted, Leo, come over and load and fire it for me. Lily jumped over. I'll do it. I'll do it. Nicholson knew a little about the girl, so he quickly stepped aside and said, I'm afraid you'll light it and put it in my pocket. Did you guess that? Lily curled her lips. It's not fun at all. Martin quickly said, my yard is big enough. Jack, you can blow it up as you like, but don't shoot at other people's homes. I don't have the same relationship with my neighbors as you do with Warren Beatty. You don't want to go to LAPD to bail me out tomorrow, do you? LAPD will arrest you. Nicholson wanted to ask Martin if the neighbor was a man or a woman, but after seeing Elizabeth, he held back and said, I remember your neighbor's house was empty. Elizabeth replied, it was just sold. I heard that the buyer is the Stewart family who starred in Twilight. I guess they will move in soon. Leonardo found a lighter, lit a specially made fireworks shell, and inserted it into his homemade RPG. Nicholson aimed the muzzle at the sky and, with a thud, launched the shell into the sky, creating a dazzling chrysanthemum. After a while of fireworks, Martin called out, come in for a drink. Mean yelled, today we're going to empty Boss Martin's wine cellar. Leonardo didn't hesitate, saying to Mean, let's go to the cellar and pick out some wine. Remember, only the expensive stuff. The group celebrated until after 11 p.m. Martin told the servants to clean up later tomorrow morning. There would be no noise early that morning, so Elizabeth could sleep in peacefully. He also allowed the reluctant Lily to stay on the first floor, turning the entire second floor into a battlefield for him and Elizabeth to celebrate. She figured that this way, Martin wouldn't have to worry about anything. He couldn't give those bitches a chance. Martin lulled the exhausted Elizabeth to sleep, but he himself felt no sleepiness. He threw on his clothes and went to the balcony to gaze at the starry sky. 6 years after arriving here, he finally won an Oscar. Though it was only for supporting actor, he had the credentials and had earned enough favor with the older white men in the Academy to make him far more competitive for the leading actor award than Leonardo DiCaprio. And then there was the abundant joy he'd had. Beautiful women, money, mansions, and so on. Martin was sometimes a jerk and a fool in this life, but he was also incredibly happy. Fame and fortune guaranteed Martin's happiness, but he wasn't a slave to them. Therefore, he knew how to enjoy life while it lasted. It was already early morning, the moon had already moved westward. Suddenly, car lights lit up on the main road in the neighborhood. Martin glanced over casually. It pulled up to his neighbor, Charlize Theron, and drove straight in. Back so late? Martin was a bit curious, but he only glanced over. It was normal for Hollywood stars to party until the wee hours. He returned to his room, cuddled the little witch, and fell into deep sleep. Next door, Stuart Townsend saw someone come in and complained, "Why are you here so late? You made me wait so long. I have an important party over there, and I have to finish it before I can come over." The woman's voice was a little rough. She reached out and gently stroked Stuart's cheek, saying, "No good thing is never too late." She strode in, taking off her coat as she walked. "I want to be in your bedroom, under the photo of you and Charlize Theron. That will be exciting enough." Stuart laughed. "Let's go upstairs. I'll satisfy you all this time." The woman took out a few small bags from her bag. "I'm not on my safe period today. You have to use this." Stuart wanted to have fun, but he didn't want to cause a murder, so he said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything rash." The woman stuffed the things into Stuart's hands and pulled him upstairs. "Hurry up and enjoy yourself. I have an important meeting to attend early tomorrow morning. Time is running out, so come a few more times." The two went upstairs hand in hand, and the upstairs soon became extremely lively. The eastern sky gradually brightened, and as the sun was about to climb above the horizon, the woman hurriedly drove out of Beverly Hills, rushing to a meeting at work. Stuart hadn't flushed the things he'd used, as sometimes they wouldn't flush properly, leaving evidence. He tossed them into a trash bag and meticulously tidied up every spot in his room. Although he had long lost interest in Charlize Theron's body, he couldn't leave her without her money. In recent years, the media had accused him of being a gigolo, but he'd endure the wrath and refused to break up. There was no other way. He'd been so used to his current life, and a sudden drop in his quality of life would be unbearable. Stuart cleaned up, vacuumed up any stray hair, and put all the trash into a large bag, carrying it downstairs. He didn't dare leave too much trash in the house, as he never knew if Charlize would suddenly return. Once downstairs, he gathered up the other trash and carried it out the door. Stuart exited through a side door and walked into the alleyway between Martin's house to take out the trash. Arriving at the trash can, Stuart discovered his own was missing. He then remembered that the community had informed him yesterday afternoon that his trash can was damaged and had been temporarily removed and replaced today. Any other time, Stuart would have been upset with the community, but he said nothing yesterday. He'd recently broken the trash can while furious with Charlize Theron, kicking it hard. Every time he took out his trash, he'd kick it hard enough that even a metal trash can would warp over time. Stuart glanced at the trash bag in his hand. He couldn't just take it back. Naturally, his eyes fell on the trash can across the alley, belonging to Martin Davis's family. "It's just throwing out some trash, no big deal." Stuart hurried over, opened the trash can lid, and tossed 2 large bags of trash in. He then pulled a tissue from his pocket, wiped his hands, and tossed it into the trash can. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake, 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1 content, 1 6, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. A crow flew overhead, making an unpleasant sound. Stuart, hands in his pockets, whistled a tune he'd learned from Kill Bill as he headed home through the side door. He stretched on the way home. After all the excitement, he felt completely refreshed. And even the whistle he whistled possessed a strange sense of joy. It was a little after 7 o'clock, and the neighborhood was still quiet. Tony, who had just finished work, got into her car, rolled down the sun visor, and looked at her face in the mirror. Having just worked the night shift, her eye bags were slightly heavy, and her face was a little puffy. She quickly opened her makeup bag and reapplied her makeup. This kind of work was too demanding, and it was taking a toll on her beauty. Tony decided that if she succeeded, she would quit immediately. If her plan went smoothly, she would have no worries for the rest of her life and could enjoy a life of abundance. Elsa ran over, opened the car door, and got in the passenger seat, saying, "Hurry, hurry, let's go." Tony started the car and drove onto the main street. People in this neighborhood often stay up late at night, and after 7 o'clock there's not a single car on the road. Tony quickly arrived near Martin's house and turned directly into the alley. Elsa opened the passenger door and rushed to Martin's trash can. Tony followed. They opened the lid of the trash can and saw 2 large garbage bags, obviously freshly thrown in. "Let's get started." Tony took one. Elsa nodded, took the other, and opened it and searched. Hers was mostly kitchen waste, with a strong odor, and there was nothing she wanted. Tony pulled out a tuft of golden hair and tossed it aside. Then she rummaged through a pile of discarded tissues until she finally saw what she was looking for at the bottom. She grabbed it and lifted it up. The heavy bottom stretched out. Tony brought it to her nose and sniffed it. With her experience, she confirmed, "Yes, that's the smell." Elsa stopped, turned to look at what Tony was holding, and asked with surprise, "Did you find it?" Tony was overjoyed. "Found it. I finally gotten it." Elsa danced with joy. "Great." Tony hadn't forgotten her and said, "There's another one in the bag. That one's for you." Elsa quickly took it out. This one contained less, but it was enough, and they didn't have to share with the other sisters. Tony pulled 2 plastic bags from her pocket and handed one to Elsa. She stuffed the small item in her hand into the bag, tucked it away close to her body, and said, "Let's go, let's go." Elsa frantically said, "Wait for me." Tony urged, "Hurry, this thing will lose its potency if it's kept for too long. Let's get back quickly." "Hurry." Elsa finally put it away. Tony got in the car first, and after Elsa got in the passenger seat, she backed out of the alley, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards the community exit. "We're Martin's biggest fans," Elsa exclaimed excitedly. "The biggest fans have to be willing and courageous enough to bear Martin's children." Tony was also grinning, her face wide open. The timing put her perfectly fertile. This truly was God's chance. The two left the community and returned to their rented apartment. They pulled out the tools they'd prepared long ago, unpacked the contents of their bags, and quickly got to work. Chapter 482 The Best Sisters. In the newly decorated honor room, Elizabeth handed the Oscar trophy to Martin and said, "Put it there yourself." Martin opened a glass display case, placed the Oscar statuette inside, and turned on the crystal chandelier inside. The light shone on the Oscar statuette, reflecting golden rays. Martin was extremely satisfied with the display case and looked around at the other display cases. The Golden Globe and Screen Actors Guild Award trophies, as well as the Golden Key of Honorary Citizen of Los Angeles, the Bronze Certificate for Martin Day, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, and so on, were all stored in separate glass display cases. Other trophies, such as the Los Angeles Film Critics Association Award, the Teen Choice Award, and the British Academy Award, had to share a single display case. This recent award season, Martin won at least 20 trophies of various sizes. Having a separate display case for each trophy was too extravagant. Elizabeth came over and said, "Lily ordered over 10 display cases. The extra ones are in the storage room. I'm sure they'll be used soon." Martin smiled and said, "At all costs, I'm going to win an Oscar for Best Actor." Elizabeth remembered something. "Isn't The Curious Case of Benjamin Button going to the Cannes Film Festival in May? You should try to win a Cannes Best Actor award." Martin nodded and said, "I also hope that the French will take the initiative to cut their flag when they see me." Elizabeth didn't understand what he meant. Lily came in at this time, heard Martin's words, and explained directly, "Martin means that the French cut off the sides of their flag and wave the middle part to welcome him." Elizabeth turned and looked at Lily, feeling a little strange. Lily shrugged. "I've heard that kind of lame joke too many times," Elizabeth said. "Martin's not Napoleon." Lily launched into a random rambling, "But he's been searching for Joan of Arc." Elizabeth smiled and asked, "Did he find her?" Martin pointed at her and said, "Isn't that right?" Lily got down to business. "Thomas just called. He'll be visiting in about an hour with Coca-Cola's president of global marketing, Lamiris." Martin left the Hall of Honor and went upstairs with Elizabeth to change into formal attire. Lily had classes at the academy, so she drove off. Martin returned to the living room and checked the sales figures for the commemorative Coca-Cola. Last night at the Oscars, the commemorative Coke was incredibly popular, selling out across North America. Not long after, Thomas and Lamiris arrived at Martin's house. They had met at the medical center, where Lamiris, on behalf of Coca-Cola, had signed a lifetime endorsement agreement with Martin. "Congratulations, Martin," Lamiris said with a smile. "Finally, you've won your first Oscar." Martin was equally polite. "Without Coca-Cola's support, I wouldn't have received this trophy." Thomas interjected at the right moment, "Our partnership is mutually beneficial. It's God's will." Both Lamiris and Martin laughed. Lamiris added, "The commemorative Coke is selling incredibly well. We've decided to expand production and even release a special edition to coincide with your new film, John Wick." Martin replied, "I don't understand business, but I believe in Coca-Cola's market acumen. You've proven it time and time again over the past 100 years." Martin's commercial value was growing, making him even more crucial to Coca-Cola's market expansion. After Martin won his first Oscar, Lamiris, a prominent figure within the Coca-Cola Group, personally visited to congratulate him. He offered no empty words, but a more practical congratulations. Martin, you've won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. According to our agreement, the $2 million bonus will be deposited today. Martin was forthright, adding, our partnership will yield even greater success in the future. After some polite conversation, Lamelas quickly took his leave. Martin saw him off, while Thomas stayed. After they returned to the living room, Thomas added, Cadillac and Cartier also called to congratulate me. I expect the prize money to be transferred to them in the next few days. Elizabeth was a little surprised. We don't have to spend our own money to win the award. Winning an Oscar not only brings honor, but also cash rewards, a total of $6 million, Martin said. That's why we put so much effort into winning the award? Elizabeth nodded repeatedly. If it were me, I would also try my best to win the award. Thomas thought of the people he met and said, Liz, your agent can't reach you. Let me tell her. If you have time, please come to the company. There's a role, I'll be there this afternoon. Elizabeth's current career ambition was not strong at all. I hope it's not a role that consumes too much time and energy, Martin said directly. If you like it, go for it. If you don't like it, turn it down. Elizabeth agreed without hesitation. I will. Thomas checked the time and said, I should go. I have to go to Warner Brothers this afternoon to discuss your salary with Nolan's new crew. This time, if you win an Oscar, your salary will increase by another $3 million. The average Best Supporting Actor Oscar winner would only see a $1 to $2 million pay raise, but Martin's commercial appeal was far stronger. The Oscars ceremony had concluded, but the media buzz hadn't died down yet, with follow-up coverage promising further benefits from many outlets. This year's awards season was surprisingly low, with media coverage the day after Oscars night widely hailing it as the most predictable. All the expected favorites took home the Oscars in the major categories. Vanity Fair's special Oscar issue, which reviewed the results, highlighted Martin. Martin Davis won this year's Best Supporting Actor Oscar for his exceptional performance as the Joker in The Dark Knight. Could this mark the beginning of a revolution for the Academy? No one has ever won an acting Oscar for a comic book superhero film, but Martin captivated audiences and judges alike, bringing the comic book character to life. The Los Angeles Times commentary on Martin's win was succinct. Martin's Best Supporting Actor win is well deserved. The Hollywood Reporter went even further, stating, this is less a victory for the Joker and comic book films than for Martin himself. Capitalizing on this wave of media attention, Warner Brothers made a series of moves over the next 2 weeks. First, in conjunction with the release of a new movie poster for John Wick, the film's title was specifically added with a title Oscar winner after Martin's name. This should at least attract some attention. However, it's undeniable, and a source of growing embarrassment for the Academy, the Oscars' influence on the film market is shrinking every year. Therefore, the Academy is undergoing a radical reform this year, hoping to revitalize its reputation. Subsequently, Warner Brothers and Nolan held a joint press conference to officially announce the launch of a new project, an original science fiction film with Martin as the lead. The details and title of the film remain confidential. This news garnered widespread attention from moviegoers. The Dark Knight not only brought Martin fame and a substantial salary, but also spawned a legion of Nolan fans. These fans are even more frenzied than the star's fans. From last year to now, a three-way battle has been waged over IMDb ratings, with The Godfather and The Shawshank Redemption taking turns topping the IMDb Top 250 list. The various events during this period have even forced IMDb to revise its ratings several times. Nolan's announcement of the new project, and his continued partnership with Martin, immediately garnered widespread attention. In a West Hollywood apartment, Elsa suddenly screamed, her voice piercing, as if she had suffered the greatest misfortune of her life. Tony quickly ran to the bathroom and asked, "What's wrong?" "What happened?" Elsa cried and said, "Here it comes, the monthly thing is here again." She cried very sadly. I failed, it's okay, I'll find another chance later." Tony comforted Elsa, but she was secretly happy in her heart. But she didn't show it. Instead, she said, "Don't be like this. You've done well enough. Even if you can't give birth to a child for Martin, you are his best supporter. How about this? I'll give you the position of leader of the sisterhood." Elsa was somewhat distracted and said, "Really? Let me be the leader of the sisterhood?" Tony responded, "I'll call everyone in the sisterhood and ask them to support you. I won't go to my party today so that you, the new leader, can establish your authority." Elsa wiped the tears from her eyes, quickly tidied herself up, came over and hugged Tony tightly. "You are my best sister." But Tony's belly was shrinking. "Elsa, you are my best sister too." Elsa packed up and prepared to go out to attend the party, and asked again, "Are you really not going?" "I don't have time to attend." Tony took out her mobile phone and shook it. "You heard it this morning. My family called me and asked me to go back. I may have to stay at home for a while. I will call you when I attend the next event." Elsa said, "I can't bear to leave you." Tony smiled and said, "It's not like I won't be back." She pointed to the electronic clock on the wall and reminded, "Hurry up and get out of here, or you'll be late." Elsa picked up her bag and left quickly. Tony carefully packed her things and prepared to leave West Hollywood. She would not be coming back here. Because she had been late for several days, she went to the hospital for a checkup and it was confirmed. Tony succeeded, and Elsa failed. How could a winner be with a loser? The so-called sisterhood disappeared when Tony abandoned the other members of the sisterhood. Tony unloaded her luggage twice, locked the door, said goodbye to it, went downstairs, got in her car, and quickly drove out of West Hollywood and headed straight for Burbank. She would rest and recuperate in the apartment she rented in Burbank until she became pregnant. The real events behind Chapter 483. That day, Martin had 2 guests at his house, his new neighbors. Cameron Stewart, beaming, said upon entering, "Martin, we just moved in last month. We knew you'd been busy with your Oscars, so we didn't bother to bother you." Kristen Stewart then offered him a bottle of red wine, a little gift. "My mother brought it from Australia, thank you." Martin accepted it, inviting them to sit down. "We're neighbors, no need to be so polite." Kristen, who had been in Hollywood since she was 9, spoke eloquently. "I'm also a member of the Screen Actors Guild and the Academy. I voted for you. I bought 2 tickets to see The Dark Knight." As she spoke, Kristen suddenly opened her coat, revealing a red t-shirt underneath. "I'm also a member of the Church of Coca-Cola." Martin wasn't surprised to learn that the other person was a member of the Church of Coca-Cola. There were at least several million members across the United States, spread across all walks of life. Martin said politely, "My pleasure." Cameron handed him an invitation. "We're having a housewarming party this weekend. Please come." Martin accepted it, thinking about his recent schedule. "I'll be there on time." The Stewart siblings had to visit other neighbors and quickly said goodbye. Martin called the housekeeper over, handed her the wine, and asked her to prepare a suitable gift for the weekend. Pre-release promotions for John Wick had begun this week, but it wasn't as busy yet, so Martin had some free time on the weekend. In the afternoon, Martin went to the Warner Brothers building and met with Daniel, who was in charge of publicity for John Wick. Daniel asked, "I heard the idea for this project originated from a true story. Marcus's dogs were killed." Martin recounted the events. "One of them was named Daisy." Daniel said, "I'm planning to do something about it." Martin thought for a moment and said, "Marcus shouldn't have any problems. Contact Thomas, he's Marcus's agent now." Daniel nodded, "I'll have someone contact Thomas right away." The Santa Monica Pier incident had already boosted John Wick's popularity, but a movie's appeal often stems from having more than just a few points. The new promotional plan was titled The True Story Behind John Wick. Martin's popularity remained high, and this plan focused on Marcus. Bruce hurried over from Daniel's office and said, "Jessica called. Antonio was shot." Martin immediately asked, "Our former landlord?" Bruce nodded slightly. "Which hospital?" Martin quickened his pace. Bruce followed. "St. Riders Hospital in North Hollywood." The two of them immediately rushed there. Arriving at the hospital and finding the ward, Martin went upstairs and found Jessica sitting on a bench near the ward's door. He asked, "What's going on?" Jessica stood up and said, "The LAPD are taking statements inside and won't let anyone in. Antonio's not on danger." Hearing that his life was not on danger, Martin calmed down and asked, "How did Antonio get shot?" Jessica said, "Two armed men broke into the apartment building this morning, intending to rob him. Antonio confronted them with a gun, and for some reason, he opened fire. The ward door opened, and 2 LAPD officers emerged." Martin stepped forward. The middle-aged PD in the lead smiled. "Hello, Mr. Davis." Martin asked, "Is my friend okay?" The young PD behind him instinctively glanced back at the ward. How could that fat man have a friend like Martin? The middle-aged PD's expression straightened. "Mr. Antonio is the victim. We just took his statement and retrieved the surveillance footage from the scene. We'll do our best to apprehend the perpetrators." Martin spoke politely, Please apprehend them and give my friend justice. That's the LAPD's job, the middle-aged PD declared righteously. After Martin entered the ward, the middle-aged PD contacted his superiors as he walked out. Boss, we recommend upgrading the North Hollywood apartment case to the highest priority. The victim is a friend of Martin Davis. I just ran into Martin in the ward, the superior immediately replied. Return to the team immediately. We'll convene a case analysis meeting. We'll try to apprehend these petty armed robbers today. The two hurried back. Petty robberies like these are a dime a dozen in Los Angeles, and most go unsolved. But this case of Martin Davis's friend, the city hero of Los Angeles, was different. It had to be solved, and solved quickly. In the ward, Martin looked at the middle-aged fat man lying on the bed and said, "Fortunately, you have thick flesh on your buttocks." Bruce asked, "How did you get shot in the buttocks?" Antonio was quite helpless. "Shots were fired indoors and a bullet ricocheted. At least he's okay." Martin comforted, "LAPD will solve the case soon, and those little thieves will not have a good end." Antonio's big belly was flattened, and he said, "It's too uncomfortable to lie down." Bruce was surprised. "Where's your friendship gun? Aren't you a good shot?" Antonio said, "You also said that it was a friendship gun." The doctor pushed the door in at this time. "It's time to change the dressing." Martin and Bruce prepared to leave. Antonio called out to Martin, "Let me introduce you, this is Doc Hyena." He scratched his chubby face and said, "Oh, you didn't use the business cards I gave you, so I ended up here with Doc Hyena." The doctor nodded to Martin and Bruce, then said to Antonio, "Don't worry, you won't be able to use my anorectal sutures." Antonio said, "Martin, Doc Hyena is a good friend of mine. Take a few of his business cards with you when you leave. You definitely won't need them right now. If anyone among your targets needs them, you can introduce Doc Hyena to them." Martin raised his middle finger at the injured, still restless, fat man and said, "I'm leaving. I'll see you another day." That afternoon, Martin received a call from the LAPD. Antonio's case had been solved, and the two petty thieves had been apprehended. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake, one song, one post, one content, 1-6, one book, one bar, one look. At Warner Brothers Studios, Elizabeth Olsen was filming a commercial for Estee Lauder. Leveraging the resources of her two older sisters, along with the exposure and attention Martin brought, WMA secured the advertising contract for Elizabeth without much effort. Lily, on spring break, didn't want to return to Atlanta to face Elena's iron fist, so she stopped by to watch the commercial shoot and act as Elizabeth's assistant. Bored sitting alone, Lily took advantage of a break from makeup to get some fresh air outside the studio. The studio across from her was bustling with activity, and she spotted someone wearing a red triangle sweatshirt hurrying in. Curious, Lily asked the person next to her. Across from them was the crew of Smallville, a co-production between Warner Brothers and DC. Because of Martin's portrayal of Batman, Lily, a girl who never read comics, had taken a brief look at DC superheroes and knew Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman to be America's three most popular superheroes. A beautiful blonde woman approached from the opposite side, caught Lily's eye, and gave her a slight nod. Lily, politely responding to the other person's friendly gesture, smiled and nodded as well. The blonde woman then boarded a trailer. The studio was stuffy, so Lily didn't go back. Instead, she sat on a bench by the roadside, playing with her iPhone. Not long after, Elizabeth called. Lily answered and asked, "Are you done shooting?" "Not yet. My temporary assistant disappeared." Elizabeth asked, "Are you leaving?" Lily said sheepishly, "The air's too stuffy in here. I'm not feeling well. I'm getting some fresh air outside. Come out when you're done. I'll be waiting." In a trailer across the way, Smallville's starlet, Allison Mack, was watching Lily through the car window. Young and beautiful, with a stunning figure, she'd be a top-tier beauty in Hollywood. As soon as Allison got in the car, she'd been keeping an eye on Lily, thinking of the important task given to her by the cult leader, Rainier. The leader had asked her to find and recruit as many young, attractive women as possible to join the cult, so that they could serve him wholeheartedly, just like she did. A full range of services. Convinced she didn't recognize the girl, Allison got out and looked for her. Lily noticed someone approaching from the opposite direction and looked up to see the beautiful blonde from before. "Hello." Allison pointed to the studio behind her and introduced herself with a smile. "I'm Allison Mack, the heroine of this crew. You may have seen me on TV." Lily was very honest and shook her head directly. "I don't know you." Allison's smile froze for a moment, But she quickly recovered, looked at the advertising crew studio opposite, and asked, "Do you work in this advertising crew?" "What's your name?" Lily said roughly. "My name is Lily, and I'm a temporary assistant." Allison immediately found a starting point for the topic. "With your conditions, it's too much of a waste of your talent to be a temporary assistant. If you are willing, you can come to me. I am currently short of assistants." Lily was surprised. "Is it so easy to be a celebrity assistant?" "Of course it's not easy," Allison said seriously. "I just think you have a good eye, so I want you to have a try. This is a well-paid professional job. You need to receive special training before you can officially start working." She took out a business card and handed it to Lily. "This is the Senior Manager Program training organized by NXIVM. Many outstanding assistants in Hollywood have gone through this training program, and some of them have even become managers of celebrities." Lily took it and examined it carefully. Allison continued, "This program is primarily about advocating for women's rights, providing professional training for personal and career development, and promoting greater self-realization by removing psychological and emotional barriers. I'm a prime example of this. Without NXIVM Senior Manager Program training, I wouldn't be where I am today." Lily didn't believe it and casually replied, "Let me take a look." Elizabeth called again, asking where the kettle was. Lily, the temporary assistant, was responsible for carrying the bag. She took the kettle out and hurried back to the studio. Allison looked at Lily's back, especially her long legs and perky butt. She felt that if she let her in, the leader would definitely reward her handsomely. Chapter 484 You Are the Drama. The courtyard next door lit up with colorful lights. Martin, carrying gifts, promptly left and walked to the home of his new neighbor, the Stewarts, to offer them congratulations and gifts. John and Judith thanked him, and Christine, upon seeing Martin arrive, immediately came over to greet him. "Martin, come over here. We in the film industry are all in the small banquet hall." Martin followed him. "Who's here?" Christine smiled and said, "Mostly some of my friends." She asked, "Where's your girlfriend?" "Why isn't she here?" "She's in Europe for an advertising promotion," Martin said briefly. "She won't be back for a few days." Lily, who was on spring break, also went along. As soon as they entered the small banquet hall, a group of girls swarmed around them. "Martin, Christine, you're so great. You actually invited Martin. Where's my camera?" "Where's my camera? Hurry, I want a picture with Martin." Martin glanced around. The oldest of the girls was about Christine's age, and the youngest was no more than 13 or 14. The chatter surrounding him was giving him a headache. "Quiet. Quiet," Kristen shouted a few times. When the small banquet hall quieted down a bit, she introduced Martin. "This is Dakota Fanning. This is Ashley Greene. This is Sophia Stallone." Martin greeted everyone one by one. Kristen, only 18, couldn't help but boast, "Girls, I invited Martin here. You all owe me a favor." Ashley Greene, the oldest, shouted, "Photos, photos, photos now." Kristen, one of the hosts for the evening, politely asked Martin, "Would you please take a photo with us and get an autograph?" Who could refuse such a group of girls? Martin smiled and said, "No problem." Kristen called out, "Dana, come and take our photo." A big boy ran in and took the camera. 7 or 8 girls gathered around Martin. Kristen took the seat to his left, while Dakota Fanning and Sophia Stallone started arguing over the seat to his right. A tirade of teenage brawls was about to break out, and Martin, annoyed by the noise, simply said, "I'll take a photo with each of you later." "Sure. Sure." Someone clapped. The small banquet hall was turning into a fan meeting. Dakota Fanning whispered, "Martin, can I take 2 photos? I have a sister, Elle, who also really admires you." Martin nodded. "I know Elle. We acted together in a movie last year." Not to be outdone, Sophia Stallone leaned over and asked, "Can I take 3? My 2 sisters, Sistine and Scarlett, are also fans of yours." Martin, of course, knew the famous Stallone daughters, and said, "Sure." The girls finally quieted down and stood around Martin for a photo. Then, each of them took a photo with Martin. Kristen was well prepared. There was a computer and printer in the small banquet hall. The digital cameras were connected to the computer, and the photos were quickly printed out. 2 copies of each photo were made. One copy was signed by Martin, and the other was given to him as a souvenir. Dakota Fanning, the child star who was quite cunning, took advantage of some idiots sending photos to Martin and wrote her personal cell phone number on the back of them with eyebrow pencil. Turning around, he saw Sophia doing something similar and mentally cursed, Sylvester Stallone, hooking up at such a young age? Martin collected the photos and was about to make up an excuse to leave when a familiar voice came from the doorway of the small banquet hall. Martin, Kristen, seeing the newcomer, was the first to greet him. David. Martin turned around and saw David Fincher. A little surprised. David, what are you doing here? David Fincher said, I'm friends with Mr. Stewart, and I worked with Kristen on Panic Room. Kristen is a very spiritual actress. Martin remembered the movie with Jodie Foster. David Fincher pulled Martin away. Let's talk here. Kristen's group is full of young people. We can't really connect. Martin, about to leave, said, let's talk some other time. Dakota Fanning raised her left hand, extending her pinky and thumb, and shook it at Martin. Kristen glanced at her. You're the only one with so much drama, Dakota Fanning said. Martin's the premier actor born in the 1980s. Sophia interrupted. His new film, John Wick, is being called the Santa Monica Pier version of John Wick, and it's coming out soon. Shall we go see it together? It's rated R? Kristen had been paying attention because of their neighborhood. You can't go. Sophia had a brilliant idea. I'm tall enough. I just need to padded my chest and put on some mature makeup, and I'll definitely be able to get into the theater. Dakota pinched her fried egg with both hands. Let me see how high I need to padded. The girls started to make a noise. Outside, Martin and David Fincher found a spot at a small round table and chatted. David Fincher asked, the subsequent production of Benjamin is complete. I've carefully read the manuscript of Gone Girl and it really suits my style. What about the second half of the novel? I'll have it delivered to you tomorrow. Gillian has completed the first draft of the novel and is making some corrections. Martin asked directly, David, are you sure you want to direct this project? David Fincher nodded and said, let your studio negotiate the contract with my agent. He then brought up the key point, you must be the male lead. Martin replied, David, I've always wanted to work with you on a true Fincher film, no mistake. In fact, Benjamin is not a true Fincher-style film. David Fincher mentioned another point, life is a play. Sometimes what happens in real life is even more outrageous than the movies we make. Martin was deeply touched. Movie plots must be logical, but life never follows logic. David Fincher wholeheartedly agreed. That's right, he said seriously. Martin, the Santa Monica Pier incident is actually very suitable for adaptation into a movie. Martin asked, do you have any ideas? Find a suitable thread to connect the Burbank High School incident you experienced, the Washington spy incident, and the Santa Monica Pier incident. David Fincher was unaware of the connection, but he used Hollywood's imagination and usual practice. The villains are Russians. Just find a reason and excuse to throw dirty water on them. No matter how outrageous, American audiences will accept it. There was nothing wrong with the Burbank High School incident, but Martin, as a person who experienced it firsthand, knew that the latter two incidents were full of shady things. After careful consideration, he said, these things also involve the LAPD and the FBI. If we really want to adapt them into a movie, we must win their support. David Fincher nodded. You make sense. If the opportunity presents itself, ask both sides for their opinions. Even without Martin's authorization, someone in Hollywood would still adapt this kind of film. Just like he did with films like The Social Network in his previous life. He paused briefly before saying, I'll ask both sides for their opinions. David Fincher was now obsessed with the Oscars, aiming for Best Director as quickly as possible, even willing to change his style to achieve that goal. However, film quality was fundamental. Other factors also influenced winning. Martin's Best Supporting Actor win gave David Fincher an idea. Those three events were incredibly politically correct and had a significant social impact. Two of them took place in Los Angeles, where the protagonists not only received honorary citizenship but also enjoyed a day of exclusive LA time each year. If adapted into a suitable award-winning film, there was no fear of the judges' disapproval. David Fincher also had a feeling that Best Director and Best Picture were not out of reach. Of course, this would require another collaboration after Gone Girl. With Martin's strong support, the adaptation would be much easier. The two chatted about movies for a while, and more guests arrived at the party. The Stewarts, one a screenwriter and producer, the other a television producer, had incredibly wide connections. They also invited many people from the community. Martin spotted another neighbor, Stuart Townsend. Long time no see, Martin said. I've been seeing you for a while, Martin, he said. Stuart smiled brightly and shook Martin's hand. Yeah, it's been a while, Martin. Martin casually asked, did you see Charlie's Stewart smiled, but inside he was visibly upset. Sally's out filming, she won't be back for a while. Oh, I see. Martin, sensing that Stewart didn't like him, gestured ahead and said, I saw a friend, let me say hello. Stewart said, feel free. As Martin walked away, he put his hands behind his back and rubbed them against his clothes, as if shaking hands with Martin had stained them. Stewart thought about it and found John Stewart, whom he had known for a long time. When talking about the community, he lowered his voice and said, John, you have to be careful of our neighbor Martin. He is always making trouble and has made enemies with the Russians. If things go wrong, he will implicate us. John said politely, I will pay attention to these. Stewart continued, pay attention to other aspects as well. This man always likes to destroy other people's families. Think about the rumors about him and Jolene Aniston. In order to be more persuasive, he also used himself as an example. Last time, Charlize and I went to Martin's house for a party. He actually seduced Charlize behind my neighbor's back. Unfortunately, his true identity was discovered by Charlize, and Charlize rejected him sternly. John was somewhat more serious. Thank you for your advice. Martin stayed at the party until about 9 o'clock and went home. He had to attend the announcement of John Wick the next day. Chapter 485. It's so cool. With the premiere of John Wick drawing near, the production team released a new trailer, revealing the key to the plot and the reason behind Martin's character, Jonathan's, killing spree. Dogs. Jonathan's killing spree stems from the fact that his beloved dog, left behind by his deceased wife, was killed by Russians. For Martin, Russians are inherently popular. Martin is currently a star, and the film's popularity is already high, so every piece of news about him attracts attention. A single comment immediately became the top comment under the newly released YouTube trailer. They shouldn't have killed Martin's dog. The online conversation about drugs began to simmer, attracting not only those already interested in Martin and the film, but also a new audience, dog-owning families. Dog ownership is incredibly common in the United States, and many consider dogs to be part of the family. Using a dog's death as a motivating factor stands out from other action films and seamlessly intersects with internet culture. Without anyone else needing to elaborate, Jessica's online marketing team immediately came up with a fresh marketing concept. A dog caused a bloodbath. This sparked heated discussion online. The dog was so adorable, how could those bastards have the heart to attack it? Well done, Martin. Don't you know the owner before beating a dog? How dare you kill Martin's dog? Don't you know the legendary reputation of the Coke God? A reply followed. Those who have truly witnessed the might and dominance of the Coke God have already gone to hell to report to Satan. Subsequently, Warner Brothers held a small preview for journalists, theater managers, and a few lucky fans. Pablo was one of those lucky fans. He loved Martin, but unlike Martin's fanatical fans, he loved Martin's films more. The quality was guaranteed, and they looked thrilling. The Santa Monica Pier incident had sparked Pablo's interest in John Wick. Throughout the preview, Pablo was completely absorbed, not once losing focus, not even considering the plot's plausibility or the depth of the theme. He was completely captivated by the action, unnoticed until the end. The action scenes were so spectacular that he completely ignored the drama. A middle-aged man nearby suddenly whispered, "It seems Hollywood hasn't seen an action film with a Vaseline smooth action sequence like Martin's." "It's as smooth as Vaseline," Pablo initially agreed. Yes. The action scenes are fantastic, and most of them are long takes. Martin's execution is superb. Then, remembering what the man had said about Vaseline, he quickly shifted his position, worried that it really was as smooth as silk. The middle-aged man added, "Other action films, to compensate for the actor's disjointed movements, have to cut shots very short and use camera cuts to create action sequences. Michael Bay's films are a prime example." Despite his concerns, Pablo took the initiative when discussing the film, saying, "Because Martin's skills are so strong, he can handle long takes with no problem." The middle-aged man suddenly pulled out a business card, handed it to Pablo, and said, "I'm a reporter for Movie World magazine. Can I publish what you just said in my report?" It turned out that the other party was a professional. Pablo nodded slightly. Of course, he had heard that many film critics look down on commercial action movies, and was worried that this person would give a bad review. So he quickly added, "I am an ordinary movie fan. From my point of view, this movie is cool and exciting. It is definitely a super classic action movie." The middle-aged uncle showed a lewd smile. "I think so too." When the preview was over, Pablo paid special attention. He walked out and pricked up his ears all the way. He was surrounded by ordinary movie fans like him. Martin's action scenes definitely deserve full marks. Martin is so damn handsome, all kinds of realistic melee and crazy headshots. This is what an action movie should be like. It's so cool. Martin is so cool. Pablo left the preview theater and drove back home. He immediately turned on his computer and logged into the IMDb website. Under the John Wick column, there was no official movie review. He quickly typed out the review he had thought of on the way and sent it out. I just watched the preview of John Wick. It's a veritable bloody murder caused by a dog. What I need to say is that, unlike what some dirty-minded people have fabricated, all the highlights of the movie are in the trailer. It's 10 times more exciting. Martin's action scenes are really outstanding, as clean and neat as exploding the head of a Russian spy with a bottle of Coke on the Santa Monica Pier. Guys, this movie is really awesome. In the long-shot action scenes, Martin's action scenes are super complete. Anyway, I have never seen anything like this in Hollywood in recent years. The most important point is that no villain dies because of talking too much, and no villain is killed instead of the protagonist after being caught. Whenever Martin makes a move, it is clean and neat, and he never leaves any trouble behind. Pablo was just a veteran moviegoer, not a professional critic, and his writing skills were limited, so these were the only things he could express. This comment quickly garnered hundreds of likes, pushing it to the top of the comment column. The film's previews had received rave reviews, with theater managers unanimously praising it as both captivating and highly commercially viable. At the subsequent reception, Cinemark's marketing director, Philip, specifically sought out Daniel, who was in charge of publicity for John Wick at Warner Brothers. I admit, given its original nature and R rating, even with its high popularity, I underestimated it. Philip wouldn't miss this opportunity to boost traffic. A film like this, released in the off-season of March, would be a significant boost to sales. After a moment's consideration, he said, "Give me another 300 copies, and they must arrive a week before the release." Daniel agreed immediately, no problem, but he also had a condition. You've seen the film, Martin's quality remains unwavering. There's no need to worry about the commercial side of things. I'm demanding that all Cinemark theaters maintain their schedules for John Wick for 4 weeks. Philip had been in the industry for decades and had a keen sense of the market. Without even considering it, he said directly, "Okay. Cinemark will not reduce its screening schedule within 4 weeks. Daniel smiled and said, "I'll have someone draw up an agreement right away." Of course, things like this had to be put on paper. Philip had just left when Gray, a representative from Imperial Cinemas, came over. He said to Daniel, "You've got another masterpiece this time." Martin's films are truly a guarantee of quality. The two were old friends, and Daniel laughed heartily. "Since working with Martin, my job has become much easier. I don't have to think too hard about selecting films. Having Martin in the lead is a guarantee of success." Imperial and Cinemark are two of the 3 major theater chains in North America. Although theaters' profits largely come from merchandise sales, quality films are the key to attracting customers. Gray added, "For Martin's new film, John Wick, Imperial guarantees a 60% screening rate." Daniel emphasized, 4 weeks. Gray thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay," he went on to say, "for the next film starring Martin, which is also the new project directed by Nolan, can Warner Brothers sign an exclusive screening agreement with Monarch? This means that the film cannot be screened in other theaters." Daniel directly asked for a sky-high price, 7-3 splits. "That's impossible," Gray almost shouted out. He emphasized, "Don't forget that it is an original science fiction film." Daniel also emphasized, "Please don't forget that it is a science fiction film starring Martin Davis and directed by Christopher Nolan." Of course, the two could not reach an agreement on this kind of exclusive agreement, and they quickly changed the subject. But for John Wick, Monarch Cinemas would provide sufficient resources to support it. AMC soon notified Daniel and asked for more copies of the film. As a matter of course, John Wick was confirmed to open in about 3,800 theaters in North America, surpassing The Matrix 2 with 3,603 theaters, and will set a new record for the release of R-rated films. The latter currently holds the North American opening record for Hollywood R-rated films, which is $91.77 million US. This is a sequel, an original non-sequel film. If the box office can exceed $50 million US in the first weekend, it is considered a huge hit. Martin's previous life, Cameron's Avatar made more than $77 million in North America in its first weekend. In Hollywood, original films are inherently inferior in the eyes of distributors and theater companies. Immediately, the crew and Martin began intensive pre-release publicity work, traveling back and forth from North America to Europe. Road shows, interviews, talk shows, etc. The promotion of this film does not need to be surprising, as long as it follows the normal pattern. Because Martin almost paid the price of his life to do the best publicity. Warner Brothers deliberately mixed the video of Martin at the Santa Monica Pier with part of the trailer of the film and put it on the internet. Netizens found it very exciting and thought that there was no sense of incongruity when the two were put together. The topic of murder caused by dogs is also fermenting, and more people are joining the discussion and enjoying the fun of playing with memes. ABC TV's Morning Ace program, Good Morning America, specially invited Martin to the live broadcast room as a guest to share the relationship between the protagonist Jonathan and the dog Daisy. The host Diane Sawyer asked, in the trailers released by the crew and other promotional materials, did you go on a killing spree because of a dog? It's not me, it's Jonathan, the male protagonist of the film. After Martin corrected himself, he specifically said, the dog Daisy was left to Jonathan by his wife Helen before she died. Jonathan loved Helen deeply and quit the killer industry for her. Daisy is Jonathan's emotional and spiritual sustenance. And the starting point of his new life. These are not spoilers, and the film itself is not afraid of spoilers. Daisy represents Jonathan's normal life, and Daisy's death completely broke Jonathan's peaceful life and changed his emotional and mental state. Jonathan picked up a gun and began his journey of revenge for Daisy. Time quickly came to late March. After an intensive publicity tour, the main members of the crew gathered in New York to prepare for the premiere of John Wick. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486, Traffic Password. New York, Lincoln Center, Metropolitan Opera House. Thousands of fans lined the red carpet, most wearing red t-shirts, while a few, emulating the male protagonist Jonathan from the trailer, donned sharp black suits. They had one thing in common: many had their faces painted like the Joker. The NYPD deployed a significant number of officers to maintain order, as there had been a surge in people disguising themselves as Jokers committing crimes recently. Maine, Chen Hu, Marcus, and Alexandra Daddario, along with other key cast members, walked the red carpet. Taylor Swift, who sang the theme song, also made a grand appearance. The crew's advance release of Safe and Sound had brought her significant attention. Director Chad walked the red carpet with his beloved dog, Daisy. The dog, the protagonist of the film's bloodbath, immediately became the center of attention. Martin, the male lead and the most influential member of the cast, made his final appearance. He arrived in a Cadillac flagship sedan, dressed in a sharp black Brioni couture suit, sporting a gleaming gold Cartier watch, and clutching the latest Nokia N95 phone. He arrived at the area wearing red t-shirts, picked up a Coca-Cola, and toasted with fans. As the Coke ran out, a thunderous roar erupted from the audience. Coke Warrior, Lameless, who is attending the premiere as a sponsor of the film, was beaming. Every time Martin walked the red carpet, it was a huge promotion for Coca-Cola. Sales of the commemorative Coke were increasing daily. Arriving alone in the media area, Martin whistled toward Chad and called out, "Hi, Daisy." The dog turned and ran toward Martin, circling him. Martin pulled out a dog biscuit and gave it to Daisy. Reporters frantically snapped photos, capturing the affectionate interaction between man and dog. The host leaned over to interview Martin. Martin patted Daisy on the head, and Daisy returned to Chad. The host asked, "Are you familiar with Daisy?" Martin replied, "Chad adopted Daisy in Atlanta while he was the action director on Wanted. I often played with her on set when she was little." The host asked a prepared question. Daisy has been very popular online because of the trailer, and some people are curious, why don't you have a dog? This question was meant to preempt any criticism. Martin said seriously, "I've always wanted to have one, but I've been so busy with work these past few years, choosing scripts and roles, preparing for filming, often shutting myself in one place to figure out my roles, and then running around for filming and press releases. I haven't been able to be there for her growing up." He smiled and said, I think having a dog means being with her light family, giving her the love and care she deserves. I don't have that right now." After the brief interview, Martin joined the other creative staff for a photo in front of the sponsor's backdrop. Alexandra winked at Min, who immediately made room next to Martin. Alexandra leaned close to Martin's left and slipped her arm through his. Martin felt a strange, soft, heavy presence pressing against the outside of his arm. Taylor Swift, to his right, looked down at herself, a flicker of despair in her eyes. There's no comparison, truly no comparison. But Taylor was bolder and more direct. In front of countless media cameras, she leaned close to Martin's ear, covered her mouth, and whispered, "I finished writing Martin's song. After the premiere, do you want to come and listen to it? I'm staying at the Hilton Hotel." Martin, wanting to hear the song Taylor had written for him, also covered his mouth and whispered, "Wait for me tonight. I'll come to your room." Taylor continued, "This song will be the first chart-topping single from my upcoming album. I said it was written just for you. Can you respond?" The photo session ended at this point, and Martin whispered, "As a friend, I asked you to write a song for me." Taylor smiled brightly. This song might even reach #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. Everyone walked into the theater. Alexandra followed Martin. When Taylor was out of sight, she asked, "Are you free tonight? Let's go to your apartment for a drink." Alexandra was wearing a corseted, halter-strap evening gown, the highest point of which was as striking as Mount Everest. She tilted her head to look at Martin, her eyes as innocent and adorable as a young husky's. How could anyone resist? Martin was a kind man. He didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, let alone disappoint such a beautiful woman. He said, "Tomorrow night? Tomorrow night we'll enjoy the night view of Central Park while savoring some fine wine." Alexandra smiled and said, "Call me tomorrow. My house is very close." Not far behind them, Min and Bruce were walking together. Min glanced at the tall Taylor in front of him, then at the volcanic Alexandra behind him, and said, "The boss is going to be busy these past few days." Bruce nodded. "He still wants to come to New York for a vacation." "Naive," Min said. "Bruce, shall we go out for drinks tonight?" Bruce shook his head. "I have a date with a friend tonight." Kim and Chloe were both in New York and had plans to meet Bruce for supper. Female friend. Min felt even more desolate when Bruce nodded. With a strange indignation, he said, "How dare you leave me alone?" Bruce was about to speak when his phone rang with a text message. Min quickly pulled out his phone. It was from Celine Dion. He stopped and called back. "I just saw you on the live broadcast," someone said. "You're in New York, and I am too. After the premiere, come meet me at the Waldorf Astoria." Min smiled and replied, "Wait for me tonight. No matter how late I finish, I'll definitely come see you." His phone switched to vibrate, and Min raised his head, chest puffed out. "Bruce, I have an appointment tonight with Celine Dion. I can't come with you." Bruce snarled, "You're disloyal." Min hummed a song as he entered the theater lobby and headed straight for the front row. He observed the packed crowd of the Metropolitan Opera House, which seats over 4,000. Everywhere he looked, everyone was dressed in black suits or red t-shirts. Following Martin meant walking on the right path. There were many things Martin never spoke of, but Min knew them all. Unrelated sentence fragment. 1691. For example, in director Christopher Nolan's new project, Emma Thomas had only agreed to play a supporting role. However, Martin had recently met with the director personally, and the role he auditioned for became the second male lead. His role carries the second most screen time, second only to Martin's. While his politically correct skin color might have been a bonus, Min knew Martin was the key. Of course, he'd long since stopped using those politically correct words. Min had seen enough to know his own limits, and after his rise to fame, he'd never again harped on about nuclear weapons. The main cast and crew came together in the front row, waving to the audience. The Metropolitan Opera House erupted in thunderous applause. "Martin, I love you, forever the Co-King," similar cries echoed endlessly. Ted and a few friends sat high up in the air, perfectly positioned to see Martin. The fans' frantic cheers filled the air. Makara, attending her first premiere, was stunned by the frenzied excitement and said, "The movie hasn't even started yet." She wasn't a Martin fan, but had become aware of the film after the Santa Monica Pier incident and, drawn to the topic of dogs, had come with friends to the premiere. Ted raised his voice, "Haven't you seen the preview reviews? They're fantastic," he declared. "Martin is the ultimate guarantee of film quality." Someone, unsure of who was behind it, started shouting, Coke war god. Cola war god, Ted joined in. In such a frenzy, even though Makara wasn't a Martin fan, she was still moved and joined in the chants. Taylor, listening to the roar that threatened to lift the theater's ceiling, in the front row, felt even more confident that it was all worth it. With Martin's popularity, if she could generate buzz around it, her single would definitely get a lot of attention. A Martin song. This girl, not even 20 years old, was getting better and better at grasping the secrets of traffic. Chad, making his directorial debut, was so excited that he nearly cried. There are countless people in Hollywood who dream of directing. Only a tiny fraction ever get the chance to direct a film, and even fewer still have the good fortune of having their work released theatrically. The noise gradually died down, and the crew members took their seats. The big screen flickered to life, and the lights on the ceiling dimmed. The premiere of John Wick began. This is a film that prioritizes action over drama, focusing entirely on fighting and killing. All the drama serves as a linchpin for the protagonist's onslaught. The murder of his beloved dog and the theft of his car prompt Jonathan, a super slayer who had retired from the world of love, to return to the world. A dog sets off a long and deadly journey of revenge. Martin's action scenes are mostly long takes, with fiery gunfights, close combat, and chases, all of which he delivers with dynamism and excitement. Director Chad even employed several long action shots lasting over 2 minutes. Every punch and every fiery gunfight ignited the audience's fury. Martin's kill scenes are especially effective, never dragging things out. Whenever he knocks down an enemy, he either follows up with a follow-up shot or a finishing blow, never giving his foes a chance to strike back. This gives fans, often fed by traditional Hollywood action films, a sense of exhilaration that should be expected. Martin fully embodies the concept of the suited thug. Although the film's dramatic scenes are limited, his outstanding acting eloquently imbues the character with a humanity and emotional depth beyond his cool exterior. Whether it's Ted, Makara, or the rest of the audience, Martin's professionalism and exceptional delivery draw them into the incredibly dangerous world of John Wick. They feel as if they are Jonathan, charging forward to take down both Daisy's killer and his father, a Russian gangster. Chapter 487 The most suicidal thing in history. Leaving the Met, Ted felt unsatisfied. When was the last time he'd seen such a thrilling action film? He thought briefly, and it suddenly occurred to him, Martin's Wanted. The entire film gave the villains no room for rambling, they'd kill him without a word of rambling. Just like Martin's action scenes, they were clean, sharp, and direct, without a single word of drag. Beside him, Makar looked infatuated. Martin is so handsome. He's my man from now on. This incredibly cool film completely captivated her. Ted nodded repeatedly. This is the benchmark for action movies. Every punch hits the flesh, every move is deadly, every shot to the head. Those long-winded action films have the nerve to cast their protagonists as assassins or secret agents? What are the basic criteria for a qualified assassin or secret agent? No nonsense. In the car leaving Lincoln Center, Makara pulled out her iPhone to check the latest news on John Wick online, and gave it a 9 on IMDb. Martin's incredibly cool personality alone is worth a score. On premiere night, the John Wick section on IMDb was flooded with rave reviews from fans. Martin is the only person in Hollywood who could be this cool. Watch Martin in real life shoot out Russian spies, kick them in the crotch, choke them, gouge them in the eyes, and even blow them in the head with a bottle of Coke. And then watch him in the movie, it's just as cool. Martin's skills are truly impressive, especially the protagonist Jonathan. It's more like Martin imbued Jonathan with that toughness. His impressive skills, paired with his impeccably tailored suit, brought back the image of the Coke King of Santa Monica Pier. And when the protagonist Jonathan blew a Russian gang leader's head off with a bottle of Coke, everyone in the theater smiled knowingly. It exploded. I exploded right where I stood. Even a nuclear explosion couldn't compare to Martin's charisma in this film. By the time Martin returned to the Hilton Hotel, a piece of news had become a hot topic on the internet. The most suicidal thing ever, killing Jonathan's dog. Other topics began to emerge. There's one thing in Hollywood you absolutely cannot mess with, Martin's dog. Moviegoers' creativity is boundless, and soon others followed suit. 3 things you can't touch in the movie industry: Jason Statham's package, Liam Neeson's daughter, and Martin Davis's dog. Undoubtedly, the production team and Warner Brothers were fanning the flames behind the scenes, and the post-screening promotional campaign was in full swing. In the Hilton Hotel's luxurious suite, Martin was about to go to the room Taylor had mentioned when someone knocked on the door. Bruce looked through the peephole and said, "Taylor Swift." Martin nodded. "Let her in." Taylor entered Martin's room, carrying her guitar case. Bruce nodded and left. Taylor locked the door behind her and asked, "I was waiting for you. Why didn't you come over?" Martin said, "I just got back. I had to shower and change clothes." Taylor plopped down on the armrest of the sofa, opened her guitar case, and pulled out her acoustic guitar. "Which song do you want to hear first?" Martin leaned against a pillar, studying her carefully. "Have you written several songs for me? Two, to be exact. One I recently finished after my last burst of inspiration in Los Angeles." Taylor's eyes flickered with a particularly alluring intensity, clearly specially designed and trained, as if to say, "Come on. Come on." She smiled and said, "The other one has only a few syllables. I just wrote a simple tune and interjections. I haven't been able to finish it since I ran out of inspiration." Martin wondered if these interjections were serious. Could they be from God or something? Taylor looked helpless and helpless. "For a singer-songwriter like me, lack of inspiration is too daunting, so I need you to inspire me so I can finish the second song." Martin said, "Sing the first song first. I'll feel something, and then I can help you with the inspiration." "You want to feel something?" Taylor was surprised at first, then her eyes flickered and she said, "I understand." Martin had no idea what she understood. Taylor stood up, put down her acoustic guitar, and took off her coat. In less than half a minute, she transformed herself into a newborn baby. Taylor sat on the sofa across from Martin, strummed her acoustic guitar, and said, "You should be with me. Dedicated to my Martin." As she spoke, she crossed her legs and sang a song in a typical country pop style. "You're on the phone with your girlfriend, and she's very unhappy and keeps harping on what you're saying. She's wearing a short skirt, and I'm wearing a t-shirt. She's the cheerleader, and I can only stand in the open-air stands. You should be with me." As if performing on stage, Taylor's long legs frequently spread apart and changed the position of their intersections as she sang. Martin listened to the song, admired the scenery, and soon felt a connection. When Taylor finished singing the song, he asked, "Do I sound like a scumbag?" Taylor laughed crisply, "Don't I?" Martin didn't intend to defend himself at all and said, "It's a very good song. I feel like it could be on Billboard." Taylor kept on talking about the previous topic. "You don't want to be a scumbag, is there a good way?" She put down her acoustic guitar, walked over and put her arms around Martin's neck. "Break up with Elizabeth Olsen, okay? Be my boyfriend." Martin separated her hands, took 2 steps back, and said, "Taylor, we agreed that it was just to inspire creative inspiration, not anything else." Taylor stepped back after a little trial and said, "Help me promote this song." "No problem. Martin is very particular about this, and he said the same thing. This is the song I took the initiative to invite you to create." Taylor walked to the speaker, found a dance CD, put it in and turned on the music. "I've been practicing dancing in the past 6 months to prepare for the concert. See how I dance." Taylor, without her costume, twisted her body to the beat of the music. Soon, the music paused, and Taylor began singing a song composed of interjections and phrases like "God" and "fuck," but it was a repetitive repetition of the same phrases, a clear sign of a creative drought. Martin's attention to others had repeatedly inspired Taylor's work that night, finally allowing her to develop new phrasing beyond the simple lyrics. But truly completing the song wouldn't take 1, or even 2, nights. The next morning, exhausted, Taylor was sent back to her room by Martin to catch up on some sleep. Martin had already left early to join the cast and crew for an NBC taping to further promote the film. John Wick had already premiered, and Rotten Tomatoes had released its censorship rating. The website had collected nearly 80 professional reviews, with an 89% rating, a resounding 89% for an R-rated action film. The praise was largely focused on Martin's performance in the coherent and engaging action sequences, while the negatives were mostly directed at the literary drama and themes, such as its weak plot and lack of depth. For a commercial action film, no one cares about negative reviews like these. The following appears to be unrelated and likely a separate topic. On IMDb, thanks to Martin, the film received a rating of 8.9 after being released. Martin's fans, and action movie fans in general, are practically praising the film. CinemaScore, based on audience ratings collected at the premiere, averaged an A. While not as good as The Dark Knight, it's still a top-notch film. There aren't many commercial films that receive better reviews than The Dark Knight. Of course, there are also critics, such as Richard Brody, a film critic for The New Yorker, who gave both John Wick and Martin 1 star in his 5-star column. The comments were harsh. Martin Davis, who just won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, is such a disappointment. His new film lacks any artistic ambition. It's nothing but fighting and killing, a hollow, gloomy scene. His stardom is nothing more than that, but in contrast, the midnight showing of John Wick was packed. Chad's first independently directed film was released, and despite knowing the critical acclaim and promising market prospects, he was still nervous and couldn't sit still. In the dark of night, he went alone to a small, inconspicuous nearby theater, bought a ticket, and entered the midnight showing of John Wick. Standing in the back row, Chad looked out and saw that the theater was packed with people. It was packed. Chad sat in the last row like an ordinary audience member, quietly watching the movie with his fans. Only then could he feel at ease. How could the reputations in the reports and online be as reliable as what he saw in person? The theater was extremely quiet the entire time. Throughout the entire movie, Chad didn't see anyone leave for the bathroom. There was no peeing moment. When Martin blew a villain's head off with a Coke bottle, the theater was like a calm lake with Shaquille O'Neal thrown into it, and the water exploded with a bang. The audience cheered wildly, and hundreds of people shouted together, "Coke God! Cola God!" Similarly, when the film concluded, the atmosphere exploded once again, with continuous cheers. Applause broke out from nowhere, then the entire theater erupted in a relentless, premiere-like ovation. At that moment, Chad's mind was blank, seemingly unsure of what had happened. But he was certain that he and the entire creative team had created something truly cool. The audience loved it, and nothing mattered more. After the film, Chad sat alone in a corner of the theater until everyone had left. Then he stood up and slowly walked out. Pulling out the iPhone Martin had given him, he excitedly called everyone on the team. "Guys, we fucking nailed it." Mean, who was currently trying to persuade Celine Dion, answered the phone and said, "Isn't it normal to succeed with Boss Martin?" Chad stood by the roadside, holding onto a lamppost, laughing. The relief of the pressure he felt released almost staggered him. He called Martin again, and when he picked up, he asked, "Chad?" Chad heard a sharp gasp and quickly said, "It's okay." As soon as he hung up the phone, Chad found a clown in front of him. He was wearing a black suit similar to Jonathan's. Thinking that the clown was here to ask for his autograph, he subconsciously took out a pen. "Don't move." The clown took his hand out of his pocket and showed a small revolver. "Give me your phone." Chad obediently gave him the phone. The clown successfully robbed and ran away. Chapter 488 North American March box office record. In his apartment near Central Park, Martin finished washing his face with cleanser and panted heavily. It was truly exhilarating. Alexandra Daddario's natural talent was truly immense. Martin took a breath and said, "I'm dying of suffocation." Alexandra stood up and poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Martin. "Did the director just call?" Martin took a sip, breathing more freely, and said, "Chad went to the midnight show and must have been a bit upset." Alexandra clinked glasses with Martin and, before taking a sip, said, "Can you come visit me in New York more often? I'm so lonely." As she spoke, she sat on Martin's lap, her natural talent clearly on display before him. Martin was a kind and conscientious man. He had previously recommended Alexandra for the lead role in Wes Craven's horror film, The House of Devil. Acting skills aren't the most demanding for a leading role in a horror film, but a striking figure and appearance are generally required. So, Alexandra was proactive. Martin, convinced that Alexandra was truly gifted, took a bite and said, "Of course I should come often." One morning, as Martin and Alexandra sat in the dining room, enjoying the breakfast she had meticulously prepared, Martin's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Martin answered, but it was Chad's voice. "I went to a late-night show last night at a remote theater, and ended up getting mugged. A clown stole my phone." Hearing Chad's description, Martin couldn't help but laugh. "You're so confident in New York City's safety, going to a remote theater all by yourself," Chad said. "I think that kind of place is more representative." Martin thought for a moment and said, "I'm not at the hotel right now, but I'll be there soon." After a quick breakfast, Alexandra drove Martin back to the Hilton Hotel. The crew had rented a conference room at the hotel, and when Martin entered, besides Chad and Marcus, Louise and Daniel were also there. Daniel said, "Anyway, this is also an eye-catching news." Chad was not as thick-skinned as Martin, and said, "I always feel a little embarrassed." Louise said, "Don't you want the movie to be more talked about? And you have already called the police." There will be a related report no later than tomorrow. Chad thought about the box office of the movie, gritted his teeth and said, okay. Martin thought more. The person who robbed Chad dressed up as a clown. How about this? I tried to appeal to him to return Chad's phone. Louise continued. Will he return it? Won't the PD take the opportunity to arrest him? We'll just say he borrowed Chad's phone. Martin understood the style of the PDs. An ordinary Apple phone is only a few $100s. Even if the NYPD catches him, the expenditure will far exceed the gains. Generally speaking, such things will be turned a blind eye. For such a small case, the PDs will also calculate the economic accounts. Daniel immediately grasped the essence of the situation. This will attract media attention. He asked a crucial question. What if he doesn't return it? Martin laughed. We don't want the phone, we want the attention. He looked at Chad. Don't force it if you disagree. This was his first directorial venture, and Martin wanted the film to be a success even more than Chad did. He thought for 2 seconds before saying, okay, I'll do as you say. Martin nodded and asked, you don't have any nude photos or anything like that on your phone, right? No. Chad said with a hint of confidence. You gave me the phone last year. I've been focusing on the movie, so I don't have the time or energy to worry about women. A few people devised a strategy and immediately notified the professional team. Less than half an hour later, a new message appeared on Martin's personal blog. John Wick director Chad Stahelski lent his phone to a fan last night. In a hurry to leave, he forgot it. I hope the fan can contact the crew or Chad himself, or drop it off at the front desk of the Manhattan Hilton. There was also a temporary contact number. The message was quickly shared by numerous websites. Before noon, a swarm of reporters had already gathered outside the Hilton Hotel. Anyone with even a passing understanding of social reality could see that the term borrowing was merely a euphemism. For a moment, the already popular film was fueled by even more excitement. Rhea had also seen Martin's statement. Ever since the release of The Dark Knight last year, he'd been a mad admirer of Martin and the Joker. Born poor, he'd naturally emulated the Joker, donning the Joker's makeup and frequently going on $0 shopping sprees. The Santa Monica Pier incident had only heightened his admiration for Martin, a Hollywood star with genuine fighting skills. Last night, Rhea was in high spirits after a late-night showing of John Wick. The movie was truly captivating, and he was so excited he wanted to celebrate when he ran into a hapless person with an iPhone. He had no choice but to give it up. Rhea had no idea the unlucky guy he'd robbed was actually the director of a film he loved so much. After pondering it at home for a while, Rhea logged onto Martin's blog and abandoned his plans to sell his phone. He wasn't just a fan of the Joker, he'd also joined the cult of Coca-Cola, so of course he had to respond to the leader's call. But Rhea wouldn't send it to the Hilton Hotel front desk. After all, he had a long list of robberies on his hands. If he were to be thrown into Arkham Asylum, he might consider it. Rhea thought for a moment, then grabbed his phone and left home. He headed to Manhattan, gazing at the Hilton Hotel from afar. He donned a common, tattered hat, found a nearby public phone without surveillance cameras, and dialed the number he'd written down. When the call connected, he muttered, "The first red trash can on the southwest side, behind the Hilton Hotel." He hung up and slowly walked over, dropping the phone, wrapped in a black plastic bag, into the trash can as if it were trash. He wandered around to the hot dog stand across the street, bought a hot dog, and sat behind the glass wall, staring at the trash can. Rhea hoped his leader and the celebrity he admired wouldn't disappoint him. Inside the hotel, Chad put down his phone and looked over at Martin and Louise, who were chatting casually. He said, "There's a call. It's in the trash can by the back door." Louise picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Spread the word. Say there's a message on the phone." The assistant downstairs sprang into action, tipping off the reporters and paparazzi at the door. Martin adjusted his clothes slightly and, with professionalism, donned his Cartier watch, which had been set aside. He also picked up his new Nokia phone, deliberately showing the logo side. When it came to getting paid, Martin was always reliable. Chad hurried out. Martin quickly followed. Chad asked, "Are all the reporters at the front door?" "They should be," Martin said, glancing through a window as he passed. Chad, a novice at publicity, fretted, "But the phone's by the back door." Martin reminded him, "Can't we just go out the front and go around to the back?" "That works too," Chad realized. The two took the elevator downstairs and, escorted by several hotel security guards and Bruce, exited the main entrance. At least 20 or 30 reporters gathered around, shouting, "Martin, have you found Director Chad's phone? Someone said it's been delivered. Where is he? Will he be able to speak with us?" Martin remained silent, glancing at Chad. Chad shouted, "Let's get the phone now. Make way." The reporters and paparazzi in front automatically moved aside. Martin and Chad circled the hotel and arrived near the back door, immediately spotting a red trash can on the southwest side. Chad ran over and reached for his phone. Someone had thrown out some unfinished ice cream, leaving his hand covered in a milky white liquid. The surrounding cameras and video cameras simultaneously captured the embarrassing moment of this newly popular action film director. With John Wick so popular, there's no shortage of attention. Each piece of related news represents traffic and money. Chad wiped the milky white stain off his hands and finally pulled out a black plastic bag. Inside, he found an iPhone. Flashes flashed wildly as Chad, under the scrutiny of dozens of cameras, entered the password and unlocked the iPhone. The background image was a picture of him operating the camera on the set. "It's my phone," Chad, having gained some experience after this, flashed the screen to the reporters. He returned it. After snapping away, the reporters turned their cameras elsewhere, trying to find the one who had sent the phone. At the hot dog stand, Rhea leisurely finished his hot dog and smiled as the reporters once again surrounded Chad and Martin. The leader hadn't let him down by not bringing the NYPD. Rhea was a seasoned retailer. He could smell the PD from 50 meters away. He pulled out a BlackBerry he'd snatched last month, turned it on, logged onto IMDb, clicked on the John Wick section, and posted in the comments section. "Martin is a great star who proactively protects his fans. I'll always admire Martin. Long live the master." After posting his comment, Rhea left the hot dog stand and headed away from the Hilton Hotel. News and rumors surrounding John Wick continued to fuel audiences' desire to see the film. Although it wasn't a PG or PG-13 family-friendly film, and its R rating would likely draw a significant number of young viewers, all theaters showing John Wick maintained exceptionally high attendance. On its first day in North America, the film grossed a staggering $21.78 million from 3,806 theaters, setting a record for the highest single-day box office in March. Previously, no Hollywood film had ever grossed over $20 million in a single day during March, the traditionally slow season. Chapter 489. Tom was inspired by Martin. Spring is often the slowest season for Hollywood movies, even worse than September and October after the summer blockbusters, when blockbuster films are rare. But John Wick changed that dynamic, its explosive attendance telling studios and theater chains that it wasn't a lack of audiences for spring movies, but rather a lack of appeal. Not only ordinary audiences, but also stars, directors, and producers, especially those in the action film industry, flocked to theaters to see John Wick. In Los Angeles, Tom Cruise and Brad Bird enjoyed the film together in a VIP room at the Cinemark Cinemas in Century City Plaza. Even though the audience on the first floor had already dispersed, the two showed no sign of leaving, intending to see it a second time. Brad Bird, who directed The Incredibles, had a notebook filled with notes from his recent viewing. It grossed over $20 million on its first day in North America, and the word of mouth is bang on, Tom Cruise explained, sharing the latest information. The actual budget for this film was only over $40 million, Brad Bird nodded and said, "Actually, I almost did a deal with Martin Davis. Tom, you know, my agency is WMA. When Martin Davis was looking for a director for Wanted, Ollie approached me. I was interested, but I didn't have confidence in him and gave up before I even met him," Tom Cruise said. "I think this film will be helpful for Mission Impossible 4, which we're working on," Brad Bird bluntly stated. "The action sequences in this film, as well as Martin's personal choreography, are something we can learn from." Tom Cruise had been plagued by troubles in the past 2 years. His starring roles in films like Lions for Lambs and Valkyrie had all received mediocre reviews. He was on the verge of falling from superstardom and desperately needed a blockbuster to solidify his position. The Mission Impossible series naturally became a priority. This time, he chose Brad Bird, who had previously directed Pixar films, as director. Bird said, "Tom, I think you really need to talk to Martin. A lot of what he showed in this film, if properly applied to our future projects, could be very helpful." Tom Cruise always maintained a vigorous fitness regimen, but there was something he had to admit: "I'm nowhere near Martin's skill level. Brad Bird glanced at his notebook and said, "What's Martin's most commendable contribution to this film?" "His personal involvement. The Santa Monica Pier incident created the initial buzz for John Wick, and the over 10 different footage of the pier could be considered part of the film," he pondered. Whether it was the pier incident itself or the film's numerous long action shots, Martin brought a sense of realism, and a courage and determination that perfectly matched the character. Tom Cruise recalled the footage of the pier incident, thought about the film he had just seen, and reflected on Martin's personal experiences. Suddenly, an idea struck him: to personally experience these dangerous situations and perform those incredible action scenes. Brad Bird paused, still pondering. Tom Cruise, a star well versed in the mechanics of the film market, immediately thought of more. "Our film is called Mission Impossible, and it's all about pushing boundaries. If I personally perform those impossible scenes, it won't only enhance the film's appeal but also provide excellent promotional material." Brad Bird understood and said, "You're a superstar. So the publicity will be excellent." Tom Cruise nodded slightly and asked, "What if I invite Martin to play a role? Design a role slightly less consequential than Ethan Hunt, a superstar, combined." Brad Bird resisted the temptation. The balance of roles was too difficult, so he euphemistically said, "The budget would explode. Paramount would never agree." Tom Cruise abandoned the idea and said, "I'll have someone contact Martin Davis and talk to him personally." Brad Bird said, "Okay," he added, "it's not just about that. There's also marketing." A murder caused by a dog has become a hot topic of discussion across the internet in just a few days. "I specifically asked Warner Brothers about this," Tom Cruise said. "This marketing aspect came from Martin's idea, and it's being managed by his studio team." Brad Bird laughed. "Martin Davis's dog has become the most untouchable person in America." Tom Cruise chuckled helplessly. "An old guy like me actually has to ask a young man like Martin for advice, but he's been a star for nearly 3 decades. And despite the media's widespread smear campaign in recent years, he's still managed to stay relevant. He truly has something unique about him. For example, he can calmly learn from others' strengths." At the AMC Theater in Century City, Quentin Tarantino and Harvey Weinstein were leaving the private room and heading to the parking lot. Harvey said as they walked, "I never thought that one day I'd be contributing to the box office for Martin Davis and Warner Brothers." Quentin smiled strangely. "It's your bad relationship with them that keeps you from getting the free tickets." Harvey was speechless for a moment. Suddenly, someone nearby yelled, "Don't steal my dog." "Are you trying to start a bloodbath?" Another shouted. "You're neither Jonathan nor Martin." Many people looked over, many bursting into laughter, clearly understanding the meaning. Harvey shook his head. "A $40 million movie made a $100 million hit?" Quentin stopped and looked over. "If you had given me a Martin, I could have made a $200 million hit with Inglourious Basterds." Harvey thought of Martin's refusal and the success of John Wick and felt like he'd lost $200 million in vain. What he didn't gain, he lost, didn't he? Harvey asked, "What do you think of this film?" "It's excellent. I think it'll become an action classic," Quentin said, changing his tone. "But there's one flaw. Martin fired so many shots, and not a single one hit anyone." Harvey ignored his old friend's ramblings and said, "Martin Davis's other film, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, co-starring David Fincher, will be competing at the Cannes Film Festival in May. Inglourious Basterds will also be in competition. You and the filmmakers should make some preparations." Quentin and Martin had no personal conflict, but competing for a Cannes Film Festival award was crucial to the film's overall promotional plan. Winning a major award at Cannes, whether for actor or film, would greatly benefit the film's subsequent commercial success. The older generation of Hollywood, whether analyzing the factors behind Martin's success or expressing envy and resentment, all cast their gazes with varying degrees of concern. Many of the younger generation also paid attention to Martin and the films he starred in, and some even considered him an idol. On Saturday evening, Kristen Stewart drove Dakota Fanning and Sophia Stallone to the Santa Monica Galleria. They had already agreed to see Martin's new film. As they parked in the underground parking lot, Dakota took out 2 silicone bowls and handed them to Sophia, saying, "Hurry, stuff them inside your clothes. Make them look bigger, look more mature, and don't let anyone see you're a brat. You're the brat." Sophia took them and stuffed them inside her clothes, instantly transforming the once ordinary airport into a mountain. Kristen checked the time and urged, "Hurry, hurry. I've seen media reports that tickets are packed. If you arrive late, you'll end up sitting in the very corner." Sophia stuffed the silicone bowls in and took out her makeup mirror. She was heavily made up, looking remarkably mature. Dakota said, "No problem. A lot of people are watching Martin's new movie, so if you're the right size, who cares about your exact age?" Sophia put away her makeup mirror and opened the car door. "Let's go. Let's go." The three of them entered the mall and headed straight for the nearest Cinemark theater. Dakota and Sophia both said goodbye to their families and told Kristen they were staying the night. Although it was a bit late, the Cinemark was packed with people. The lobby was packed, mostly fans waiting to see John Wick. Kristen waited in line for a long time before getting the 3 tickets she had reserved. The lobby was so crowded there was no room to sit, and the line at the ticket gate stretched almost to the theater entrance. The 3 of them joined the line. Dakota said, "When I grow up, I'll have the same kind of charisma as Martin. I'll wake up laughing in my dreams." "You're so famous," Sophia said. "My fame came from being a child star, but it's only a burden as an adult," Dakota pointed at Kristen. "There are very few child stars who make the transition as smoothly as she does." Kristen shared her personal experience. "You need someone important to support you." Sophia understood and asked Dakota, "Do you want to act with Martin?" Dakota remained non-committal. The 3 of them quickly had their tickets checked. The ticket inspector simply glanced at Sophia's puffed-out chest and let them in. As expected, the theater was packed like a free prize. The 3 of them had to sit in the back row, which was packed with people. Dakota said, "This movie's going to be a box office hit." Sophia rolled her eyes. "It's already a hit." The lights on the screen came on, and Kristen reminded her, "Shut up and watch the movie." Saturday passed, and John Wick maintained its Friday high, taking in another $21.97 million in North America. The film has received rave reviews and is generating a lot of buzz. "A Dog Caused the Murder" has been the top trending search on Google for 2 consecutive days. This trending topic has also spread spontaneously through memes among movie fans. Memes like "You want my dog's life, I want yours" have become popular online. Leveraging this buzz, and crucially, the impact of the Santa Monica incident, John Wick grossed a whopping $58.89 million in North America during its opening weekend. This also set a new opening record for an original R-rated, non-sequel film. Chapter 490 Martin's Song. On Monday, the crew flew to London for promotional events. Martin emerged from his room early in the morning to find Chad waiting in the hallway. Chad's eyes were red and his eye bags were thick, clearly sleep-deprived. He stepped forward, hugged Martin tightly, and rasped, "We're the fucking box office champions." Martin laughed. "Men, we're doing pretty good." Chad glanced at Louise as she emerged from Martin's room and thought to himself, "You're really doing a good job. You have a different woman every night." He'd seen her in person the past few days, including Taylor Swift, Alexandra Daddario, Angela Lindwall, and Louise Mayer. Louise waved to Chad generously and went back to her adjacent room to put on her makeup. The hallway was temporarily clear of other people. Chad said, "With such a big success, I really need to find some women to celebrate." Martin joked, "That's right. I can hug you without hesitation from now on." The door slammed shut, and Mean, who lived on the same floor, left. Chad strode over and embraced her vigorously. "Thank you, man." Before Mean could reply, the door opened again, and Celine Dion walked out. Chad was stunned for a moment. Celine Dion, radiant, nodded at Chad and said, "I saw that movie you made. It's amazing." She looked at Martin again. "You're so cool." Martin smiled and said, "Thank you." Mean asked, "Am I not cool?" "Honey, you're the coolest." Celine Dion kissed him softly. "Your tongue is amazing." Martin suddenly thought of a key question. At the Cannes Film Festival in May, the president of the jury seemed to be Isabelle Huppert. By the way, what decade was she born in? Chad looked at Martin with envy, then at Mean with envy, and sighed to himself that he was such a failure as a director. He hadn't figured out the unspoken rules or the red sofa. Mean pointed to the elevator and said, "I'm going to see Celine off. We'll talk later." Celine Dion waved to Martin and Chad and followed Mean. Chad looked at Martin and said, "The leading actor and the supporting actor are both more extravagant than the other, but the director is a miserable bachelor." Martin joked, "Aren't there going to be a few female roles in the next movie? You have the final say on the casting, but if you make a promise, you have to keep it, or don't mess around." Chad waved his hand and said, "I'd better find a serious girlfriend." The two of them went downstairs together. Whenever Chad met the main creative staff of the crew, he would go up to them and hug them and say thank you. Arriving at the restaurant for dinner, Chad continued, The opening box office of $58.89 million is much better than I expected. Unfortunately, to maintain the film's quality and appeal, it had to be rated R, so most teenagers can't get into theaters. Martin, slicing an omelet, said, "That's okay. These target customers won't churn. They'll become the biggest consumers when the DVD comes out." Chad tapped his forehead lightly. "I've been so nervous lately that my head's been foggy. I forgot there's a DVD market after the theatrical release." He asked, "How many DVD sales have there been for The Dark Knight?" Martin replied simply, "After I won the Best Supporting Actor Oscar, Warner Brothers released a commemorative edition DVD, which boosted sales. Sales are now $400 million, but it's unlikely to increase in the near future. We expect total sales to reach $500 million in the next year." He remembered that in his previous life, the global DVD sales of Avatar had exceeded the North American box office. Chad, who also received a mandatory share of DVD sales from the Directors Guild, said sincerely, "I hope the DVD sales of John Wick will break $100 million. Very hopeful." As one of the investors, Martin naturally hoped so. He reminded him, "After you finish your promotional campaign, take a break and then prepare for the sequel." Chad said, "I'm already thinking about the plot structure and action design for the sequel." Martin's phone rang. He checked the caller ID and answered it. Taylor Swift's voice came from the other end. "Martin, my first hit song, You Should Be With Me, is officially hitting the charts today. Don't forget to respond." Martin said, "I will." Riding the wave of popularity generated by John Wick, Taylor's rendition of Safe and Sound has already reached the Billboard Top 10. In the music video specially filmed for the occasion, the tall Taylor Swift, dressed in a long white gauze dress, walks barefoot through desolate wilderness and tranquil forests, like a fairy. John Wick has also brought Taylor a wave of new fans. Many members of the cult of Coke have even spontaneously added her to their list of holy women. In Nashville, Taylor Swift's new single release is underway. Big Machine Records and its publicist had already spread rumors that You Should Be With Me was written specifically for Martin. This news spread widely in the streets and online, garnering widespread attention. With Martin's help, Taylor increasingly mastered the art of generating traffic. Nearly 100 media outlets attended the single's release event. Besides Taylor Swift's own fans, another group also showed up. Hundreds of members of the Colombian goddess cult, wearing red t-shirts, held banners that read, "Support the Holy Lady of the Colombian Goddess." The event began with a band playing music, and Taylor performed her chart-topping single live. Reporters and fans were stunned. The song was clearly about a young girl secretly in love with a boy. Taylor wrote it for Martin Davis, so who was that crush? When the song ended and the media took the question and answer session, all the reporters erupted in excitement. The style of the song, the melodic structure of the performance, was irrelevant. The first reporter called on to ask a question took the microphone and asked, "Taylor, did you write this song for Martin?" Taylor, already knowing the key to the flow, said, "Yes, when I was writing Safe and Sound for John Wick, Martin once asked me if I could write a song for him. Later, I went to Los Angeles to record the theme song for John Wick, and I worked with Martin frequently. He inspired me to write this song." The press gallery erupted in laughter. It was indeed written for Martin. The next reporter asked more directly, "Listening to your performance, the lyrics sound like a story about a girl's secret crush on a boy. Taylor, do you have a crush on Martin?" Of course, Taylor wouldn't deny it. A man as outstanding as Martin is every girl's dream lover, right? The reporter didn't care about the song at all, focusing all his questions on gossip. "So you have a crush on Martin too?" Taylor was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I like Martin." Big Machine Records boss, Barchetta, was standing off to the side of the stage, listening to Taylor's unhurried response with a heartfelt thumbs up. This girl really knows how to attract media attention. For a new generation of singers, singing alone isn't enough. The next reporter, particularly knowledgeable about Martin, took the microphone and asked, "As far as I know, Martin's current girlfriend, Elizabeth Olsen, was a cheerleader in high school. Taylor, is the cheerleader in your lyrics referring to her?" Taylor replied, "Cheerleader is just a metaphor, not a specific person." The reporter pressed her, asking, "What's your relationship with Martin now?" "We're very good friends," Taylor said, knowing the ropes. "Of course, if we could take it a step further, I'd dream of it." The press conference had completely morphed, transforming from a single release into a gossip-filled Q&A, and the effect was astonishing. Online, Martin's blog, the co-cult website, Taylor's blog, and various film and music forums were all devoted to discussing this gossip. Many young celebrities have expressed their secret crush on Martin in front of the media, but none have managed to write a Martin song like Taylor did. Taylor and her new single quickly gained popularity, becoming a hot topic across the US, just like John Wick, Chase, London, Heathrow Airport. The cast and crew of John Wick had just exited the departure gate when they were startled by the array of British paparazzi. Hundreds of people, armed with cameras, microphones, and recorders, crowded the gate, blocked by airport security. Mean was surprised. "Are we so popular in the UK?" Chad shook his head. "Listen carefully, they seem to be asking about Martin's gossip." Martin, understanding, walked out calmly. Reporters' cries continued to echo. "Did Taylor Swift write a song for you? What do you think about Taylor publicly confessing her love for you? You cheated on Elizabeth Olsen, didn't you? Martin Davis, are you a scumbag? Are you afraid to respond publicly?" Martin stopped and saw a reporter from The Sun standing next to him. He nodded. The reporter quickly reached for his recorder. Martin said, "I did ask Taylor Swift to write that song. It was just a joke between friends, but I didn't expect her inspiration to be so strong, and she actually wrote a fantastic song." The reporter then asked, "Did you have sex?" Martin, of course, denied it. "Taylor and I are very good friends. Besides, my girlfriend is Elizabeth." Without answering any more questions, he left the airport with a crew. The frenzy of the British tabloids is world-renowned. With the exception of The Sun, which reported Martin's answer truthfully, all the other entertainment magazines distorted the story, spreading all sorts of nonsense. Both the British and American media were frantically covering John Wick and Taylor's new single, generating immense buzz. Even those who didn't like country music or knew Taylor Swift well were curious about how a female singer could express her love for a Hollywood star through song. The most important thing for a song or movie during its promotional period is buzz. John Wick continues to dominate the North American film market this week, and Taylor's hit single, John Wick, The Last Dance, topped the Billboard charts in just 3 days. With Martin's help, Taylor Swift secured her first #1 single. Chapter 491. The Child Has a Good Father. During a promotional visit to London, the British media dug up Martin's past relationships in detail. From Elisha Cuthbert to Anne Hathaway, Blake Lively to Elizabeth Olsen, there were certainly several serious girlfriends. Rumors of Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston were also not spared Fleet Street's wrath. Even Sam Mendes and Kate Winslet, currently in the midst of a divorce, were blamed on Martin. They even claimed the so-called co-cult saints were actually Martin Davis mistresses. As for rumored affairs with Taylor, Alexandra Daddario, and several Victoria's Secret supermodels, the media certainly didn't believe Martin's claims of simply being friends. There are many types of friends, including those who satisfy each other's sexual needs or have polite sex. Martin didn't care about these reports. He wasn't married and had no plans to get married. The media didn't make much of a fuss, and reports of Martin's philandering ways had been going on for years. Without a slew of rumored girlfriends, would I be considered the badass trio alongside Leo and Jack? At the film's London premiere, Martin, facing Kate Winslet, who had come to cheer him on, insisted, "It's normal for men and women to have needs for each other, isn't it? Many women are even more promiscuous than men." Walking down the aisle to the screening room, Kate agreed, "Yes, we do." Martin replied, "Don't worry, I never thought of it that way." They entered the theater, and as Martin passed the third row, Saoirse Ronan popped up. The 15-year-old girl had grown a lot taller and asked Martin, "Teacher, can we talk to each other for a few minutes?" Kate automatically went to the front, and Martin held the chair and asked, "What's the matter?" Saoirse said, "I received an audition invitation. Peter Jackson is the producer and director of a project adapted from the novel The Lovely Bones. The role is the heroine." Martin had a vague impression and said, "Peter Jackson's project should be reliable?" Saoirse asked, "I go to Los Angeles for the audition." Martin would not make decisions for others. "The premise is that you have to be interested." Saoirse nodded repeatedly. "I understand." Martin thought that this girl was very troublesome, so he reminded her, "I heard that Peter Jackson has very strict requirements and a bad temper. If you go to his crew, don't make trouble." "Be calm. How can I make trouble?" Saoirse defended. "I just like taking some pictures." Martin thought to himself, who is responsible for Emma Watson's diaper gate? He said, "Don't offend people carelessly, understand?" Saoirse blinked and said, "Teacher, I'm 15 now, "Not the little girl I used to be." Martin nodded and prepared to go to the front row. Saoirse added, "When you're free, I'll treat you to dinner." Martin, who had been working every night these days, thought it would be nice to take some time off. He said, "Tomorrow night, then." Saoirse said, "I'll take you to try some British cuisine." Martin immediately regretted his words. John Wick also received a strong response in the UK. British audiences rave about it after its premiere, and with Martin's popularity, attendance remained high. Paparazzi photos of Kate Winslet entering the set's hotel ignited rumors of an affair between her and Martin. But Martin and Kate ignored them. After Saoirse treated Martin to a meal of London cuisine at a French restaurant, John Wick enjoyed its first weekend in British cinemas, grossing £5.67 million from 528 theaters. Meanwhile, in Europe, markets like France, Germany, and Italy, where the film was released simultaneously, each earned around $5 million in its first weekend. The film's rating does have an impact on the market. In North America, John Wick continued to dominate the film market, with relatively stable box office performance, though its second weekend saw a drop of just over 50%, bringing its total to $27.74 million. Including the previous 4 days' revenue, the North American box office successfully surpassed $100 million, reaching a cumulative $108 million. Warner Brothers projected that John Wick would gross between $190 million and $210 million in North America. A sequel was naturally on the horizon, with the first film left open. Martin and the film's main cast embarked on an international promotional tour eastward, moving from Europe. However, they skipped Ukraine and Russia. There was no other way, a guilty conscience was a prey. Martin didn't want to go to Moscow. If something unexpected happened, like a car or plane crash, there was no point in calling God. Away from the UK and the US, Martin could finally enjoy a good vacation. But when they arrived in South Korea, Hollywood's backyard, the Koreans treated them with great hospitality. A South Korean film company affiliated with a certain group wanted to learn Hollywood's advanced filming and production methods, and even wanted to get its stars into Hollywood for a taste of success. The Korean entertainment industry, known for its sincerity and persuasiveness in this regard, sent a 9-member girl group to persuade Martin. It was well known that South Korea was far ahead of Hollywood in this area, and no matter how impressive a girl group was, it was nothing more than a tool in the hands of the agency. Desperate, Martin was forced to end his vacation and accept the Korean investment. Marcus's oral biography, Lone Survivor, was completed and would soon be released, with a film adaptation to follow. Martin had no plans to star in the film, as it was an ensemble piece and the returns were uncertain. The Korean investment was a good investment for the film and production. Even if the film lost money, his Davis Pictures studio would still make a profit. Martin also felt that the Korean company had a good eye for selecting the girl group. Regardless of whether it was artificially embellished or not, they were big where they should be, small where they should be, and they met the aesthetic standards of the normal person, not the kind of stilted, oversized figures. Compared to Korean entertainment agencies, Hollywood actors are in paradise. Inside the Olsen mansion in Sherman Oaks, Mary Olsen put down her newspaper and looked at her younger sister, Liz. Martin's all the rage right now. Elizabeth, who was feeding the dog, turned and said, "John Wick is a hit, with box office revenue exceeding $100 million in North America. It's only natural he's so popular." Ashley Olsen said, "The entertainment media has been gossiping about him lately." Mary warned, "He's a huge playboy, don't worry," Elizabeth said with a smile. "I'm the mistress of his house, not anyone else. As long as I don't give up, I'll always be the mistress of Davis Manor." Ashley was slightly taken aback. In some ways, that made sense. But Mary was worried about her younger sister. "He's best friends with Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson, those two," Elizabeth, not as innocent as she appeared, said. "I'm not Gisele Bündchen." She continued to tease the dog. "No matter how far he goes, he always comes home. I'm not trying to interfere with your private life, just know that." Mary didn't elaborate further on the subject. "When Martin comes back, invite him home." Elizabeth was quite confident. "He'll come," Ashley said. "We haven't seen John Wick yet. Let's go see a movie together? We can also support Elizabeth's boyfriend's box office success." Mary packed her things and said, "It's been a while since we've been together. Let's go." Elizabeth followed her two sisters to a nearby movie theater. Halfway through, she called Lily Carter and asked her to come over and play. In Burbank, Tony, clutching her slightly swollen belly with both hands, emerged from the theater once again. Carefully avoiding the crowds, she bought a Los Angeles Times and got into her car. Toni was watching John Wick for the third time. Thinking of Martin's heroic presence on screen, she gently rubbed her belly, lost in thought. So cool, so handsome, he's worthy of being the father of my child. The roar of a passing sports car interrupted Toni's daydream. She woke up and opened her new newspaper, flipping straight to the entertainment section, which showed the latest box office charts and statistics. The long list of numbers following John Wick made Toni dizzy. She resorted to simple calculations, eventually concluding that the figure was in the hundreds of millions. Martin's film had grossed over $100 million in North America alone. Toni laughed, curious about how much Martin would earn. He was said to be investing in the film, so a conservative estimate was $20 million. And this was just one movie. Toni knew that the more Martin performed well, the more secure her child's future would be, and the happier she would be as a mother. She started the car and headed back to her rented apartment in Burbank. On the way, Toni saw many people wearing red Coke t-shirts or clown face paint, and she felt they were insignificant. A true fan should have the courage to bear a child for their idol. Toni parked her car in a street spot and headed to her apartment, ready to go home. To ensure she could rest assured and prepare for her pregnancy, she'd paid a premium for a prime location. As she entered the apartment and waited for the elevator, someone behind her entered. Toni noticed the person looked familiar and couldn't help but take a second look. The man had long, greasy hair, a thick beard, and a long, horse-like face expressionless, as if paralyzed. Toni recognized him and tentatively asked, "Ben Affleck?" Ben had just moved in after selling his previous house. "Yes," he casually replied. Toni, reflecting on the rumors, instinctively took a few steps outside. Ben was a little furious, but having learned from his previous mistakes, he didn't do anything. He waited for the elevator to descend and then got in. Toni stood there, waiting for the next elevator to descend before going upstairs. Thanks to Monkey Brother for the leader's reward. I don't have any drafts saved yet, but I'll be adding the second chapter in the next few days. Chapter 492, Alliance of Losers. The sun rose high in the sky. Ben Affleck woke up from his hangover, patted his head, which felt like it was about to explode, opened his eyes, and checked the wall clock. It was almost 10 in the morning. He quickly got up, washed up briefly, put on a shoulder bag, and went to the elevator. The elevator was just coming down, and when he got in, he found another woman in the elevator. The woman had a bulging belly, and her hands were folded in front of her. She was obviously pregnant. She was the one he had met yesterday. Seeing the other person's face full of vigilance, Ben Affleck withdrew his gaze, waited for the elevator to stop, and was the first to leave. He drove north and soon after leaving Burbank, he arrived in the San Fernando Valley, where the film and television industry was equally large. Ben had been here before, and after a long drive, he came to a coffee shop in the valley, parked his car, and went in. Brad Pitt, with long hair and a beard, wearing a baseball cap, was sitting in the corner drinking coffee. Seeing Ben, he looked a little dissatisfied. "You're late, there was a traffic jam on the road." Ben made an excuse, ordered coffee and dessert, sat down across from Pete, and asked, "Why did you move here?" Pete also made an excuse, "I've had enough of Los Angeles, that troubled place, and I want to come here for some peace and quiet." Ben looked out the glass window. There was a studio area across the street, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. "Brad, you're not thinking of changing careers, are you?" Pete was stunned for a moment, and then the smile he forced was full of misery. "I haven't made a final decision yet. I'm talking to people to see if they're sincere and have a model." He rubbed his face. "Hey, what can I do? The bank won't lend me money. I still have some Fannie Mae shares, but Fannie Mae is delisted and can't be traded directly. A company told me that with an upfront fee of $10 million, they can revitalize my tens of millions of dollars in Fannie Mae assets. I can only find a way to make money." He told Ben about his own difficulties, which would not make Ben feel any better. "What about you? I heard that you've had a hard time these past 6 months. The slight joy Ben felt at hearing Brad Pitt's plight vanished in an instant. "Don't even mention it. I've been through divorce, compensation, and attacks from women all over Hollywood, led by Me Too. I'm no better off than you." The sadness in Brad Pitt's smile visibly faded. Seeing his friend suffering worse than he did brought him an inexplicable sense of relief. But he couldn't bear to see his friend suffer, so he asked, "Would you consider changing careers?" Ben's face darkened. Brad Pitt didn't have children, but he did. What would happen if his daughter saw a film like this on screen? Would she cheer him on? I still have some money, Ben said, having just sold a house. Brad Pitt's mood, which had been improving, suddenly darkened again, and he couldn't stop looking at Ben. Big Ben didn't come here to talk about these things today. He said, you and I shouldn't be in the situation we are in today. Our affairs are not a big deal in Hollywood. Didn't you just force some housework? Didn't I just have sex with some female students in acting classes? These are nothing. Pitt picked up the coffee and took a sip, muttering, times have changed, those women have become crazy. I also suffered the most shameful betrayal. And was stabbed by my wife and girlfriend. Big Ben asked him, who is behind Jolie and Aniston? Who is bumping into them and pushing them from behind? Pitt could answer this question with his eyes closed, gritting his teeth. Martin Davis. Big Ben stared at him and asked, I'm almost the same as you. I'm also related to Martin Davis. What? Pitt's first reaction, Martin had sex with your wife Jennifer Garner. Big Ben was so angry that he wanted to take the coffee cup in front of him and smash Pitt's head. He held back his anger and said, that's not true. Don't say that. What I mean is, all the shit that's happened to me is inextricably linked to Martin. Seeing Ben's gloom, Pitt's mood brightened, and he asked, what's going on? Martin snatched the rights to a novel I had my eye on. Ben recounted, from his perspective, how Martin had first snatched the project and then suppressed them. For some reason, Pitt felt a mixture of comfort and resentment, comfort at the Affleck brothers' misdeeds, resentment at Martin Davis. He drank the cold coffee in one gulp. Martin doesn't do anything that people do. Big Ben went to Pete to find a temporary alliance. I sold my last valuable property just to deal with Martin. Pete, you are also a victim of Martin. Haven't you thought about fighting back? Pete said, what can I do if I don't have money? I plan to revitalize the assets later. Big Ben shook his head. I can't wait that long. Pete asked, what do you want to do? Find Martin's pain point. Big Ben learned his lesson and didn't intend to waste time and energy on the people around Martin, but to deal with him personally, we have to be patient. Either we don't do it, or we will make sure that Martin can't turn over. Pete has been trying to revitalize that asset, not just for money. With Martin Davis's current power, we can't deal with him alone. Big Ben reminded, have you forgotten Harvey? Harvey, the true leader of the Foot Gang, had already contacted him. Harvey has invited Martin many times, but he's ruthlessly rejected them all. Martin also stole Wes Craven away. Harvey has long been dissatisfied with him. If we can find Martin's weakness, Harvey can launch a targeted attack. Peter, distrusting Harvey, asked, what do you want to do? Harvey will take Quentin's film to the Cannes Film Festival in May to compete head-on with Martin's new film. Ben, however, had high hopes for Harvey. Brad, I believe you, like me, have some connections in the industry. Let's mobilize our remaining networks and find Martin Davis's weak spot. This wasn't difficult. Peter thought about it and nodded slightly. Okay, kill Martin. Ben extended his hand. Peter grasped it. Beverly Hills, Davis Estate. A black Escalade parked in Fountain Square. Lily, driving, raised the trunk and, quite conscientiously, went down with it Bruce to collect the luggage. Elizabeth picked up Martin's 2 bags and asked a housekeeper to have the kitchen prepare lunch. Martin, on the other hand, walked through the villa empty-handed, like a master. He took a bag and pulled out a gift box, handing it to Lily. Your gift. Lily, quite self-conscious, took the gift box and winked at Elizabeth. I'll be leaving right away. Bruce never needed to be urged, disappearing from the villa on his own. Martin watched Lily leave the villa in amazement. What had happened during this time? Before, she wouldn't leave unless urged. Elizabeth asked, where are my gifts? Martin took out 3 gift boxes and handed them to Elizabeth. These are for you. Elizabeth opened them and seemed pleased. A new Hermes bag, a Chanel perfume set, and this Cartier watch. It looks like a couple's watch, just like your favorite. No mistakes in one post, one content, 1619, one book, one forum. Martin smiled. I picked them just for you. Elizabeth gathered them all and headed upstairs. I'll put them away first. She turned back and asked Martin, aren't you coming? Martin had just returned from Korea, having endured the 9-member girl group's relentless interrogation. His resolve was remarkably strong. But this wasn't the time to be tough. The old boy couldn't resist the Scarlet Witch after all. Martin followed without hesitation, using all his skills to transform Elizabeth into his own form once again. After calming down, Elizabeth asked, Can you stay in Los Angeles for a while this time? Martin said. In mid-May, I'll go to the Cannes Film Festival, then to Morocco to join director Christopher Nolan for his new film. I guess we'll be traveling all over the world. Elizabeth, upon returning from Martin's visit, made no mention of the gossip that had been swirling in the entertainment media, not even asking about it, as if nothing had ever happened. This, in turn, gave Martin a sense of homecoming, a sense of comfort, a sense of solitude, a sense of isolation from the outside world. Elizabeth continued, Lily and I agreed to come visit more often. Martin nodded. Okay. It was almost noon, and the two of them showered, changed clothes, and went downstairs for lunch. Besides Lily and Bruce, Thomas had also come over and was chatting with Bruce about his girlfriend. I'm sure I've found true love this time. Victoria and I are living together. He saw Martin and Elizabeth coming downstairs and said, Martin, Liz, I'll invite you to a party at my new house someday. I've got a hostess. Martin smiled and said, I'd definitely go. Elizabeth said, Congratulations. Martin invited everyone. Let's have lunch together. Entering the restaurant, the five of them ate and chatted. Bruce recounted his experiences in Korea. I developed face blindness there. Many women's faces look so similar, as if they were cast from the same mold. I can't tell one from the other, Martin said. That's normal. I can't tell one from the other either. Thomas asked, I heard the Koreans want to invest in your film. Martin said, I'm planning to use their funds to make a biopic about Marcus. Keep an eye out for suitable directors. The conversation then turned to John Wick. The film had been in North America for 3 weeks and had grossed $141 million. It had also been screened in over 30 overseas markets, with a combined international box office of nearly $60 million. Starting this weekend, Latin America, one of Hollywood's most popular markets, will also begin its full-scale releases. Just after dinner, Martin received a call from Leonardo. I heard you're back, Leonardo said. There's a very interesting event. Let's go together, Martin asked curiously. What event? Leonardo smiled and said, Hugh Hefner is holding his annual pajama party soon. Jack and I are planning to go. Martin became interested and asked, Can you get an invitation? Jack and Hefner are old friends, Leonardo said exaggeratedly. A few dozen invitations are no problem, Martin said. Great, give me a few more. I have a lot of friends here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Hefner's Party. The black Lincoln slowed down as it approached Holmby Hill. Under the night sky, the road leading to the Playboy Mansion on the hilltop was ablaze with headlights. Hugh Hefner's annual party was packed with attendees. Martin was wearing silk pajamas with his collar slightly open, revealing his muscular body. He asked Nicholson, You have a way to get into Playboy parties, but you've been hiding it. Leonardo was also dissatisfied. You don't treat us as brothers. Nicholson looked at the mansion on the top of the mountain through the car window. Actually, I haven't been here for many years, he recalled. Hefner and I had a little misunderstanding, which was only resolved at the end of last year. Martin understood instantly and asked, You slept with Hefner's girl? Could it be Pamela Anderson? Nicholson stiffened his neck. Am I that kind of person? For the sake of his reputation, he explained. 1 year, Marlon Brando, Warren Beatty, and I came to a pajama party together. We drank too much, and Marlon released all the animals in Hefner's cages. As a result, Hefner's favorite group of cats were killed by a rabbit. At this point, Nicholson made a circle with one hand and stretched out his fingers with the other, making a simple and popular gesture. From then on, we were classified as unwelcome persons, and the matter was not resolved until I met Hefner at a party last year. Leonardo was inexplicably surprised. Are the rabbits raised by Hefner as fierce as his? Martin said, I should have come to see it earlier. There is no harm in attending Hefner's parties more often. Nicholson spoke from experience. There are not only beautiful women at the party, but also elites from all walks of life, especially the entertainment industry. It can broaden your network of contacts. For example, if you have slept with a playmate together, your relationship will be instantly closer. Martin thought of Thomas. I'll ask the agent to come. He needs to expand his network? Leonardo agreed. Your agent is not good enough in front of top agents like Ollie and Brian. Martin dialed Thomas's number. Hey, old buddy, I gave you the invitation to the Playboy party. Aren't you coming?" In a newly renovated detached villa near Century City, Thomas looked at the invitation on the table and said, "I haven't left yet, I'll be there later." After hanging up the phone, he picked up the invitation. There was also a new set of pajamas he had just bought in the car. The bedroom door suddenly opened, and Thomas's new girlfriend Victoria flashed out. She leaned against the door frame and asked, "Honey, can you stay home with me?" Thomas glanced at the invitation in his hand and said, "Sorry, it's my job." "Work?" Victoria raised her voice. "Attending Playboy parties is your job? And hanging out with those bunny girls is also your job?" Thomas patiently explained, "Martin just called me." "Martin? Martin again?" Victoria pointed to her trembling breasts. "Am I your girlfriend, or is Martin your girlfriend?" Ever since she started dating Thomas, she had heard Martin the most. She couldn't help but say, "Don't you see your problem? When you're around Martin, you feel great, like you're high. Once you're away from Martin, it's harder than quitting smoking." Thomas frowned. Victoria wasn't like this before they moved in together. He snapped, "That's enough. Martin's not your place to gossip." Victoria paused, then snapped out of her wits. Thomas headed out, invitation in hand. Thinking of the sluts at the Playboy party, Victoria couldn't help but say, "You need to be back before 1 o'clock. You must be back. If you don't, I'll go out and yell on the street." Super Agent Thomas needs Viagra to get ahead. Thomas's head was swollen from the noise. He went out into the garage, his head blazing under the bright lights. At that moment, he felt a surge of regret. Hadn't he been so busy changing his female companions? Why had he lost his mind and just found a girlfriend to live with? Thomas saw the time was getting late and quickly got in the Cadillac Martin had given him, heading for Holmby Hills. Nicholson rolled down the window in front of the Playboy mansion. Security came over, took a look at the 3 invitations, and let them through. As Martin stepped out of the car, he was met with a sea of white legs. The pajama party was mostly attended by men. The women were either Hugh Hefner's Playboy girls or had purchased invitations. Some wore lace pajamas, while many were in bikinis. Each one was voluptuous and strikingly beautiful, as if all the beautiful women in America had gathered there. Martin ran into many familiar faces, such as Daniel from Warner, Morgan Freeman, his former collaborator, and Jim Witt from WMA. Greeting his friends along the way, Martin finally encountered Hugh Hefner, surrounded by several of his Playboy girls. The latter was wearing burgundy silk pajamas, with his left and right arms around the waists of a beautiful girl. He looked at the famous Hollywood trio and laughed and said, "Jack, you have new friends, but you didn't bring them to see me. Are you afraid that my good girls will eat them?" Nicholson boasted without any tax, "My 2 brothers, one holds the shortest record for 100 meters, and the other holds the longest record for marathon. I'm afraid all your girls will be ruined." Hefner looked at Leonardo. "I heard that models that have not been verified by Leonardo cannot be called supermodels." He looked at Martin again. "Also, beauties that have not been tasted by Martin Davis are not considered top-notch." Martin was the most relaxed in such occasions. He opened his arms and said, "Mr. Hefner, I heard that you have 2,000 Playboy girls. Can I help you evaluate how many of them are top-notch beauties?" Hefner smiled. "Look, how big is the appetite of young people nowadays? Martin, I fell in love with you from the first sentence you said. I'll give you one of my treasures." He glanced aside. "Holly, you're with Martin tonight. He can taste as much as he wants." A tall girl with long, wavy blonde hair and a gold string bikini came over from Hefner's side and took Martin's arm. The weight of her arm was second only to Alexandra's. Martin waved his hand at Leonardo and Nicholson. "Good luck, guys." Holly pulled Martin toward the pool, where the crowds and beauties were the most numerous. "I'm Holly Madison," she said, "a model. I was on the cover of Playboy last year. Shall I get a few more girls over?" Martin, of course, didn't refuse. One each with brunette, redhead, and brunette. Every man at the party had at least 2 or 3 girls with him. Holly went to the pool and called over 3 equally striking girls. They chatted and socialized with Martin. Being around a beautiful girl in her early 20s like this makes anyone feel better, and even interactions between strangers become relaxed and harmonious. Unrelated text follows. On the way, Martin ran into someone from Paramount and chatted with them about next month's Cannes Film Festival. He was going to the 3 major European film festivals, and of course, he wanted to win a major award. Benjamin was co-produced and distributed by Warner Brothers and Paramount Pictures, and Martin already had strong support from Warner Brothers. David Fincher hasn't been well received by the Oscars or the three major European film festivals in recent years. If there was a chance of winning the Palme d'Or, the two studios wouldn't give up, but the Cannes Best Actor award was also a key focus. Martin chatted for a while when Thomas arrived, and naturally, the responsibility fell to his agent. As a perfect duo, Martin gave two of his girlfriends to Thomas, leaving Holly and a brunette named Melissa behind. Some people couldn't wait to leave the party with their girlfriends. Holly and Melissa also hoped Martin would do the same. They had already had their own ideas about joining the group. Martin, however, remained unmoved, simply playing around. He chatted with a renowned bald director, Roger Soderbergh, and they found common ground. Soderbergh was deeply interested in the escort and Sacred Valley industries and wanted to make experimental films in this area. Martin said he could sponsor them, and that the Korean money should be well spent. There was also another point. Soderbergh was a Cannes favorite and had close ties to the French. The two agreed to meet at the studio the day after tomorrow to discuss further, then went their separate ways to have some fun. Martin ran into Min, the always arrogant old man, who was alone, without a single female companion. Even Marcus, the balloon-like, obese man who had retired, was surrounded by several women. "I'm leaving," Min said with disappointment. Martin asked, "Why are you leaving? I thought I'd see Pamela Anderson, but it was all young Playboy girls." Min was truly disappointed, not a single one over 35. Martin looked around, and everywhere he looked were women in their 20s. Min felt Hefner's party wasn't living up to its name. "Have a good time, boss," he said. "I just called Emma and we're going out for supper." "Here," he sighed, shook his head, and finally waved to Martin before leaving. Holly looked at her young and hot body and asked, "Isn't it good to be young and beautiful? Is he not sober?" "Don't talk nonsense." Martin still defended his younger brother. "Everyone's appreciation of beauty is different. In my eyes, you and Melissa are top-notch beautiful girls, but not necessarily in his eyes." Melissa was so moved by Martin's words that she leaned against his arms. "Martin, can you take us out? In addition to being beautiful, Holly and I have other strengths." After hearing this, Martin subconsciously let go of his arms around them. If it weren't for the fact that there had never been any rumors about Schemels and Hefner, he would have asked them to verify it on the spot. Not far away, Tom Cruise, wearing dark blue pajamas, was wandering around the party, looking for tonight's target, Martin. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 494. Have fun and be safe. "Are you sure Martin was at the party?" Tom Cruise asked his assistant as he walked through the crowd. "Are you sure?" the assistant quickly replied. "Sure. I asked at the door, and Martin came with Leonardo DiCaprio and Nicholson." Suddenly, cheers erupted, and Tom Cruise turned to see over 20 girls nearby, surrounding 3 men and playing games. Among them, sandwiched between 4 or 5 girls, was none other than Martin Davis, one of Hollywood's most popular male stars. In terms of popularity from last year to this year, Tom Cruise is easily outshined. But this delicious soup has remained simmering in Hollywood for nearly 3 decades, a testament to his savvy. Finding a suitable opportunity, Tom Cruise walked over and greeted, "Hi, Martin." Hearing the voice, Martin turned around and saw Tom Cruise, a little surprised, spit out the bra straps he had just untied, stepped forward to shake hands with him. "Tom, you are my idol." He said this countless times, and it sounded true. The Top Gun back then was so shocking that I almost became an airman. Later, Mission Impossible made me think about joining the CIA. It's a pity that I have no education and they didn't accept me, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Tom Cruise smiled and said, "Your latest 2 movies are very exciting. Now I am a fan of yours." "Are we fans of each other?" Martin pointed to the beautiful girls around him and asked. "Play together?" "It's very interesting." Tom Cruise waved his hand. "Find a place to talk alone." Martin returned the bra to Holly and said, "Play by yourselves for a while." Holly put it on. "I know a place suitable to talk. Why don't you follow me?" Martin and Tom Cruise followed her to the backyard. Compared to the bustling front yard, this side was much quieter. There were some tables and chairs sparsely placed on the corridor and lawn for rest. Holly asked the waiter for some wine and glasses, placed them on the table under the gazebo, and pointed off into the distance. "I'm right over there. Call me if you need anything." Martin nodded slightly, and waited until she was out of the way before asking, "Tom, what do you want from me?" Cruise opened the bottle, poured 2 glasses, and said directly, "I want to learn your secrets to success." Martin was quite surprised. You're Tom Cruise. The Tom Cruise I admire. With a 30-year acting career, Cruise had experienced a lot. He smiled and said, "That doesn't stop you from being more successful than me in the past 3 years." He raised his glass to Martin. "Countless examples have taught me that learning from the strengths of successful people makes it easier to succeed." Martin responded in kind, sharing a drink with him. "Actually, everything I do is obvious. There's nothing special about it." Seeing Martin didn't refuse, Cruise asked directly, "Your action scenes in John Wick were exceptional. Did you perform all those difficult scenes yourself?" "Difficult?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "For the truly difficult scenes, I used a body double. The insurance company wouldn't let me take the risk." Cruise frowned. "Impossible." "Those long shots," Martin said, "I did all the long shots myself. We rehearsed a few times. They weren't difficult." Cruise realized their understanding of action difficulty was completely different. What he considered extremely difficult, Martin could do without difficulty, perhaps even effortlessly. Even the insurance company didn't mind. Cruise said, "No wonder you didn't make a big deal about your direct performances and the difficult action scenes in your marketing." This reminded Martin, and he patted his head. "We overlooked that. It would have been a great marketing point." Cruise then understood the reason. Warner Brothers thought it was normal for you to do these things. The crew thought it was normal for you to do these things, so they didn't see any point in promoting them. Martin thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. He picked up the bottle, poured drinks for both of them, and toasted Cruise. "Thanks for reminding me." Cruise clinked his glasses with him. "Even if I didn't say it, you would have figured it out quickly." The two chatted for a while, and Martin noticed that Tom Cruise was being rather humble. A superstar who's been a star for nearly 3 decades, yet hasn't ruined himself like Depp and others, instead remaining a perpetually popular star, must have some merit. Cruise pondered for a moment. "I'm not as old or as physically fit as you. If I want to do action scenes, how can I create something as captivating as John Wick?" This was the biggest issue troubling him, Brad Bird, and the entire team. Over the past decade, Hollywood has essentially exhausted every possible action formula, emulating the Hong Kong action style. John Wick exploded onto the scene and was instantly hailed as a classic of the new generation of action films. Tom Cruise felt it was only natural to learn from the successes of those who succeeded. Martin tentatively asked, "Excuse me, Tom, are you planning a Mission Impossible sequel?" Cruise smiled. "A fourth one is already on the agenda." Martin considered this for a moment. Tom Cruise represented a major force in Hollywood. Even if he didn't say something, they'd probably figure it out soon enough. Why not sell it? It was all about Mission Impossible. He organized his words slightly and said, "I personally feel that the styles of Mission Impossible and John Wick are completely different. If we use the action mode of John Wick, the effect will be greatly reduced." Tom Cruise listened and nodded slightly. Martin continued, "Tom, I can pull off those moves because I've practiced for years." Considering his past life as a stunt double, it's no exaggeration to say it took him 10 years to hone his skills. Since it's an impossible task, why not go a step further? Find one of the world's most iconic landmarks and climb it yourself. Get a plane and fly it yourself, or maybe go skydiving or something like that. Then, you'll do the publicity yourself, and the publicity will be boom. Explosive. Cruise thought of someone, Jack Chen from Hong Kong. Martin nodded. Take it a step further. A landmark plus the latest transportation, high altitudes, mountains, and cliffs. You're one of Hollywood's biggest stars. How many people will be amazed if you perform it yourself?" Glancing at Cruise, seeing he was genuinely listening, Martin emphasized, "It can also create a superb work ethic and attitude, and salvage your image." This last part made Cruise take Martin's words even more seriously. Tom Cruise hadn't had a good time in recent years. Ever since he fired his agent, coupled with his tumultuous family affairs, scandals had piled up one after another. It was his painstaking efforts over 20 years that kept the situation from collapsing. Why reboot Mission Impossible? Because it was the most stable franchise, the one that would allow him to recover from his decline. Tom Cruise poured another glass and said, "Martin, I'll toast you." Martin raised his glass. "You're welcome." Tom Cruise clinked his glass with him and said, "I owe you one." Martin said nothing, but downed the glass. Tom Cruise took the initiative to exchange personal business cards with Martin and said, "If you need me, give me a call." Martin replied without hesitation, "I will." Tom Cruise quickly left. Holly approached from a distance and asked, Are you done talking? Martin stood up. Let's go back to our game. Holly accompanied him back to the front yard, saying, let's play a few more rounds, then I'll get the girls together and we'll go out and play. 3 people approached, their clothes disheveled. The man's pajamas had disappeared somewhere, leaving him in only a pair of elephant trunk shorts. When he walked, his trunk swung from side to side, which was a bit funny. He had his left and right arms around the girl's shoulders, and the 3 of them were already moving their hands and mouths, as if they were looking for a suitable place. Martin found the man somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember his name. He looked at him for a few more times and passed them by. Holly was very discerning and whispered, that man is Charlie Sheen, also a Hollywood star. He has starred in Platoon and 2.5 Men. Martin immediately matched the person and the name, Charlie Sheen. Does he come here often? Holly said casually. Occasionally, he comes here, and he always takes a few girls out. Don't worry, I've never gone out with him. Martin cursed in his heart, quickened his pace a little, and walked towards the front yard, but he didn't go to the place where he was playing games. Instead, he found Bruce, who had been watching him from afar. He said bluntly, it's urgent. Call Chad, Marcus, and Thomas and have them come to my place. Tell the butler to prepare some wine and supper. I'll go find Leo and Jack. Bruce didn't understand what was going on, but he obeyed. Holly asked, are you leaving? Martin pulled out the check he'd prepared and tucked it into Holly's belt. A small token of my appreciation for your service. I enjoyed it tonight, but I have something urgent to do. I have to leave. Holly pulled out the check, glanced at the number, and smiled, pleased. Next time you come, be sure to call me. Martin nodded casually and went to find Leonardo and Nicholson, hoping those 2 bastards hadn't been blinded by their beauty. Hearing Charlie Sheen's name reminded him of the widespread rumor in his past life. Charlie Sheen's HIV diagnosis had sent shockwaves through Hollywood. Perhaps if they were fooling around privately, many people would notice. In this kind of setting, Martin couldn't remember the exact year, but safety was paramount. Amidst the crowd of women, he found Nicholson and Leonardo, just fooling around. It's urgent. Are you coming with me? He asked, seemingly asking, but then he grabbed Leonardo and Nicholson and said, let's go. Let's go have a drink at my place. We just got here a little while ago. Leonardo was confused. Nicholson, a seasoned man, saw that Martin was serious and patted Leonardo. Let's go. The 3 of them didn't go to Hefner, but got on the car and left. Leonardo asked, what's going on? Martin said, I just saw a lot of girls fooling around with others in the backyard without any protection. This must have happened more than once or twice. There have been rumors of AIDS in the circle before. I think we should stay away from here. He looked at Nicholson. Jack, can you handle a Jennifer Lawrence? Nicholson held his old waist and said, oh, I'm old. Martin asked Leonardo again, can you handle so many supermodels? Leonardo thought it made sense. The level here is indeed a bit low. Martin spread his hands. We have to have fun and play safely, right? 3 more chapters are sent. Please vote for me. Chapter 495 Battle Goddess. The next morning, Martin met Steven Soderbergh, who had made a special trip to Davis Studios. Accompanying the bald director was an acquaintance of Martin's, his old neighbor, Jenna Jones. Soderbergh introduced her. Jenna is the lead actress I've chosen for this experimental film. Martin shook Jenna's hand and said, it's been a while. How's your father? He's fine. He was at the AVN Awards a while ago and saw me win another award. Jenna smiled and said, you didn't come back to see us neighbors after you moved. Martin smiled back, I'll have you, Mr. Jones, and Jillian for dinner sometime. After a few pleasantries, the 3 of them got down to business. Soderbergh is arguably the most experimental of Hollywood's top filmmakers, often making avant-garde shorts or experimental films with daring content. Profitability is impossible for experimental projects, so Soderbergh naturally doesn't invest his own money, but instead solicits sponsorship. Martin wouldn't have invested in his films if it weren't for the Korean funding. A theatrical release wouldn't be possible, and if it were released on DVD and videotape, it would likely take 5 or 6 years, or even longer, to recoup its investment. Soderbergh's experimental film was initially set in Manhattan, New York, with high-class prostitutes as the protagonist and backdrop. Because of the explicit scenes involved, finding suitable actresses was difficult, even in Hollywood, where stripping was as commonplace as eating or drinking. Soderbergh went to the Sacred Valley to cast the film. Naturally, he chose Jenna, known as the Sacred Valley's most talented actress. He adapted the story to her background, setting it in the Sacred Valley in Los Angeles, with a heroine assuming dual roles as a Sacred Valley artist and a high-class prostitute. This embodies the reality of Sacred Valley actresses, who pursue art while also working part-time jobs. As for Soderbergh's remarks about the depth of the experimental film's themes and its underlying meaning, Martin seemed to listen intently, but in reality, he wasn't paying any attention. Martin leveraged Soderbergh's fame to secure investment from South Koreans. He even arranged for negotiations with the Koreans, who were willing to pay. Martin had already grasped the pulse of the Korean film industry during his visit to South Korea. After winning awards at the 3 major European film festivals, some of these individuals and companies had their sights set on the Oscars. He thought the lollipops at Dad's house were tastier. For a foreign film to win a prestigious Oscar, it certainly needed cinematic artistry, but a more crucial factor was where it sat. Soderbergh only wanted $1.8 million, and after Martin mentioned Cannes, he readily offered to help call Isabelle Huppert. Although they had never worked together, they had a certain acquaintance dating back to the 1990s. Isabelle Huppert was president of the jury at that year's Cannes Film Festival. Martin wasn't very familiar with purely European filmmakers. The most striking impression Isabelle Huppert left on him in his previous life was The Shocking Mother, The Limits of Love. Even the Cannes Film Festival, open enough to publicly screen films like Three Farts, refused to screen it. Soderbergh was the first to leave, but his new film's leading lady, Jenna, stayed. This was not the first time that the two sides had cooperated, so Jenna asked directly, "Can we discuss the adaptation rights for the Sacred Valley version of John Wick?" Martin nodded. "You go talk to Jessica." Jenna brought up another matter. "You are friends with Jolie and Aniston, right?" This gossip was not only known to everyone in America, but was also widely circulated. There was no need for Martin to deny it. "The relationship is pretty good. I heard a piece of news some time ago. The company in which Jenna had a stake was one of the largest companies in Sacred Valley, and could get a lot of the latest news in that circle. She said, a company next door to me is rumored to be signing Brad Pitt to create a blockbuster franchise with him at the core." Martin was somewhat surprised. "Pitt went to the Sacred Valley," Jenna elaborated. "That news was all over my circle. People like Jenna, Kaden, and Jessica were all desperate to work with him." She changed the subject. "He might have been about to sign, but recently there's news that Pitt turned down a lucrative contract, saying he's returning to Hollywood. And now he's still being approached about making a movie." Martin shook his head slightly. "Metau, Hollywood's largest women's rights organization, has 2 leading voices, Angelina Jolie and Jennifer Aniston, Pitt's ex-girlfriend and wife. They're all eager to throw Pitt into the Pacific to feed the fish. Whenever a production crew hires him, Metau will inevitably attack him." Martin countered, "Haven't you heard what he's planning to do in Hollywood?" "No," Jenna said honestly. "The company trying to sign Brad Pitt is a competitor," Martin said. "Do me a favor. Ask your circle about Brad Pitt's progress. Call me if you have any new information." Jenna agreed immediately. "No problem." Martin took this to heart and called Bruce and Thomas to ask them to keep an eye on Brad Pitt's situation. He also told Bruce to find professional female bodyguards to accompany Lily and Elizabeth. Martin thought for a moment and called Jolie and Aniston separately. They seemed to be fine, and instead invited Martin to play poker at a hotel. Martin couldn't refuse their invitation, so they went to the Ritz-Carlton. Unlike before, this time, the two of them were vying for the position in front of Martin, with the other pushing on his back. After several attempts, they both found the front position the most comfortable. The harder the person pushing from behind pushed, the more pleasure the person in front felt. Jolie and Aniston argued endlessly about this. Martin held them down and gave each of them a few hard knocks on the face before they could calmly take turns. After playing poker, the 3 of them had lunch together. The hotel restaurant was sparsely populated. Aniston said as they ate, "Don't worry about Brad Pitt, he'll be completely finished soon." Jolie chimed in, "He'll never be able to recover." Martin swallowed his steak and asked, "What did you do that I don't know about?" Aniston and Jolie smiled at each other. No longer the bickering, hostile demeanor they had previously displayed, they shared a special rapport, a kind of shared camaraderie. Unrelated sentence fragment, unrelated sentence fragment. Martin's face deliberately darkened. "Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us now, or we'll hit you in the face." Jolie chuckled. "We like being hit in the face, so we won't tell you." Aniston, however, was more submissive to Martin. "Ever since Pitt and I got married, Our assets have always been separate. A few years ago, when the real estate market was booming, Pitt invested tens of millions of dollars in Fannie Mae. Last year, during the recession, Fannie Mae was forced to delist, and Pitt's shares couldn't be liquidated. Martin had heard about this, and nodded slightly. Jolie was dissatisfied. Is his beating enough for you? Just tell me. Martin looked at Jolie. You want conditions? Jolie's eyes kept turning. Honey, can you get Elizabeth Bilson? We can have 4 of us. Shut up, Aniston raged. The 3 of us are already crowded. Jolie shrugged and said nothing more. Martin looked at Aniston and said, Go on. Aniston said, Pitt needs money and must want to revitalize this asset. Jolie and I secretly found someone to set him up, proving that with around $10 million, he could revitalize it. Martin asked, Did Pitt take the bait? Jolie automatically replied, We secretly sent someone to Sacred Valley to spread the word, and sure enough, a Sacred Valley company was interested in Pitt and approached him. Pitt was initially tempted by the Sacred Valley offer, but recently abruptly left the valley. We're not sure where exactly he went in Los Angeles. Martin finally understood why Pitt had become involved with Sacred Valley. It turned out these two had been behind the scenes. You're amazing. Martin had long known that ex-wives and ex-girlfriends with inside information could become incredibly dangerous if they turned against each other. On a different note, Leo hadn't had any ex-girlfriends come forward to expose any dirt or scandal surrounding him over the years. At most, they just said he was short-lived. He was truly extraordinary. Martin warned, You two should be careful these days. Jolie reached out and scratched Martin's palm. Even if Pitt wants to do something, his first target will be you. You've taken his woman, his house, and his endorsements. As long as you stand firm in front of us, Pitt won't target us. Martin found Jolie's argument incredibly logical, impossible to argue with. Aniston said, To deal with Pitt, we'll definitely push you hard from behind. Previously, Martin had always pushed them hard from behind, while they, like fighting goddesses, stood up and confronted Pitt head-on. Jolie's thoughts were still lingering. How about this, Martin? Call Elizabeth over, and the 4 of us will discuss this together. I can promise you, someone will throw Pitt into the sea. Martin finished his meal and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He saw that the 2 of them had already put down their cutlery and were heading upstairs, dragging Jolie in one hand and Aniston in the other. Jen, I'll restrain Angie for a minute, he said as they walked. Hit me from behind, stand 10 meters away, and sprint me into my back. Aniston immediately played the role of a fake sister. I've been working out and running, going upstairs and back into the room. Martin let go of Jolie and held out a hand to Aniston. Where's your clown statue? Give it to me. I'm going to teach this crazy woman a lesson today. Aniston opened her bag and wanted to take the one she used, but then, thinking of Jolie's hateful side, she took out the 40-centimeter tall version she had specially ordered from Lily. Julie was a saint, a supreme freedom fighter. How could she be afraid? She opened her arms and shouted, Although I lost Elizabeth, I gained my precious freedom. She was fearless. Let the war be more fierce. Chapter 496, Crazy Fans Verification Method. With the arrival of the new weekend, the traditional summer movie season in North America is about to begin, and major studio films are beginning to arrive in droves. John Wick ended its brief three-peat at the box office, with Fast and Furious 4 taking the top spot. However, with a cumulative North American box office of $165 million and a global total of $255 million, the film currently holds the top spot for the year 2009. Given the scale of John Wick, it's clear that it can't maintain its position. The upcoming summer season will feature hit sequels like Transformers 2, Harry Potter 6, and Ice Age 3. At the end of April, Marcus's memoir, Lone Survivor, was published by Random House. Martin, Chad, and Maine all attended the launch event to boost publicity. They consciously gave up their seats and refrained from media interviews, allowing Marcus to take center stage. Marcus tearfully recounted Operation Red Arrow and announced that all proceeds from the book's sales would be donated to the American Legion. As for the income from adaptations, that's a matter for the future and naturally outside of this list. After a brief platform show of support, Martin went to the back lounge. Chad said, I saw the script for Nolan's new film It Means, and I don't understand what he's writing. Mean replied, Actually, I don't understand it either. The script's plot, presented in words, is much more abstract than the film's visuals. If Martin hadn't seen the film before, he would have been completely confused at first. He said, "It's a story about dreams." Min scratched his head. "Dreams within dreams. It's completely confusing." Martin reminded him, "You're the supporting actor, and your role is very important. If you don't understand something, make sure you figure it out." Min nodded repeatedly and said, "I've been meeting Emma lately. She's been explaining the script to me." Martin was speechless. Because of the man standing before him, Min, and the cheating Emma Thomas. Chad then interjected, "In the second sequel, I'm planning to intensify the interaction between your character and Min's character, creating more chemistry between you and making your scenes more interesting." Martin said, "Okay." Chad called Martin to the window to discuss the sequel. Min tried to follow, but Bruce stopped her. "What's up?" he asked. Bruce lowered his voice and said, "Are you going to Cannes, France in the middle of next month?" Min reacted, "Cannes Film Festival? By the way, The Boss is the Curious Case of Benjamin Button will hold its world premiere at the Cannes Film Festival. I must attend it." This film will participate in the competition unit. Although he is not a qualified star manager, there are some things that Bruce will do quietly. The president of this jury is the veteran French actress Isabelle Huppert. Hearing the name, Min immediately matched the person in his impression, his eyes shining. "I know her. She is extremely talented and has a kind of classical beauty. She is known as the most beautiful French rose and the highest-ranking actress in the French entertainment industry." He thought about Isabelle Huppert's age. "She is the literary goddess I admire most." Bruce said, "Let's go to Cannes together then." Min nodded repeatedly, "I want to meet my literary goddess." The two chatted quietly for a while, and the door of the lounge opened from the outside, and Marcus, like a blown-up balloon, swayed in. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, opened the ice soda and took a big sip, then said, "I would rather face the guerrillas in Afghanistan than face these reporters again." Chad turned around and comforted him, "You'll get used to it." Martin knew that with the changes in the political situation, Marcus might face more complicated situations in the future, and said, "Don't answer any questions from the media without professional public relations and agents present." Marcus had just experienced a storm of attacks from media reporters and was still in shock. "I will never forget this." Martin nodded and continued, "After the memoir adaptation is approved and released, there will be more reporters surrounding you. So just get used to it." Marcus was very concerned about the memoir adaptation and asked, "Is the adaptation ready to be approved?" "Thomas is looking for a suitable director." Martin briefly introduced, "The project's production budget is around $40 million. The South Koreans have agreed to invest in this war film. If all goes well, it will be released in North American theaters in 2011. This is a movie adapted from himself, and Marcus wanted to see it on the big screen as soon as possible. Now that the memoir is on the market and the movie is about to be approved, his biggest wish has come true. Martin's studio had nearly finalized distribution with Warner Brothers, and would hire Akiva Goldsman, recommended by Daniel, as producer. His recent credits include Mr. and Mrs. Smith and I Am Legend. Thomas reported back to WMC, which was helping to find a suitable director. Marcus took a short break and went out to book signings. Martin and the others were about to leave. As they exited the shopping mall, shouts suddenly rang out from the opposite side. "Martin, I love you, forever the god of coke." "Martin, I'm going to have a baby for you." A dozen beautiful women in wedding dresses ran out from the crowd, blocking Martin's path. Bruce quickly stepped in front of Martin and said to him behind, "It's them again." Martin recognized the women, waved, and said, "I love you too." The women gathered around him. Martin once again granted their autograph requests, only to be dragged away reluctantly by Bruce. The two worked in perfect harmony, their main goal being to pamper their fans. Martin was the good guy, and Bruce, of course, the bad guy. The girls in wedding dresses chased Martin's car for dozens of meters before stopping. One of them said, "Martin is so kind, but that bodyguard is so mean. He dragged Martin away." "That's right. That's right," the talkative one said. "Martin loves us, and we love Martin too, but there are layers of obstacles between us." Elsa, the leader, was unwavering in her resolve. "None of this can stop our love for Martin," the talkative one said. "Acting leader, you're absolutely right." Hearing this, Elsa became upset. "I emphasize again, Tony is no longer the leader." "I'm your leader now," another asked. "When will Tony come back? I can't reach her on the phone. No one's answering." "Did something happen to Tony?" Elsa heard these people obsessed with the old leader and could only say, "Tony has family matters and needs to go back for a while. She'll be back soon." Having been the leader for a while, Elsa hoped Tony would never return. As long as Tony doesn't come back, Elsa believes she'll become the new big sister over time. In the car as they drove away, Martin straightened his clothes and said, "Fortunately, they're not that crazy." Bruce agreed. In America, a truly qualified crazy fan would have to assassinate the President of the United States to prove themselves. Ming continued, "I remember Guan Hai, who had just taken office, visited Martin in the hospital. Because they shared the same skin color, he made the sign of the cross on his chest. God bless him, nothing will happen to him." Martin said, "Don't worry, I'm neither Manson nor Jodie Foster. My fans aren't that crazy." Chad joked, "You're right. They just want to help you have a baby. They don't have any bad intentions." Min and Bruce laughed. Martin had no idea about children, but thinking of the Nicholson children who were all dependent on their parents, and how Lorraine seemed the most promising, he quickly shook his head. "Children are terrifying. I'm not ready for that." Min, however, said, "If Celine Dion could give me a child, the future would be absolutely wonderful." Bruce, who was driving, asked, "How much money does she have?" Min thought for a moment and said, "Definitely a few $100 million. Chad was envious. "If I had your skills, I could be a director. It's tiring and stressful." The group chatted as they entered the Warner Brothers studio. Chad returned to the John Wick studio alone, while Martin and the other two rushed to Nolan's office and received the crew's shooting schedule for the previous month from Emma Thomas. Unlike previous productions, due to Morocco's generous tax rebates and subsidies, the crew was based in Ouarzazate, Africa's Hollywood. Aside from some exterior scenes, all studio scenes would be shot at Atlas Studios. Nolan and his crew rushed to Morocco after the Oscars ceremony to make final preparations. This also means Martin will be spending a significant amount of time in Africa. Fortunately, Morocco is one of the most politically stable countries in Africa and a favorite overseas filming location for Hollywood. The Moroccan authorities treat foreign crews very seriously, even deploying professional security teams to ensure their safety during filming. Martin has planned his itinerary accordingly, traveling to France for the Cannes Film Festival and then heading directly to Morocco afterward. Filming on the new project will officially begin in late May. Martin's schedule for the second half of the year is also largely confirmed, as he joins the cast of Gone Girl. Davis Studio and Louise's Pacific Pictures Productions have jointly established Gone Girl Studios, with Louise taking full control of the project and working on the novel's publication. David Fincher has also signed a directorial contract with Gone Girl Studios, officially confirming his commitment to the project. Before leaving Los Angeles, Martin gathered David Fincher and Gillian Flynn for a discussion. The three parties shared a strong alignment of creative philosophies, with the only remaining disagreements being minor details. Gillian Flynn had previously worked as a screenwriter, and after consulting Martin, David Fincher decided to let Gillian, the original author, adapt the screenplay himself. After resolving these issues, Martin and David Fincher, along with the crew, flew to Paris in mid-May. Chapter 497: The Key Points of Cannes. Since Cannes lacks an airport, all film crews attending the festival had to fly from Nice and then take a bus to Cannes. Martin, exiting the airport, got into a car with Min and Bruce. Before the car even left the parking lot, Nicholson called from Los Angeles. "You've arrived in France, right? I need you to take care of something." Nicholson calculated his flight time. "The crew of The Burning Plane will be showing at the Cannes Film Festival. Jennifer Lawrence is there, and I told her to contact you if anything happens." Martin, true to his word, replied, "It's a small matter. I've got your girlfriend." This was a bit ambiguous, so Nicholson pointedly said, "I asked you to take care of her, but you idiot, don't take care of her in bed." Martin raged, "Old idiot, am I that kind of person?" He retorted, "Go ask around in Los Angeles and Atlanta. Everyone knows that I, Martin Davis, put brotherhood first." Nicholson laughed. "Just saying hello. It shouldn't be a big deal." Martin hung up. Min frowned and thought. The Burning Plane sounds familiar. Martin hadn't heard of it. It seems like an art film. Bruce, however, knew something. Our neighbor, Charlize Theron, is the heroine of this film. Martin nodded. She's a victim of the Oscar curse. She won Best Actress, took on a major commercial film, and tried to become a Julia Roberts-like box office star. But it flopped miserably, and she returned to art films. Min asked, "Boss, the Oscar curse only applies to actresses who win Oscars, right?" "More or less," Martin said casually, without thinking carefully. "Most male stars who win the Best Actor Oscar see their careers take a significant step forward. There may be some who don't, but the proportion is much smaller than that of the actress. The crew arrived in Cannes and checked into the 5-star Five Seas Hotel. The hotel is just over 100 meters from the Palais des Festivals and the Croisette Beach, and is always packed during the film festival. Because neither Warner Brothers nor Paramount Pictures had any interest in pursuing the Best Actress award, Cate Blanchett would arrive from the UK on the day of the film's premiere, rather than traveling in advance like Martin and David Fincher. Europe's 3 major film festivals also have rules similar to those of the Oscars. The power of each jury president in the awards process is immense. For example, when Isabelle Adjani, the arch-contextual actress, presided over the jury, she not only fell out with the entire jury in order to ensure that her favorite director and film would win an award, but also acted like her character, clashing with the Cannes Film Festival organizing committee and ultimately resulting in a double Palme d'Or. Similar situations are not uncommon at Europe's 3 major film festivals, including Quentin Tarantino's support for his ex-girlfriend Frances Ford Coppola at the Venice Film Festival. It can be said that where there are people, there are rivalries. After Martin, David Fincher, and producer Kathleen Kennedy checked into the hotel, they took a short break before reuniting with the crew's French production manager, Henri, and heading into the reserved conference room. Melanie, the Cannes PR manager hired by the production team, was already waiting. She shook hands with Martin and the other 3 one by one, had her assistant turn on the projection screen, and then walked to the front of the conference table and said, "Everyone. There have been some changes." Martin looked at the projection screen, which displayed the list of this year's jury members. Melanie said, "Due to internal issues within the festival organizing committee, the jury announcement for this year's film festival has been delayed by a week compared to previous years. The jury president is still Isabelle Huppert, and the other candidates include Shu Qi, Lee Chang-dong, James Gray, Asia Argento, and John Travolta," Kathleen Kennedy said. "They're both from Hollywood. James Gray has worked with DreamWorks, so I can get him." Martin raised his hand. "Lee Chang-dong is Korean, so I have a way." David Fincher said frankly, "I'm in the film business. Building relationships isn't my specialty. I don't know any of them well." Melanie glanced at Fincher, turned on her laser pointer, and the red dot landed on Isabelle Huppert's name. She said bluntly, "The jury president's opinion is paramount. If we can get Isabelle, our chances of winning will increase significantly." Everyone present knew this. If Isabelle Huppert favored the film, along with 2 or 3 other jurors, it was a sure bet for a major award. The 3 major European film festivals' split-the-cake approach to award selection was even more pronounced than at the Oscars. Melanie, a Cannes PR professional, had already conducted her research. She said, "Irish actress Isabelle Huppert appears gentle and easygoing, but in reality, she's incredibly stubborn, even hard-charging. She's unofficially nicknamed the fascist of actresses in French film circles. Once she makes a decision, she rarely changes it and pushes it through vigorously, a similarity to her nemesis, Adjani," she emphasized. "She's a tough one to deal with. She's been feuding with Adjani for 30 years. In the 1980s and early 1990s, she was completely oppressed. Now, France only has one Isabelle. You can imagine how cunning she is." The 2 Isabelles were at the very top of the French film industry. They were on a completely different level from actresses like Sophie Marceau, in terms of status, acting skills, and awards. Martin recognized Melanie's voiceover, but said nothing more. Kathleen Kennedy asked, "The festival hasn't even started yet, and already there's a good choice for the Palme d'Or for Isabelle Huppert." Melanie replied directly, "Among the films competing this time is The White Ribbon, directed by Michael Haneke." David Fincher now understood. The director of Isabelle Huppert's masterpiece, The Piano Teacher. Melanie replied, "Isabelle Huppert claims to be a student of Michael Haneke. She and Haneke are both teachers and friends. As long as The White Ribbon is good, the Palme d'Or is a sure thing." This wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred, and both Kathleen Kennedy and David Fincher were perfectly fine with it. Martin simply sighed internally. The Cannes Film Festival hadn't even begun, and already 4/5 of the Palme d'Ors had gone to a single film. Melanie, as an external PR manager, had to ensure the production team won a major award, thus maintaining her and her team's reputation and ensuring continued profitability next year. Of course, all of this was based on practical considerations. She added, "My opinion is that the first award we are going for is Best Actor, with a Palme d'Or second." Kathleen Kennedy looked at David Fincher. Even at her level, she still had to consider Fincher's opinion. David Fincher said, "Priority should be given to ensuring the crew wins a major award, Melanie said, Martin is very well known in France. My people have access to Isabelle Huppert and will strongly recommend Martin to her, Kathleen Kennedy said bluntly. Invite Isabelle Huppert and several other jurors to the premiere. According to festival regulations, once the festival begins, jurors are prohibited from privately contacting any crew members of the competing films except at the premiere. Melanie promised, I'll invite Isabelle Huppert and at least 3 of the jurors. Kathleen Kennedy, remembering Martin's earlier words, asked, can you get the Koreans involved? Martin nodded, I'll call them right away. He gestured to the projection screen and asked, is John Travolta a member of Scientology? David Fincher's strength lay in filmmaking and production. Ever since the meeting began, he had felt he had no room to shine at the film festival. Finally hearing a question he could answer, he immediately said, John Travolta and Tom Cruise are the 2 most famous members of Scientology in Hollywood. Martin said, I'll try to get John Travolta's support. Kathleen Kennedy felt a sense of relief. If every actor were as proactive and resourceful as Martin, how much less worry would the production team and investors have to worry about? Martin left the meeting room and returned to his room. He first called Jessica, asking her to handle the communication with the Korean side, and quickly received positive feedback. He then found Tom Cruise's personal phone number and called him. Martin hadn't expected that the favor he owed Tom Cruise would have to be used so soon. However, such favors become less useful over time. Now was the perfect time. The call was quickly connected. Hi, Martin. Martin smiled and said, Tom, I need your help with something. The Cannes Film Festival was about to open, and the main personnel of the crews aiming for major awards had already arrived in Cannes. Inglourious Basterds was one of the films participating in the competition unit. Harvey, a master of reward operations, had also noticed the relationship between Isabelle Huppert, Michael Haneke, and the White Ribbon early on. Knowing that competing for the Palme d'Or was too difficult, he turned his attention to the jury prize in Best Actor. On a quiet night, Harvey and Quentin knocked on a door together. John Travolta opened the door, let the 2 in, and quickly closed it behind him, saying, you shouldn't have come. Harvey smiled and said, the festival hasn't started yet. Having worked together on Pulp Fiction, they were acquaintances. After some casual flirting, Quentin said, we're old friends. You've got to support me this time. John replied, I'm definitely supporting you. He spread his hands. You understand the film festival's jury system. I'm just an ordinary juror. My personal support doesn't guarantee you a win. Isabelle Huppert is the key. Harvey was confident. I'll get Huppert. He felt the Oscar would appeal to her. John nodded. I have no problem. Harvey and Quentin didn't stay long and quickly took their leave. John walked them back when his phone rang. It was the leader. He answered, spoke briefly, and then hung up, remaining silent for a moment. This time, he wanted to apologize to Harvey and Quentin. Of course, John wouldn't say it out loud. If they asked, he would be vague. Chapter 498 Preparing for Trouble. The next morning, Martin left the hotel after breakfast, as his PR manager Melanie had requested, to increase his exposure. He strolled along the promenade leading to the Palais des Festivals. With the Cannes Film Festival about to begin, the area surrounding the Palais was decked out in vibrant hues, and the promenade was bustling with fans, tourists, and journalists. Martin was accompanied by numerous reporters, taking photos. Occasionally, fans would approach him asking for autographs or photos, which he readily obliged. Fortunately, this was Europe, not Los Angeles, so Martin's influence wasn't as pronounced. Furthermore, the promenade was full of celebrities and directors. A quick glance revealed Martin's presence, including Ang Lee, Johnny To, and Quentin Tarantino. The crowd and journalists erupted in excitement, many of them scrambling towards the same spot. Min leaped to height to take a look, then descended and said, Sophie Marceau and Monica Bellucci are out together. Martin had just reviewed the festival's schedule yesterday. Among the special screenings was Don't Look Back, starring Sophie Marceau and Monica Bellucci. Min said, Sophie Marceau is also my muse. Bruce couldn't help but say, you have so many muses, beautiful European actresses over 40, Min insisted. They're all my muses, Martin said. Tomorrow afternoon at the film festival opening, you should spend more time on the red carpet. Showing off on the Cannes red carpet is Sophie Marceau's signature. Min quickly pulled out her phone, turned on the camera, and took a picture of the ocean. It's not clear enough, Bruce said. Get a professional SLR camera then. Great idea, Min laughed. I'll take my camera with me on the opening red carpet. The three of them reached the beach. A reporter called out to Martin. Martin turned back, smiled at the camera, and asked the reporter to take a picture. The reporter's camera quickly switched to the other side, as if the beautiful woman was even more attractive. Martin also came over. "Jennifer, this way." Jennifer Lawrence also saw Martin and hurried over to say hello, saying, "I wanted to visit you at the hotel yesterday, but your crew was in a meeting, so I didn't disturb you." She had been eyeing Nicholson since she was less than 16 years old, and her mind was quite active. "There's anything I can help with and can, just tell me." Martin didn't need her help at all, and replied casually, "Just do your job on the crew." Jennifer Lawrence's leading lady from the same crew came over and said, "I didn't expect to see you here." Martin looked at Charlize Theron, who was as tall and long-legged as a clothes rack, and smiled and replied, "Sally, where you are is the core of the earth. It always generates infinite attraction." Charlize said politely, "I'm not as good as you. Last year you were the #1 sexiest male star in Hollywood." Jennifer Lawrence felt ignored and quickly interrupted. "Do you know each other?" Martin said, "Sally and I are good neighbors." A reporter from the opposite side shouted, "Martin, Charlize, can I take a picture of you?" Martin didn't answer. Charlize came over and looked at Martin. "Can I?" Martin smiled at her. "My pleasure." A reporter had already seized the opportunity to start taking pictures. From his angle, Martin and Charlize looked into each other's eyes, their eyes exchanging affection. Martin and Charlize turned around, with their backs to the sea, and took a photo together. Jennifer Lawrence was completely ignored. She was a girl who didn't like being alone, and she moved to the other side of Martin. After cooperating with the reporter to take pictures, Charlize turned to look at the sea and asked Martin, "Are you going to compete for Best Actor?" Martin said, "I have this idea, but it's hard to say whether it can be realized. After all, there are many competitors." Charlize lowered her voice. "I heard from my co-star Kim Basinger that Quentin's Inglourious Basterds also listed Best Actor as its #1 goal." "Thank you for reminding me." Martin saw the name of Inglourious Basterds in the list of films in the competition unit. Brad Pitt had fallen, and he had declined Harvey's invitation. The lead in this film was Josh Brolin, the once famous Thanos. Charlize had no connections to Harvey's side, so she didn't mind currying favor with Martin, her neighbor. She added, "The actor they've nominated is the German Christoph Waltz." Martin immediately remembered the German officer. Waltz's performance in Inglourious Basterds, which he had seen in his previous life, was truly masterful. But his most memorable role was the dentist and bounty hunter in Django. Martin nodded and said, "Come back to Los Angeles someday, come and get together with me." Charlize smiled and said, "Sure, not far away." Min and Bruce were whispering. Min asked, "When can I meet my literary goddess?" Bruce had already asked. Isabelle Huppert will attend the opening ceremony of the film festival tomorrow, and the crew has also invited her to the world premiere. "I specifically watched The Piano Teacher and Mother, Love's Limit last night." Min lowered his voice. "It is said that you can glimpse the character of an actor from the role. According to the settings of the heroines in these two films, Isabelle Huppert should be interested in people younger than her." Bruce gave a thumbs up. "You are worthy of you, Min." Min held his head high and chest out, a little proud. "Old Bruce, you don't know Uncle Min at all. Do you think I will just go up and lick the right target when I meet it? I always study it carefully first, and then act cautiously, so that people will give me the opportunity to lick it." "I understand." Bruce admired him very much. "With your oral skills, it will be difficult for them to forget once you lick them." Min already has a plan. "I will leave a good impression on her tomorrow, and then strike again at the premiere." Bruce patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you will definitely become the next Morgan Freeman." Up ahead, Martin chatted with Charlize for a moment before continuing his shopping trip to make himself felt. He waved to the two. "Let's go." Min and Bruce followed. "Are you friends with Martin?" Charlize watched Martin go and asked Lawrence, "I haven't heard you mention him." Lawrence could tell that after meeting Martin, Charlize's attitude towards her had eased, but she didn't dare say anything. "My boyfriend and Martin are very close," Charlize casually asked. "Leonardo?" Lawrence thought for a moment, then deliberately leaned in to whisper in Charlize's ear, "Jack." Perhaps it was their shared secret that brought the two closer, with Charlize adding, "When you have good opportunities, seize them. It can save you a lot of trouble." Lawrence, a clever woman, noticed that Charlize wasn't as distant as before, so she quickly stepped forward and walked with her. "I have so many questions I need to ask you." Charlize didn't look down on Lawrence's path, for she had been through it herself, even more difficult. A South African, whose ballet injury had prevented her from modeling and forced her to become an actress, with no roots in Los Angeles, and yet she was incredibly beautiful. What could truly impress the Hollywood bigwigs? The current Hollywood landscape was far better than when Charlize first entered the acting world. On the way, Jennifer Lawrence ran into Harvey Weinstein. Because of Nicholson's connections to the Bastards, she disliked the overweight man and, like Charlize, distanced herself from him. Harvey, from a distance, saw Martin, surrounded by numerous reporters, and immediately quickened his pace. He was also quite famous in France, so the reporters automatically made way for him. "Hi, Martin," Harvey said. Martin turned around and shook his hand. They both smiled brightly, as if they were good friends who could talk about anything. "Harvey, I was thinking of visiting you this afternoon, and I didn't expect to meet you here," Harvey said, seemingly complimenting. "I've seen the trailer for Benjamin. You've played the character from a child to an old man. It's really impressive." He deliberately raised his voice. "Martin, you're the top candidate for the Best Actor award at Cannes this year." The reporters around him took photos of Martin and Harvey, and some even used their recorders to record Harvey's words. Martin was very humble. "It's a great honor to be able to participate in the Cannes Film Festival," Harvey invited. "If you have time, please come to the premiere of Inglourious Bastards." Martin agreed. Harvey left on his own initiative and reunited with Quentin at the beach. He asked his deputy, who was waiting there, "Have you sent word to Isabelle Huppert?" The deputy replied, "We've sent word, but no response yet." Unlike other crews, Harvey was extremely confident in his awards campaign. He didn't hire anyone from France, but took matters into his own hands. He liked the feeling of being in control. Harvey said, "No one will give you a definitive answer on this kind of thing. Invite her to the premiere. Her mortal enemy is Odd Johnny. Help me prepare some arguments." Quentin, like David Fincher, stayed out of the action, standing by silently. In his eyes, Harvey could handle all the messy stuff. Elsewhere, Martin received a call from the crew assistant and arrived at the Palais des Festivals, finding a table. From what he had heard, it seemed the Inglourious Bastards crew was also eyeing the Best Actor award. After all, Isabelle Huppert's relationship with Michael Haneke was well known, making the Palme d'Or a tough sell. Martin pondered the information he'd just received over the phone for a moment, then said to Bruce, "Which hotel is Harvey staying at?" Bruce replied, "The Grand Hotel de Provence." Martin continued, "Are the best hotels in Cannes the Cinque Terme and the Provence?" "Yes, one 5-star, one 4-star." Bruce realized he was about to stir things up, and he said carefully, "The rest are 3-star hotels. Celebrities and crews of a certain stature don't usually go there, and they only go because these two are full." Martin pondered. Melanie got word that Odd Johnny is coming to the film festival, and the organizing committee suddenly decided to have Odd Johnny present the Palme d'Or. Bruce remarked, "The French are truly remarkable. Will the two Isabelles fight at the closing ceremony?" Martin, judging by his own experience, said, "Perhaps this is exactly what the festival is looking for. After all, that's what makes it interesting." He returned to the point, "Find someone to book all the unreserved rooms at the Cinque Terme and the Provence as soon as possible. Keep an eye on Odd Johnny's movements. The organizing committee invited her on a whim, so she probably doesn't have a reservation." Chapter 499, Using all possible means to grab attention. Inside the Palais des Festivals, in the offices of the festival's organizing committee, Isabelle Huppert's face was sullen. She stared coldly across at Jacob, the organizing committee's chairman, and asked, "I heard you're proposing that Odd Johnny be the presenter of the Palme d'Or? The festival's about to begin. What are you planning?" "A surprise attack," Jacob replied. "You are the greatest representatives of women in French cinema. You know exactly how I've treated her." Huppert slammed the table and shouted, "Unless you kill me," not to mention the years of open and covert infighting. During the filming of the Brontes, Odd Johnny had actually gone so far as to punch her in the head. Everyone in the French film industry knew they were sworn enemies, a dead-end rivalry. Huppert declared, "If Odd Johnny is a guest, I will hold a press conference and announce my resignation as jury president." Jacob was hoping for a splash, but he wasn't expecting Huppert's reaction to be so violent. The festival was opening tomorrow, and the organizing committee couldn't possibly replace the jury president just for a single award presenter. The Cannes Film Festival would become a worldwide joke. Jacob had no choice but to give in. "Okay, someone else." Huppert, adamant in his stance, went even further. "I refuse to have her present any award." Jacob, even giving in, simply replied, "This time, we won't invite Odd Johnny." Satisfied, Hubbard left her office and returned to the jury president's office. Her assistant came over and said, 2 more invitations, put them on your schedule for now. Hubbard thought of her sworn enemy and said, keep an eye on Johnny. The assistant wrote it down. Hubbard's head felt like it was about to explode. She'd been called so many times lately that she couldn't count the number of people calling. Her old friend Steven Soderbergh had even called, asking her to check out the curious case of Benjamin Button and Martin's performance. Even Harvey Weinstein had tempted her with an Oscar. But Hubbard remained unmoved by the Palme d'Or. She'd already seen her teacher's film, The White Ribbon, and it was undeniably excellent. As for the other awards, she'd wait and see, and she'd also have to consider the jury's opinion. At the Five Oceans Hotel, Ivan, who had arrived from Los Angeles a week earlier, sat in the lobby lounge with his hired French translator, observing the guests coming and going. A woman with a swift gait, accompanied by a female assistant, entered the lobby. The translator announced, Johnny is here. Ivan had carefully reviewed Johnny's posters and photos, and seeing the strangely stiff middle-aged woman's face, he asked, are you sure she's Johnny? The translator, familiar with the situation in France, said, she's had too much plastic surgery, her looks have collapsed. It's better to age naturally. Ivan took out his phone and made a call, then pulled out his miniature camera, using the translator's help to block out the view, and took several photos. At the front desk, the assistant returned with a statement, all the rooms are booked. Johnny, furious, cursed, damn it. Is the whole world trying to get me wrong? A friend on the organizing committee had suggested she present the Palme d'Or, so she rushed over from Paris. However, upon landing, she received a notification that the proposal had been rejected due to Hubbard's strong opposition. Her sworn enemy, Isabelle Hubbard, didn't want her to come. And not only did she want to come, she wasn't planning on leaving. Johnny said, ask another hotel. Knowing her employer's temper, the assistant hesitated and quickly called the Grand Provence Hotel. Sorry, the hotel is fully booked. Before the woman on the line could finish her sentence, she changed her tune. Hello, someone just canceled a suite here. If you're interested, the assistant quickly said, I've got it. The person who booked it is Isabelle Johnny. After confirming with the other party, the assistant hurried back to inform Johnny, and the two of them went to the Grand Provence Hotel on the other side. Ivan and the translator, like the usual reporters on this seaside promenade, followed them leisurely. There was no need to worry about being spotted, as a large group of reporters were tailing Johnny. Johnny entered the Grand Provence Hotel, and after the assistant completed the formalities, the two of them went upstairs together. Ivan left the translator in the lobby lounge while he went upstairs to check that the room was the one that had just been cancelled. After leaving the hotel, he made a phone call and stopped at a sidewalk cafe. After a moment's wait, Bruce came over and sat across from him. Ivan said, Jenny's checked into the Provence Hotel. She's here, so it looks like she won't be leaving anytime soon, Bruce said. The Inglorious Bastards crew is also staying at the Provence. We're bound to run into each other when we go in and out. Ivan's 2 years of paparazzi work had paid off, and he'd learned a lot from TMZ's ace reporter, Jody. If I can't find the right opportunity, I have a way to arrange a chance meeting between her and Harvey. Bruce nodded. Take the right photos and contact me. The crew will facilitate media coverage, Ivan said. You can trust me. Bruce said nothing more, and returned to the Five Oceans Hotel. Ivan then left, returning to the Provence Hotel to personally monitor the situation. Bruce quickly returned to the hotel and outlined the situation to Martin. Martin said, Xavi is a great teacher when it comes to PR and award-winning campaigns, so we should learn from him. Bruce asked, has the conflict between Hubbard and Johnny gotten this intense? Martin pointed to his phone. Melanie just got the news. Hubbard is vehemently opposing the invitation of Johnny to present the Palme d'Or. She told the committee directly, unless she dies. This is the benefit of big production companies spending a fortune on hiring renowned local PR professionals. They get first-hand information and updates. The next day, the Cannes Film Festival kicked off. A long red carpet rolled out in front of the Salle Lumière at the Palais des Festivals. Hundreds of reporters from around the world filled the press area. Hundreds more guests also joined the red carpet. Many lingered for extended periods, prompting security personnel on both sides to frequently rush in and shoo them away. The reporters in the press area showed no interest in the unfamiliar faces from around the world. Their cameras were focused solely on the famous stars and directors. There were too many people walking the red carpet, and most of them weren't worth wasting their time. Check it out. Tickets for the Cannes red carpet are sold to the public, and this year's price is €20,000. That's a €20,000 ticket for a walk on the red carpet at the Cannes opening ceremony. Those who come on their own are generally not of interest to the media, so they arrange photographers in advance to take their photos. The photos, sent back to their home countries, look truly glamorous, but occasionally, in the media area in the background, you can see the cameraman's shots, which aren't even there. Menene himself has a commercial sponsorship and walked the red carpet with a commercial ticket. Dressed in a black suit, with a camera slung around his neck, he waited at the corner of the Palais des Festivals grand staircase, awaiting his goddesses. Martin and David Fincher arrived in the same car and joined Catherine Kennedy and Cate Blanchett in the waiting area. This is a hallmark of the festival's opening red carpet. Creative crews from the same production often walk the red carpet together. Up ahead, the set of The Burning Plane happened to be nearby. While Kim Basinger and Kathleen Kennedy were chatting, Jennifer Lawrence quietly approached Martin. There are so many people here today, those who paid for tickets, those who came through sponsorship channels, and a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women. She lowered her voice and asked Martin earnestly, with so many people here, how can I possibly attract even a little media attention? This is the dilemma every newcomer faces. Considering Nicholson's concerns, Martin thought for a moment and said, walking next to Charlize, cameras will undoubtedly follow you, but if you want to attract attention, you need something special, something that will leave a lasting impression. Lawrence pondered. Special, Martin casually replied, I'm a man. What's suitable for men isn't suitable for women. Just then, from the red carpet, exclamations of surprise erupted, one louder than the other. Lawrence turned to see Sophie Marceau approach the press area. The strap of her dress slipped from her shoulder, revealing something she often flaunted in her films. So many people exclaimed in surprise, and Sophie Marceau covered her mouth with her hands. Only then did she slowly pull up the straps of her dress. At that moment, all cameras, both private and media, were focused on Sophie Marceau. Lawrence knew without hesitation that Sophie Marceau was destined for a prominent position in the global entertainment media. She sighed inwardly, this woman is really trying to attract attention. On the grand staircase, Min frantically snapped with her camera, each shot capturing Sophie Marceau's most vital features. Besides Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci was speechless. At best, she had only dared to strip down and playful during photo shoots, but this one on the red carpet, had the industry reached this point? Lawrence looked at Martin again. Martin shook his head slightly at her. Lawrence understood. Sophie had just used it, so it wouldn't work for her. She couldn't just lift up her skirt, take off her pants and throw them to the fans, could she? She had to consider Nicholson's feelings. The cast of The Burning Plane walked on the red carpet, and Dior goddess Charlize Theron was undoubtedly the most popular one. Martin looked at Lawrence in a white dress and suddenly laughed. David Fincher came over and asked, what are you laughing at? You look like a pervert. Martin pointed ahead and said, witness the transformation of an actress. When they arrived at the media area, the red carpet was somewhat uneven because there were so many people walking. Just when most of the media reporters' cameras turned to Charlize, an accident happened. Jennifer Lawrence seemed to trip over the red carpet and fell to the ground. Charlize's first reaction was to help her. Lawrence briefly grabbed the center position. Chapter 500 A Dragon Slayer becomes a dragon. Walking up the long steps to the Lumiere Hall, Martin met several members of the jury. Lee Dong-chang, from South Korea, was the first to come forward and shake Martin's hand, appearing very enthusiastic. Martin responded enthusiastically. Bruce whispered a reminder. Martin turned around and saw John Travolta approach. He took 2 steps forward and shook the veteran actor's hand. Hello, John. Travolta, as if it were just a routine greeting, smiled and said, Master Hubbard asked me to give you his regards. Thank you. Martin understood that Hubbard must be the leader of Scientology. Travolta added, Master Hubbard hopes to discuss the joint development of Scientology and the Church of Coca-Cola with you in Los Angeles. Martin appeared quite interested. Please give Master Hubbard my regards. I have many matters concerning the development of the denomination and would like to seek advice from this experienced senior. After all, he was also a leader. Travolta nodded, shook Martin's hand again, and quickly left. Martin then shook hands with the other judges, chatting with each of them. When it came to Shuki, he switched to Mandarin. Ms. Shu is my favorite Asian female artist. I've seen many of her works. You speak such good Chinese. It's surprising. Shuqi shook Martin's hand and asked, have you really seen many of my works? Martin nodded. Of course it was true. He had watched movies like Red Light District and the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra many times in his past life. The latter, in particular, was a masterpiece in the art film field. Of course, he wouldn't say that. I also saw If You Are the One last year. Hearing the film's Chinese title, Shuqi was certain that what Martin said was likely true. Women are more emotional, and her favor for Martin increased significantly. She also remembered something. An old friend from the International Bartenders Association, headquartered in Hong Kong, had called and asked her to pay more attention to the curious case of Benjamin Button and its lead actor, Martin. Shuqi tentatively asked, can we take a photo together? No problem. Martin stood beside her and waved for the photographer brought by the crew to take a picture of the two of them. Shuqi's rise to the kanjuri was no small feat. After taking a group photo, Martin went to find the other judges. All the films competing in the competition had already completed production, so there wasn't much room for them to be discussed. Naturally, the competition for awards shifted from the films themselves to other areas. Anyone familiar with the workings of film awards knows that the real battleground is off the screen. On Shuqi's side, Louise Mayer had already made a point through the International Bartenders Association. Martin wasn't sure if he would win an award, but regardless, he had to defeat his biggest competitor first. He believed his biggest competitor was Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Basterds. Martin also chatted with another judge, Italian actress Asia Argento. Upon meeting her in person, Martin realized she was the star of XXX. This reminded him of some things he had read about Harvey in his previous life. Martin didn't see jury President Huppert. He turned to Bruce and said, have someone influence Asia Argento privately. I think I heard somewhere that she was a victim of Xavi. Bruce nodded, looked around to see if anyone was around, and whispered, it feels like we're becoming Xavi. That's normal. The Dragon Slayer will eventually become the dragon. Martin considered himself a jerk, but compared to Xavi, he could say he was a good person. He said, we never force women. Bruce thought of the Kardashians and said, we were all forced by women. Martin glanced around and suddenly saw Manet taking a photo with Isabelle Huppert in the corner of the main entrance terrace. Bruce saw it too and said, as expected of Manet, he got a photo with the artistic goddess so quickly. While posing for a photo with Huppert, Manet furiously complained about Isabelle, saying that they had seen her on the Croisette yesterday and her face looked as if it was about to fall apart, enough to scare anyone to death. The seemingly artistic and aloof Huppert, however, loved to hear such stories. Manet exudes a certain aura and charm that appeals to older women, a quality Huppert has favored since the 2000s. Although their conversation was brief, both Manet were deeply impressed. Manet asked for Huppert's contact information. Martin chatted with Huppert for a few moments before entering the Lumiere Hall. Bruce quietly gave Manet a thumbs up. Manet smiled confidently, as if these were nothing more than trifles. The 62nd Cannes Film Festival officially opened. The opening film was Pixar's Up. Although merely an animated film, it caused a sensation upon its release, with the film's opening sequence, in particular, receiving widespread acclaim. Disney had recently acquired Pixar Studios, and the impact on the studio was minimal for now. Pixar's animated films remain synonymous with quality. In less than 10 years, Pixar would be simplistically relegated to Disney's fold. After the opening film, Martin returned to the hotel in the elevator and ran into Charlize Theron again. He overheard her complaining to her companions about being hungry for days in preparation for the red carpet. As a good neighbor and a true gentleman, Martin invited Charlize out for a late-night snack. Of course, there were also two other crew members. Charlize, who had a good impression of Martin and was going out to eat soon, agreed. Go back and change first. We'll meet in the lobby afterward, Martin said. Sure. They both changed into casual clothes and went downstairs to the lobby. A dozen or so people headed out together to a nearby restaurant. Martin had already reserved a table. The Cannes Film Festival had just begun, and the media was frantic. From the moment Martin and Charlize left their homes, all the way to the restaurant entrance, a swarm of reporters followed them, snapping photos. Many of them deliberately adjusted their cameras, ignoring David Fincher, Jennifer Lawrence, and others, focusing solely on Martin and Charlize walking together. From the camera alone, it looked like the two were on a late-night date, having gone out for a late-night snack. Excellent entertainment journalists naturally understand market demand and what the public likes, and use this to create news. Influenced by his partner, Jordi, Ivan had also become a master at this. He and his assistant followed Asia Argento to an Italian restaurant, choosing a table near hers. Elsa absent-mindedly ate her late-night snack, pondering a tip from an intermediary. Harvey wanted her help in getting Inglourious Basterds a major award. Elsa was feeling a bit confused. "I wonder who will be the unlucky guy at this Cannes Film Festival," an American English voice came from the side. Elsa had been to Hollywood and could understand it. With Harvey Weinstein coming, Cannes will definitely not be peaceful. Last year or the year before last, he locked someone in a hotel room for a whole day in order to buy a film from an overseas film company, another person said. "That's nothing. A few years ago, I saw him lock a famous actress in a hotel room with my own eyes." Harvey has used the same tricks he used in Hollywood at Cannes. There are so many beautiful women coming this year, so there will definitely be unlucky guys. Other people pay attention to the exchange of interests and mutual consent. It's rare to see someone like Harvey use force. He's a big boss and a rich man. Who can do anything to him? Listening to the faint words, Elsa remembered something she had deliberately forgotten. In 1997, when she came to attend the Cannes Film Festival, she met Harvey Weinstein. The other party used the bait of helping her to develop in Hollywood to lure her into a hotel room. Elsa always believed that it was a lured meeting. Harvey hadn't kept his promise, and she hadn't left any evidence. Furthermore, she truly wanted to make a career in Hollywood, so she couldn't afford to offend him. She could only selectively forget. Elsa knew she couldn't afford to offend Harvey, so she didn't dare speak out about the incident. After all, it wasn't particularly glamorous at the time. She put down her knife and fork and slowly wiped her mouth, just like that time in the hotel room. Overt actions wouldn't work, but they could be done quietly. Elsa was now a member of the jury, and Harvey's film was vying for a major award. As they left the restaurant, Elsa made up her mind and bought Hupperd's favorite dessert, bringing it back to her room. Hupperd was a forceful person, determined to win the white ribbon for an award, but she knew she needed to be strategic and win over the other jurors. Elsa approached her, and Hupperd accepted her offer. Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. Stuart Townsend, with nothing else to do, got up that morning, fetched a newspaper from the door, and returned to read it while eating breakfast. Turning to the entertainment section, he couldn't eat his breakfast. Stuart saw many pictures, all of which were photos of Martin Davis and his girlfriend Charlize. They left the hotel together, walked on the street together, entered the restaurant together, and left the restaurant together. They were as close as a couple. The headlines of the newspapers were also very shocking. Martin Davis is suspected of having a spark with Charlize Theron, and they were seen together in Cannes. Stuart completely lost his appetite. These two bastards were actually having an affair behind his back. He took another newspaper from under the table. In the photo in the newspaper, Martin and Charlize were standing on the beach, looking into each other's eyes, and it seemed that their eyes were sparking. "Damn neighbors," Stuart roared loudly. "Why is my neighbor a rubbish like Martin Davis?" No one could answer him. Stuart took out his cell phone and dialed Charlize's number without caring about the time difference. When the call was connected, he asked, "What have you done? You shameless mad woman, how dare you cheat on me?" Charlize was confused. "What are you crazy about?" Stuart yelled. "I told you to stay away from Martin Davis. Stay away. Don't you understand? How dare you do this to me?" Charlize tried to remain calm. "Martin and I are just neighbors and work colleagues." Stuart didn't listen and warned, "If you don't stay away from that bastard Martin Davis, I will burn down your house and the house next door to Martin Davis." Charlize was helpless and comforted him. "Wait until I get back and we'll have a good talk." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.